All right, we are live for the Sunday grind. I'm going to be working all day for this Nvidia Generative AI Agents Developer Contest because the due date for this competition is tomorrow, 7 o'clock Central, which is my time. So this is the last full day to build this application and submit it to win this competition. So I'm going to be working my butt off to make sure that I get this done, that I do it well, and that I get the dub. So just a little recap of what I'm doing here. I'm going to create an artificial intelligence application for this generative AI competition hosted by Nvidia and LangChain. The requirements for this is that you just build any AI application as long as it is leveraging these two technologies. So I'm using Nvidia for my large language model endpoints, and then I'm using LangChain along with LangGraph and LangServe to make a very robust backend AI application, which what it does is it generates workouts to help personal trainers create workouts each week for their clients. So I'm revolutionizing the personal training industry with this application. This could save personal trainers hours and hours and hours a week, especially if they have a good number of clients. And not only does it help them save time, but it makes the workouts even better because you have the AI working alongside a personal trainer to really get the most out of each workout because you can give the AI a lot of different things. As I was showing in a lot of my previous streams, all the different inputs to the AI, like the client demographics, their goals, what access they have to gym equipment, all that good stuff. So yeah, it's this application is going really, really well. I have the back end fully set up, and now over the past few days, I've just been working on the front end using the Vercel AI SDK, building a Next.js application to really allow the personal trainers to work with the power of the AI application that I have. All that power, which is sitting behind a single API endpoint, thanks to LangServe, where I'm hosting my LangChain and LangGraph application. So that's what I got going on. In the last stream, I got to the point where I had a form where you could fill in all the initial inputs and give it to the AI, all the requirements and things and client info that I just mentioned. And it'll generate the first workout and spit that back out to the front end. And then from there, I needed to make another form that would be populated with all the different exercises that the AI generated for that first day of the week, because my AI generates one day at a time for that iterative feedback process. And then it will allow the personal trainer to select alternative exercises that the AI generated along with the primary exercises for the workout, and then also allow for free form feedback from the personal trainer that I would then go and use that to revise the workout. And so I decided I'd make that form off stream just because there's a lot of work that goes into making those forms that isn't necessarily the most exciting, and I just had to fiddle around with it a lot to get my Zod schema good and everything like that. So let me go over to my application I have hosted locally and show what I've got. So I haven't styled this a lot yet, um, but this is what I have for the form now, which is actually pretty awesome because you can see here that it has the different sections, like the warm-up portion of the workout, the balance, the strength, and the cool down. And then for each one of the exercises that are in each section, it's a drop down where you have the primary exercise that's selected by default that the AI generated. But you can click on this and you can select an alternative just like that. And so you can use this as feedback back to the AI. So like once I submit this, I'll probably change the word of this button as well to like revise workout or whatever. But you can just select these alternatives, whatever you think might be better. Like maybe by default it was the dumbbell chest press, but for some reason that you'd actually want to do another one, you can do, oh, it suggested a chest fly, and I actually think that's good. So you select that, and then you go on to tell the AI to revise the workout. And then I'll probably have another option here where it's like, don't revise the workout, just go on to the next day. And so I have to add a couple of those options as well to the form, not only this form, but also the initial one, where you provide the inputs as well. Because I want to have an option where you could just generate every single day of the week without going through that iterative revision process for each day. So that's what I got going on now. So now the next thing that I need to do is I need to make it so that I have my initial input form. It generates the first day, and then I need to populate that into this form that we see right here. Because right now this is just a placeholder that I have, and I actually had that replace the initial form just so I could get this set up really simply, have the form ready to go so that I can have that as the second message in the chat after it generates the workout for the first day. So I can actually show the code here so you really get a sense of what I'm talking about. It's a placeholder, you can see, because I have the workout JSON hard coded in this component right now. This is the form component that for the form you're just looking at. And so I need to take this and I need to make it so that whatever the state, the AI state with the Vercel AI SDK, that AI state, I need to extrapolate the workout from it and then use that as the JSON for this form component instead of this thing that I have hard coded here. That's going to be pretty easy to do because I already have the Zod schema set up to be dynamic based on this JSON. And so even if there's a different number of exercises in the strength portion, for example, like sometimes it'll do 4, sometimes it'll do 5, then my Zod schema will be able to be dynamic based on that. Because basically for every single form field, it's the portion that it's in, like cooldown or strength or whatever, dash the workout number, like 0, 1, or 2. So like basically the index of it. So that's like the name of that form field. And so if there's 4 or 5, there would be different numbers of select fields. And so my form schema needs to be dynamic based on that. So that's another thing that I set up yesterday. That took a good amount of time. I spent a couple of hours off stream getting this all set up, especially because I'm pretty new to creating forms with the Zod schema. It's powerful. I like it a lot, but it took a while to get used to it, especially making it dynamic. Because the other form that I have for the inputs to create the workout initially, it's a lot simpler and it's not dynamic. I just have these hard coded keys of like the phase, the number of workouts in the week, how long each workout is, and all that good stuff. So that was a lot easier to set up than this one. But I've got it set up now. And it actually makes the JSX a lot shorter because like this form is simpler, but the JSX is a lot more because this is all dynamic. So I just have to map over all of the workouts in the JSON and create the select for each of those that leads to this end result here. So that's what I got going on. The other thing that I want to do is I want to make it so that basically when I am calling my LangServe endpoint, I'm going to go to the actions here where I actually do that in this generate workout function. You can see here that I stream all the events from calling my LangServe endpoint. So as it's generating the workout, it's going through the different nodes in my Lang graph. And every single time a node runs, it spits back to the front end every piece of the state that it updated. And so what I want to do to make my application more robust and to prepare for what I'm about to work on in the front end with spitting out the workouts in this form, I want to make it so that my inputs is actually dynamic based on, so like I want to keep a running set of updates. So as the stream comes in and it's saying these things were updated from this node, these things were updated from the next node, I want to actually update my state on the front end. And then in the end, I want to store that final state in the update that I make to the AI state. So I don't just want to store the workout anymore. That's what I was doing initially. I want to actually store everything. And the reason for that is I want to include other things like the user feedback in every single chat message so that I can have a complete record for every single chat message while I'm creating the workout of what the feedback is, what the workout is, anything that's changing. I want to be able to have that captured in the state for every message. And so I'm going to actually start by doing that today, and it won't take too long, I'm pretty sure. So first of all, I'm going to make this so it's not a constant anymore because the inputs this actually isn't going to be inputs anymore. It's going to be more than that. It's going to be the state, like the full state. So I'm going to call it this. So I mean, it initially serves as the input, but then I'm going to have this actually update over time because anything that comes out of the output is going to match one of the keys here because that's the only thing that I ever update in my graph is anything that I initially supply as input. And so what I'm going to do here, um, yeah, so this is actually going to be a lot simpler. So for every chunk that I get, I'm going to say, instead of having to be like a specific event, I'm just going to update my state based on every single event. So what I'm going to do is if chunk.data.output, I'm going to update the state based on every key in the output. So I just got to think about how to do that. I think there's a simple. Okay, I'm gonna go to GPT for this. I know there's a simple way to do this. I want to make it like the cleanest code I possibly can. So I'm gonna open a new chat here. And how do I update an object in JS with another object that shares some of the same keys? It's kind of maybe not wording the question the best, but AI will definitely get what I'm trying to do here. Object.assign. Okay, so it changes B from 2 to 4. A is kept the same. Yeah, okay, this is exactly what I wanted to do. So, and that this does it in one line of code. I was thinking I'd have to like loop through the keys or something, but this is super simple. So object.assign and then state chunk.data.output. And then I can remove this. So now my state is always going to be equivalent to anything that has changed in my graph. So if ever the current workout changes, that'll get updated in the state. If ever the user feedback changes, that will get updated in the state. Same with created workouts list. Any time that it gets updated, it will also reflect it here. And so that way, my front end is entirely matched with my back end. I think that's going to allow for me to have the most robust front end here and just cause the least amount of confusion so I don't have to like cherry pick what information I want to store in my front end and in my chat messages based on what I have generated from my LangServe endpoint. So that will be good. And then what I need to do is I actually want to store this state, the entire state, in the AI state. Um, And I might actually want to store that in the message as well. Because then, and then in my database, the list of chat messages, I'll be able to know for any given message, what was the state currently at that time. I think that's really powerful as well, especially because I have that whole setup in the back end where I grab the user feedback from the database because of that whole conundrum where like if I update the input when I stream from my LangServe endpoint again, it would like reset the graph to the top instead of going and continuing from where I interrupted to accept the human in the loop feedback. And so I need to have my graph externally fetch the user feedback from the database. And so if every single message has all of the input, including the user feedback, and then I can make sure that that'll be available in my backend. So um, yeah, I'm going to do it that way. So what that means then is here, instead of the just having the workout, I'm going to pass in the entire state. So it's going to be state, and then this will be state, and then these types are going to have to change now because my state is going to be yeah, like literally this entire thing right here. So I'm going to make a new type, and I'm going to call it export interface workout state. And it's going to be this object right here. So let me delete this and fix this here. Export. I typed this wrong. That's why I'm getting an error. So export interface. There we go. And then I like using semicolons, but I guess just to keep it consistent, I will clear these out. Yeah, I mean, like I use the Vercel template, and so there are some things that are done that I don't quite agree with, like not having semicolons anywhere, but that is fine. So the workout state, um, current workout, is that really a string? Because I think that should be an object, actually. Yeah. That is actually an object. Why is this wait, hold on. It says created workouts is a never. That's weird. Okay, well, yeah, so I'm gonna have to fix these up a little bit. So current workouts is an object, and then created workouts is an object array because it'll have the list of the workouts for each day, and each day is itself an object. So this looks good now. And so then the workout state is going to be, or the state is going to be of type workout state now. So that is good. So I go back to my actions here. Well, let me even specify here workout state just to have that type there, and then I'll import that from the types in the libs folder. Okay, so that is good. Um, let's see here. So yeah, now I have the state here. I've specified the AI workout type. Now I just need to change the state types for the AI. So I changed the types for the messages, but now I need to change the types for the AI state because workouts is no longer just going to be an object now. It's actually going to be the workout type or workout state. Um, yeah, so initially, I guess, do I need initial values? That is the question. I could make them all optional, but maybe I should just start with some default values. Um, that'd be a good question to figure out right away. Let's see here. So if I go back up to my input, I wonder if I can just use my input as default values. Or no, I can't. Um, let's just do this. I'm going to create, I guess I'll just create an object at the top here, and I'll call it default workout state. And that is going to be equal to this object right here, where I'll just obviously need to change all of these. Um, I'll just like make everything 0, and then empty strings for the things that are strings, and then empty objects for the things that are objects. So this should be good. And then this can be false, and then the thread ID can also be an empty string. So I'll call this the default workout state. And then down in my AI state, I can pass that in for the default state. So that is good. Then the only other thing is where I give the list here, I would also need to, I'm surprised that this doesn't give me an error. Um, state, AI state. I'll call this workout state. Okay, now this is giving me an error, and that is because my AI state, I need to call this workout state. Okay, because I don't want to just call it state, because then it's state with an AI state, and that's kind of messy. So I'm just going to call it that. And then within here, why is this not giving me an error? Because this is entirely different now. It should be workout state. And then for this, I guess I'll have the default value as well. So I'm going to make this a function I can export const default workout state. And then in here, I'll call it default workout state, and then import that, yep, from the libchat actions. Okay, so now that is good to go. So now my state should be way more robust, and it'll even be a part of the messages as well. And so that way I can grab the user feedback, which will be nice. Okay, so that is good. So now what I need to do is in my chat list, I temporarily changed the workout form to the workout revisor as that initial form. So I'm going to change that back now and make the display the workout form. So that way I'm going to fill out the inputs, get that first workout, and then I need to append a new message to the AI state with that new workout. So let me go back and make sure that this looks good. So I'm going to delete this one, and then I'm going to make a new chat. I guess I need to refresh here because it still has the wrong initial form. Okay, there we go. So this is good. I also wanted to do a little bit of an aside and make this look a little bit nicer right now. Because it's just kind of bugging me, like having this up here and like this just being like a plain form that's not in a pretty little card like we had in the demo here. So I want to set that up really quickly because it won't take long and that'll just look really nice. And then also I'm going to delete this generate workout button. I don't need that either. So let me go to the prompt form. I'm going to delete um, this whole thing because I don't need that generate workout anymore. And then I believe that means I can clear up. Yeah, I can clear up this right here, and then I don't need the refresh icon either. So that's good to have that cleared up. The other thing that I want to do is I want to take a look at the reason I haven't like totally cleaned out this repo yet is I still want to use some of these other files as examples of how to do certain things, like how to get those cards that look really nice. So I think um let me look at this again. So, because like I want like this card looks really really nice. So then like the whole form isn't just in the plain background. And I think it looks really nice just to have any sort of action in this darker card, and then having the chats just be in the more like light black, if you would call it, background. And so I'm gonna go to the purchase stock purchase one, um, and just look at. I think. Yes, I believe this is it. The div, yeah, I think this is literally all it is this div makes it the card. So I'm gonna go to my workout form and what is bot card? It just makes it so that I have the AI symbol here, right? I believe. Okay, so I'm gonna do this and then copy this div here. I don't need to make the text green. In fact, I'm gonna change that color later. So I'm going to take that part out and then tab everything in here and paste in this ending div. Okay, so this should make it look good. Let me make sure the classes are good. Background zinc 950. I assume that's the darker color that I'm looking for. Well, let me just save it and see. Okay. Yeah, yeah, that looks nice. There's a lot of padding here. The problem is if I get rid of the padding, then here, I'll just show you what I'm talking about. If I get rid of the padding, it kind of looks bad. Where was that? That was in the chat list. So yeah, I changed it from 2XL to 4XL because in the default it's 2XL like this, so it's exactly aligned vertically with the chat widget. But then I don't have enough space here for all of the form inputs that I want, and I want to be able to like make it a bit wider. So and if I do a 3XL, it's like almost big enough, but not quite. And so that's why I did a 4XL. Let me do that here. Yeah, so it looks like that. That's okay. I guess I can remove some of the padding in the because like right here, padding for like if I just delete this, I think that might actually look better. Um, oh no, that actually only added padding to the top and bottom. Let me look at here. So I'm gonna go into my developer tools and then access the side here and just see. Um, yeah, okay. So there's just empty space there. There's no padding or anything. That's just the size. So I guess I'll just go with that. I mean, this looks good. I just wish that like all the little examples they have here of like purchasing stocks and like seeing the price of the stock of the share and everything, like all of that is just so like it's able to be so condensed because there's just less inputs required. But my application requires more inputs. My forms are bigger, and so I kind of need like more space, and so it doesn't look as nifty, if you will. Um, but I guess that's fine. Maybe there's a way I could change. Um, I don't know if there's some other padding. Because if I don't justify center, then it all gets shoved to the left. Like that's only the space that I need. I don't need all this other stuff. But it's there just because my div is I had to do the 4XL to make it really fit well. So there's I don't really know if there's like yeah, because like this actually looks it's kind of weird because there's still a lot of padding there. I wonder um let me scroll down to the bottom here and see is there margin. Why is that? Is it? It's so cut off. Okay. It's because of the width two-third thing. This thing. If I remove this, I actually might be able to make it nicer. Uh, Okay. I like that a lot better. That looks nice. That actually really looks nice. Nice. Okay, so then I just remove that here as well. And then in my chat list, I'm going to I'm going to quickly just display the other form, just so that I can make sure that that looks good too. So workout revisor, I have that re-imported there. And this one doesn't have the card yet, but let me add that. So I'm going to take the div that I added here and then put this. Oh, nice. Actually, I already have a div because I wanted to center this form, so I can just do this and add that in. Okay, that looks really nice. I like that a lot. Cool. Okay. This is dope. This looks good. It's a little off here. I wonder why that is. It doesn't matter much, but it doesn't look like perfect. It's kind of weird. Like this it's almost like there's a little bit of like negative margin this way or something. Why is that? Because is this centered? Oh wait, it's centered when I go into a slightly smaller screen. That's strange. Huh. Let me try refreshing that page here, just seeing what that does. That doesn't fix it. Wow, okay. I think I'm gonna be fine with this. Like there's a diminishing returns when you work on the nitty gritty details of the UI. Especially because like I just want this functionality to be like really solid right now. And then I can work on the styling later if I have the time. Like I mean I am under a crunch because I have to get this thing submitted by tomorrow at 7 p.m. my time. So yeah, like that. For some reason, this form is perfectly centered, and the other one isn't. I think I'm gonna leave that for now. This already looks a lot better. It's just super cool. So, ooh, you can. Okay, that's cool too. Nice. I like this button. I never saw this button before. Is you can toggle the chats. Okay, so the next thing that I want to do is I want to remove these two things at the top, and so I'm going to take a look at the components here and see where I need to change something. Um, which component would this be? So it's not going to be within the stocks. Um, Probably in the header. Let's see. Chat history. There's an error in chat history. Well, that sucks. Because remember, these these TypeScript errors are going to make it so that I can't compile my application. So this is unfortunate. It returns a promise element. Um, okay, I'm going to take a look at that in a second here. But first of all, I can remove these things. Um, where would I start? I think I would just remove this entire thing. And then I might add something later because it could be nice to have something up there. So let me see if that worked. Okay, that worked. That's good. Because I mean, that was just like a placeholder, so I didn't really need that. Okay, but yeah, now I need to figure out why the heck these are erroring. So chat history, I get from dot chat history, and this one returns. Okay, yeah. Why does it return an async? Do I need this to be async? What happens if I don't make it async? There's no error. Um, wow. Yeah, why is it? I wonder if it's because of the React dot suspense or something. Um, oh, you know what? They probably have these for a reason next to some of these components. I wonder if I need to just add this here. Okay. There's probably so many times I'm going to have to do this when I deploy to Vercel for the first time and get all these little TypeScript errors that stop it from compiling successfully. That's fine. Like, whatever. I can deal with that. All right, so I'll remove these icons here. Don't need those, and then don't need this. All right, so we should be good going forward with that. Okay, so that's cleared up. The next thing that I want to do, um, I was thinking about color or like styling this thing a little bit more, adding some colors. Because like just having everything black and white is not fun. And since I'm making this primarily to help my wife with her personal training business, it could be cool to follow her color scheme for her business with some of these things. Like maybe like the labels here. Definitely this button. I'd want to make it. She has like a like salmon kind of pink color. It's really nice. And it'd be cool to have the entire UI have that all over the place. As long as it's bright enough. My only worry is that it's kind of dark-ish. Well, let's just try it out. I'm taking a little detour to style things before I like get more into the functionality, just because it won't take super long. Like I've already done quite a bit to make this look a lot nicer and cleaner, and it didn't take long. Stuff with the forms took a lot longer, and that was a drag. Holy cow! So this will be nice. So let me go to the workout form. The first thing I'll do is I'll just style this button to start, and I'll change the color. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to edit. Um, Is there a global CSS file? I haven't even dealt with CSS at all yet, so I don't know. Okay, yeah, here we go. So we have a global CSS here, which, wow, it literally has nothing in it right now. Dang, okay. That's crazy because this template uses like entirely Tailwind. They have like no custom styles. So I'm gonna try adding one here and make sure this even hooks up. So I'm gonna say dot um, um, color button. And I'll make this red. I'll just do important because I want to make sure that it is guaranteed this color. So I'm going to save this and then go to the workout form and then make the class of this class name is equal to and then color button. We'll see if this works. Okay, that worked. So I changed the text color, not the background color, but that means that this is good. So I can make that changes here. So what I want to do is actually I'm going to do this. I got to navigate my personal files quickly here to find her logo because I'm going to just do a color pick. I don't remember the exact color, so I'm going to have to snag that quick. So I'm going to open with GIMP, open her logo with GIMP. I can show this part once it loads and then just get the color because I just want the hex really quick. And I'll put that as like a global variable in the global CSS file. So this is what I got right here. So I'm going to do a color picker and get this nice color here. And the hex for this is that right there. So that is good. And I can close out of this. And I can even do a little test here. So I'll say the background color is going to be this hex right here. Oh, no way. It didn't copy it. I thought I copied. Okay, I gotta reopen GIMP here because it decided to be stupid and not. I literally did a Control C on the that hex that you saw there. I don't know why I didn't copy it. So I'm gonna make sure Control copy, and then I'm not gonna close out a GIMP until I can make sure I actually have that. Let's see, better work now. Okay, there we go. Nice. That's pretty light, so that actually might work. That's what I want to test right now, really quick. Oh, okay, that actually looks really good. I like it. And then I might make the text white. I'm gonna experiment with the colors and stuff a little bit before I make these global CSS variables. So I'm gonna try white text first and see if that looks good. That looks terrible. Okay, that's way too bright. So what if I do something that is kind of like grayish like this? Because she has a lot of nice gray colors as well. Um, that looks okay. I want to compare that to the default color quick. So if I just remove this, how does that look? Um, Honestly, I think that's the best. I'll probably leave it like that. Okay, so now I can make this a global color. Um, I unfortunately forgot how to do that. But I'll just ask GPT quick. There's just like super basic things like that. Or like how to make a global var in CSS. Like sometimes you just forget how to do really basic things. But that's part of what helps with AI is you can just friggin' take care of this with a really quick AI question, GPT question. So I'll just call this the primary color. So in the root, I will say I'll just add these here. Primary color is this bad boy right here. And then to access the variable, I'll just do var dash dash primary dash color. Take out the pound as well. Okay, so let me make sure that this still works. That still looks good, and yes, it does. Okay, perfect. And the other thing that I want to do is I want to center this button as well. I think that'll look nice. So I'm going to do a text center. Um, or actually, no, I need to do that on, I think I need to wrap this guy in a div. Class name, text center, and then make this look nice. Get the indentation right. Okay, that looks good. And then the other thing I can do, I think would look kind of neat, is if I make it stretch the entire width. I have to remember how to do that. Um, 96. Okay, let me try changing this. Okay, yeah, like that. Um, that looks kind of nice. I wonder what happens if I make it the full length. I want to see what that looks like here. So Tailwind classes, I is it with full? Okay, yeah. So I did with max, but it's with full. That's the right Tailwind CSS class. Let me go back here and see. Okay, that looks cool. I like that definitely. Maybe add a little bit of padding to the top so I can do like just like a margin two here. Um, yeah. Okay. This looks better. This is looking nice. And then the other thing I want to do is potentially change um these titles here. I'll give it a go. The other thing I might do is actually add a title to the top here instead of just like having it be like these labels be at the top. Maybe have like a just like a title for this form and make that pink. That might be enough. So I'll experiment with both here. So I'm gonna go to my form and for the label, I'll just do the top label. Um, dot primary color text color, and then this will be the primary. So okay, so this is my class now. So I'm going to add that to the form quick. Class name is equal to primary color text. I'm just going to see how this looks. Okay. Um, I mean it's decent. I'm gonna just bite the bullet and make everything that quick just to see how that looks. So for every form label, I can do this really quickly. Um, yeah, so every instance of form label, I'm going to replace that with this right here. Boom. And that now that's all replaced really quickly. How does this look? Okay. Um, I do not like that. That doesn't look good. In fact, the text is so small compared to this button that they look like different colors. Like when you have a bigger button compared to smaller text, like this looks a lot lighter. So this is actually I don't like that. So I'm gonna go with my second plan of making the header at the top of the form, and then I can make that look nice. So let me do that. I just have to think about what component I want to actually use for the header there. Um, well, I'm just gonna put like an H3 at the top and just say workout generator. Let's see. I'm just gonna do this for now. See what that looks like. Um, okay, well I don't want that flexed. Hold on, let me put that above this div. I want it to be on its own line. Okay, workout generator. So that looks good. And then I'm gonna style it. So I'm gonna class name is equal to first of all, I'll make it this primary color. And then I want to center the text, add some margin to the bottom, like a decent amount there. And then text, I'm going to make it bigger as well. So I'm going to make it 2XL, like that. Okay, that looks pretty good. And then I want it to be a bit bolder, font bold. I think that's the right class. Okay, That looks good. Maybe even add a bit more margin there. So I'm gonna do like MB like 6. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. That looks good. So now I got like a little bit of that nice little salmon color without it being like all over the place. And yeah, like it definitely is the case that the bigger the amount of color, like the more color there is, the lighter it looks, at least with this one here. But I think this looks good. Um, yeah, the other thing I was thinking about is I wonder if what icons do I got here? So if I go back to the prompt form, I have the component UI icons, components UI. Okay, let me actually go to that UI icons. 'Cause it'd be cool to have like some nice little icons in here as well. Um, oh, do I have to install each one of these individually? I think that's the case. Yes, I do. Okay, so I'm gonna go to shad cn icons. I do install all of these individually. Icon. Wait a second. Where do I get the icons from? These aren't manually created, are they? Um, okay, I'm gonna figure that out quick because that'll be nice. Like I would definitely want some more icons in here, so it'll be good to figure this out quickly as well. Shad cn icons. Where do I get the icons from? Um, okay, well, that's not helpful. Let's see. Twitter, GitHub. Um, yeah, but like this isn't nearly like these aren't the icons that I want. That's not helpful. I don't want to have to install an entirely new icon library. Hmm. I thought there'd be a lot more icons available. Maybe it's just these. Um, can I search through here? Workout, exercise, dumbbell. I can't even get a. Hmm, this isn't helpful. I was looking for like a little like dumbbell icon or something, but obviously it's not the case. Um, dumbbell SVG icon. What if I just like search like this? Okay, because like what if I just download this vector, and then show in folder, and then open with a text document. I'm just doing this on the other monitor quickly, and I'll pull this over. Okay, so this is the SVG. And so I'm gonna put this back in my monitor and go here. I guess I'm doing icons in a brand new way. I've never done this before. Um, what is linear gradient? Where is this defined? What file am I in now? Okay, that is weird. All right. Um, hmm. I'm gonna just try to copy this and see what the heck happens. Let me go down to the bottom here, and yeah, I'm just gonna do this. See what happens. Icon dumbbell. This is brand new to me. I've used like React Icon Library before, Material UI icons before. I've never done this though. So this is brand spanking new. But let's see what happens. Um, copy this SVG. Um, nice. And then I need to copy the fill is current color. I guess I'll take that. So I'll replace the fill and then the view box. I'm just gonna play it safe and change that as well. I don't really know what that does. I'm not super familiar with SVG in general, but I'm just gonna trust the process here. And then I'm gonna delete the version. Doesn't really seem like I need that. So, and then I'll pass in the rest of the props here. Um, yeah, okay. That should be good. And then I can delete this. It's erroring because there's two components here. So as soon as yeah, okay, so now this is better. And then this one doesn't like that either. So I'm gonna just delete that. Okay. It doesn't like this either. Well, fine. I mean, I don't need that either. And then I'll just clean this up. If this works, that'd be dope. Because then I can just use this for all my other ones in the future, all my other icons. And so I will export dumbbell icon. That looks good. And then in my prompt form, I'm going to just copy this. And then in my workout form, I will paste it. And I'll import dumbbell, icon dumbbell. And then the way that that was used, if I just copy this and go to an example, it's literally just an element that closes itself. And I'm going to have this down here in the generate workout icon dumbbell. Let's see if this works. Fingers crossed. That look. Um, wow, that did not work. You can tell that it just cut off to the top left corner there. So I'm going to, I think one of these values here, like the view box, is probably what I messed up. So let me go back to icons and try to fix that. I'm going to change the view box. Oh, the width, oh no, I think it's just the width and height. Like I can't manually set 'cause that's going to be massive then. Um, let's try this. And then I'll just do this to make it look better. Okay, let's give this a shot. Maybe this will work. I'll refresh here in case that's the problem. It might be yeah, I think it's the view box. So I'm gonna set the view box back to what it was in the SVG that I downloaded, and I'll just see if that helps. Okay, that worked. Um, I mean, it looks good. I guess. Let me let me fix this up a little bit though. NVSP. I'm gonna add some spacing in between there, and then I'm going to do that twice, and then add another dumbbell icon at the end there. I'll just make the indentation look nice as well, like that. Generate workouts. I mean, it looks cool. It's dope. I wish the icon was a little bit bigger. What if I just change the size to 6? Does that do anything? Yeah, it does. Okay, let me change it to 5. That's a little big. Okay, I mean that's cool. It looks nice. I just want to like add a little bit of pizzazz to my site. Like I don't want to focus on styling a ton, but I also don't want it to look like crap because I think presentation is definitely part of what gets you a good review in the competition submission. So I'm going to spend some time focusing on it, especially because it's a lot quicker than some of the other stuff I was dealing um, with the forms and stuff. So it doesn't hurt. Like that looks neat. Okay. And then if I want to change the color of it, I wonder how I do that. Could I, color is equal to red. I just want to test this quick and see. Okay, yes, nice. So I can change the color as well if I wanted. I think right now I'll just leave it because this is the same color as the text, I believe. Or at least it's close. Like that looks good. Okay, cool, cool. So I got this looking nice now. And then, um, yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing to the other form quickly here. So I'm gonna go back to my chat list and display the other form instead, the workout reviser, because this bad boy needs some work as well. And so I think in this case, I'm going to make these sections that primary color and make them bold and everything. So let me go to that. This is my back end. I want my front end. Okay, here we go. So in the workout reviser, what I'm going to do here is I have these H2s, which are the keys. primary text color, or wait, is that what I called it? Primary color text. Oh, yeah, close enough. All right, and then font bold, and then text 2XL. All right, let's take a look at this. That's way too big. Let's try LG, because yeah, these need to be not just as big. Okay, that looks good. That looks really good. And then I'll change the submit button up. So I'm going to first of all, I don't know why the submit button doesn't have. Oh, okay, that's why. I need the actual component here. So I'm going to go here. Let's type submit, and then I could do dumbbell icons again. I guess it doesn't hurt. So dumbbell icons, and then instead of saying generate workouts, I need it to say what is it in this case? Well, actually, this form is going to have multiple options because I'm going to give it the option to either revise based on user feedback or just continue with the next workout. Um, continue with next day, something like that. Like that's what this button say. Continue with next day. Because your options are you can either continue with the next day and say I don't need any more feedback on this workout. It is good. Or I can type the feedback here, hit enter, and then that will automatically trigger the revision of this workout. And so I don't actually need multiple buttons here. Um, so what I actually want to do is I want to say continue with next day, and then I would just have like text here that says like type your feedback below and hit enter. So I think I'm actually going to do that. Um, yeah, let me add that in. I think that'll be good. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I want this div that centers the text, and I want that over my button and everything, like I had in the other form. So let me add that quickly here, fix up the indentation, and then what I'm going to do here is I'm going to have a paragraph that says or, and then on another line, oh, hold on, I got a dog that wants to come in. All right. All right, there we go. And then on a new line, so I'll add a line break here. I want to add another paragraph that says enter feedback below and hit enter. Let's see how this looks. Oops, I need that at the end there. Right? Yes, okay. Let's see how this looks. Or enter feedback below and hit enter. Okay. Well that BR made wait, there's way too much space there. Okay, that works. I didn't need that anyway. Okay. All right, let's fix this up a little bit. So class name, we're going to do MT2 and copy that over and have that exactly here as well and see how that looks. That is okay. What else could I do? It doesn't look quite right yet. I wonder if I add like dots this. No, that doesn't look good either. Um, what if I add a dash here? I just want to like spend a little bit of time to make this look nice. Yeah, I think that's good. The text is a little big though, so I'm gonna say text SM. Maybe do medium, but I'll see how this looks quickly here. Yeah, that looks good. Actually, that's solid. So continue with next day, or enter feedback below and hit enter, and then add a nice little exclamation mark. Um, and hit enter to have to automatically revise the workout with your feedback. I think that's good. I want to just be clear on like what that's actually doing here. Or enter feedback below um, with your guidance. Okay, so enter feedback below and hit enter to automatically revise a workout with your guidance. And then the other thing is, I think I might want to title up here as well, because I need to call out to the users that they can um, not only provide feedback here, they can also select alternatives as well. I want to make that obvious. And it might be good to have like a title here, and then like maybe like a subtitle that says like you can select alternatives. So let's work on that. So I'm gonna take the same title that I have here, and then just change the text on it. So let me go back up to the top here within, yes. Okay, let's try. Okay, I actually need to do something here. I need to, because if I add this in here, it's gonna make it in line. Um, yeah, so I need to actually have a second div here, like I have with the other form where we have this one that creates the card and then this div that does the flex and justify center. So I'm gonna add that in quick here. Class name is equal to, and then copy that, and then have this entire thing indented, and then add in the div here. And then for this div, it's going to have flex and justify center, and then all the other styles are there to make the card. So that is good. And then I can indent all of this here. Wait, how is that not aligned? Because like these three are all on the same level here, then they're not down here. Oh yeah, okay, here we go. Like that. That looks good. Okay, and then this one, that's good enough. Yeah, I get a little anal about the indentation and stuff, because that's always best practice as well. But you know what? Forget all. All right, now it's perfect. Now we got perfect indentation. Okay, and so workout generator. Okay, so for the title of this, I actually wanted to specify the day of the workout. So I got to think about how to do that, because right now it just says this is a workout. But I need to I guess I still have everything hard coded here. So I have the workout hard coded and the day, if I were to add it right now, would also be hard coded until I actually fetch all the state from the latest message. So I guess for now I'll hard code that as well. Um, Workout for day one. So it looked like this. Workout for day one, and then I'll add a subtitle here. So I'll just do like a paragraph, and I'll say select alternatives for workouts below. Um, um, I'll say, uh, yeah, I'm trying to think about how to word this. I'll say you can select alternative workouts below for continuing with the next day. Let's see how this looks. Okay, that looks okay. I just need to fix up some styling here, obviously. So I'm going to say class name is equal to B2. This is MB6, and then text small, or I'll just do medium. Let's see how this looks. Workout for day one. You can select alternative workouts below before continuing with the next day. That looks decent. I'm gonna change the padding, or yeah, make the margin on the bottom a little bit smaller. Okay, that looks good. Workout for day one. Um, and then okay, maybe I kind of want like it'd be cool to have like some icons here, maybe. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna get a little creative with this. I want this to look neat before I just go and like hammer out all the functionality. Because that it also just makes it a lot more motivating if I'm creating functionality around something that already looks good. So that's part of it as well. Like it'll just help me out. It still bugs me that this isn't quite aligned. That is gonna piss me off. I'm definitely gonna end up fixing that before I submit that to this too. Because that, damn, that bugs me. And the stupid thing is, if I go to a smaller screen, all of a sudden it's just perfectly aligned. It's like, come on now. So I don't know why that is. But I'll look into that later because that might end up being something where I spend 20 minutes just fixing a freaking tiny little margin of like 6 pixels here. So yeah, let's get some other icons here. What else do I got? So I'm looking for um, ooh, this is a nice icon for maybe the balance portion. I'm going to open that in a new tab and save that just in case. But I'll just say exercise and see what comes up for exercise. Okay. Sorry, I got a little fly there. Um, okay. That an exercise ball could also be a good one um for the balance portion, but it just looks like he's taking a dump. So I'm not going to use that icon. That honestly, I don't really like that icon. Um, a lot of actually, there's a lot of good ones here. Yeah, these are all. I gotta actually make a choice of which one I want. Oh, there this guy is again. He's calling my name, but I'm going to refuse to use him. Handstand push-ups. Most people will not be doing those. So that's not ideal. Let me just fiddle around with the options that I got here. Um, ooh, this is my strength portion one, definitely, or this one. And this could be a good warm-up one because you got like cycling and ellipticals and stuff. Um, okay, this could be a decent balance portion one too. Okay, so this is a dope strength portion. I can use this as my balance portion. Or wait, hold on. Actually, yeah, maybe this will be a good balance portion. Um, what else do we got here? Oh, there's a nice rower. Yeah, there's a lot of decent ones here. Okay, so this is balance portion. Um, this could be a good cool down, just like a little bit of a run. I like that. Okay. Um, yeah, these could be good strength portion ones as well. This could also be a good strength portion because it's literally called it's called weightlifting. I mean, that's solid. But I like that. I mean, this one's just clear. Okay, so we got so balance and core, cool down. Oh wait, no, this is warm up. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna go with these. So I'm gonna order them as well. So this is warm up. This is balance and core. This is the strength portion, and this is the cool down. Okay, so we will go with these. So I'm gonna download the vector and open this as a file. Open with Notepad. This will take a little bit. I'll have to grind these out quick, but I think it'll just look nice because I want my forms to look dope, and that'll help so much with the presentation. I don't want to be one of those developers that is just like, "Ooh, I'm only back end, and I have to make this front end because I need it to look halfway decent." Like I want to be like, I want to make this look good, not just have a powerful back end, but also a powerful front end, both with the Vercel AI SDK, all the robustness of that, and the state management, but also just in the presentation of it as well. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time doing that because I'm going to be here all day. I have been streaming for an hour already. Holy cow, that time has flown by. But I'm going to be streaming for at least 8 more hours today, if not 9 or 10. We'll see how I'm feeling. Because I'm going to try my best not to crash and burn. If I do, I'm just going to take like a hour break and come back to it. Because I'm very motivated to get this done. I'm going to work my butt off until I do. So. Yeah, I'm just gonna make it happen. Okay, so for this icon, it's actually kind of nice. I like making these custom icons versus using like the React icon library or something because I get like custom naming and like I have a lot more control. Like it's cool how like all the props here are custom controlled. So I'm gonna call this warm up or icon warm up. I get full control over the name of it. That is actually kind of neat. And then for the SVG here. I can actually just copy everything. I don't need to replace the actual SVG. So this is going to be quicker than I thought. The only thing that has to be replaced is the view box if it's slightly different. Like it's like a difference of just a couple of, I don't know, pixels, I guess these are. I'm not an expert at SVG for sure. But yeah, then I'll just copy like the G element going inwards like this, and then just fix the indentation. And oh, one more. Okay, this should be good. So I'll try this out. So first of all, I need to actually export this. And then within my workout revisor, I will give this a shot just by, well, I guess this is dynamic actually, so I need to figure out how I do this. Um, yeah, because I set it here. Well, first of all, let me just try this. Icon warm up, and then I'll add in a space here, NBSP, and then import this from icons, and let's see how this looks. Okay. First of all, it needs to be on the same line, so I got to fix that up. Other than that, it looks decent. I might just need to change the size. So, flex. Okay, can I just flex it? Yes, I can just flex it. Okay, so that looks good. It bugs me a little bit that it's like a little bit above the text. So let me do two things. First, I'm going to change the size, and then that'll help me see what I might need to add for a margin. So I'm going to change the size to 6. Needs to be a bit bigger. That looks good. And then actually the size is pretty, or the margin's pretty good there. It ends up lining up. So I'm just going to add a couple of more spaces here, like this, and then I'll make this look a bit nicer as well, just so that it's clear now that I'm adding more stuff there instead of just the key. Okay, it's decent. I wonder if it might actually be better to make the icon at the end of the text instead of before the text. Um, I'll just try it quick and see how that looks. So I'll add it like this, and then I'll copy these guys, and then add them after the key. I'll just undo this if it doesn't look better. Um, hmm, I like it the other way. The other thing I might do though is actually get rid of the number. I think the number might look kind of bad. Warm up, balance, strength. Because let me try this. I'm gonna try removing. Yeah, I'm just gonna try removing the number. So I will split the key on a comma or a dot period, and then just take um the second element of that. I think it looks good. Yeah, because the numbering is kind of weird. Like, of course, warm up is first. Of course, the cooldown is last. But like, just four dot, like that's kind of unnecessary. So I think that actually looks good. So I got this one downloaded, and then I'm going to do the balance portion. I wonder if there could be a better icon for this as well. Um, I don't know. He's popping a squat again. What's this? I guess it's like a dumbbell or a kettlebell squat. It looks kind of cut off though, so I don't really like that one as much. What else is there? Um, I mean, this one's kind of nice. Well, or this, like a lunge. I mean, I guess you do lunges, um, for part of balance. I don't know. There's not one that's like amazing here. Oh, this is one, Russian twists. I might actually use this. Yeah, I'm gonna use this one because that's like definitely an exercise that'll be in the balance and core portion a good amount. The only thing with Russian twists is you have to really make sure you're engaging your core, because if you don't, you can frick your back. But other than that, it's a good exercise. It definitely gives you a burn in your obliques, which not a ton of different exercise or core exercises will work your obliques specifically. So definitely is a good one. And if I'm making any incorrect statement there, I'm not the personal trainer, that's my wife, but I do have a decent amount of workout knowledge for sure. Okay, so let's add this. These are massive little functions here, but that is fine because I'll never come back to this after I get everything imported. So icon, and I'll just call this balance core because it's balance and core portion. And then for this, I just need to copy the view box. The numbers are actually nicer for this one. That's cool. And then for the everything else I need to copy, it'll just be everything after the G tag. Oh, and this one's actually a little bit smaller. I still don't really understand how that works. Like, why are there's one G for this and then two for here? I think it's because these are separate, maybe. Like, I don't know. Like, one's a straight line and then one's a person. Who knows how it works? But anyway, that looks good. So I'm going to export this one. I'll just get all these cranked out here, and then I'll go back and make it so that it's actually dynamic based on the key. So I'll pick the workout based on, like, I'll probably just create some little mapping here where it's like the key to the icon that I want to use. So it's not hard coded to be the icon warm up for each one. So that is the balance portion. And then I guess I'll test each one quick too. So I will import this and just make sure it looks good. So then I'll go back here to my site. I got a problem. Why don't you like me? I think because I didn't save the file. Yeah, that's the only problem. Okay. I guess this one needs to be bigger. Let me try size 8. Probably just because it's like so. I don't know if I like that actually. It's too much. Like, it's hard to tell what's going on because it's just too big. I'm gonna do this one instead. It's good that I'm testing these out. Because that one didn't really work. It didn't look good. So let me open this one. Oh shoot. I closed something else that I didn't want to close in my notepad. That's all good. Okay, so icon balance core. I'm going to replace the view box here. And then I'm going to change the size back to 6 because I ideally want all my icons to be able to have the same size and all look good with the same size. Otherwise, my text for the title will be shifted over depending on how big the size is if I make them different between all the different icons. So I'm going to, yeah, put that back to 6, fix the indentation here, and let's take a look at how it looks now. That is much better. That's solid. Yeah, I like that. I mean, you can't really see the dumbbell, but like, yeah, you're doing like a front lunge or not a front rack lunge. That's the barbell. You're doing a lunge. I mean, that's strength. That's balance portion. So I'll take that as a dub. And then next we have the strength portion. So this one is going to look very clear. I like this icon a lot. It's a little blocky compared to the other ones, but it when all these icons are small anyway, I think that totally works. So I'm going to open this in my notepad. Ooh, this one is really small. Probably because it's so blocky, but like the path that's in the element is definitely smaller. Okay, so I'll create a new element and call this strength. Ooh, we like the strength portion. That's where we gain the muscle. All right. This is the ego lifter spot. Is the strength. Okay, I got an issue here. Doesn't like the fill or the yeah. Okay, I'm gonna just assume that that's okay. So strength, export this, and then bring this in as well. We'll test this icon out really quickly. Let's see how it looks. It did not update yet. Hello. Oh, I didn't save it. I didn't save the file. Duh. Okay. Oh, that's weird. It's like, um, I don't know. There's like a black speck here where it just doesn't quite look right. That might not be ideal. Weight lift. Maybe there's another one I want to try here. So weight lifter. Um, ooh, yeah. I like this icon a lot better. Thank you. This looks nice. Um, yeah, because the other one was like I said, a lot blockier than the other ones. And like, I mean, there's merit to it. Like I said, it would look pretty clean as a small icon, or at least I thought. But then yeah, just like had like a little bit of color taken out of it. Like there's a spot where it's black where it should have been pink, basically. So okay, let's add this in. This one is massive. Add in the G. Ooh, maybe could do this cleaner somehow, but I'm gonna go with this. There we go. Haha. That looks really good. Okay, I like that one a lot more. That totally works. All right, and then the last one we got is the cooldown, which is just a dude running on a treadmill. Hopefully this will look good. Open with Notepad, take the view box, go back to my code, add a new icon, call it cooldown, change the view box, copy over everything within the SVG and replace it. Fix the indentation. I got a good procedure for this now. All right, boom. And then I'm going to go into the revisor and then change this to cooldown and import that element. And we can see how this looks. Hello. Oh, I didn't add it as one of the imports or the exports of my icons file yet. Okay, that's why the IntelliSense wasn't picking that up that I can import it. Now I can do control dot, update the import from the icons in the UI folder. Go back here and that looks good. Sweet, running on a treadmill. All right, nice. That is beautiful. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually make this icon dynamic. And so I'm going to change this here where it is going to be section to icon mapping. And then I'll pass in the key. Dope dope. So section to icon mapping. I'll define that right here. So const section to icon mapping. And so we will have four options here. Actually, these aren't going to be strings. They're going to be elements, or I mean JSX elements. Yep. So first we got one warm up. I'm just going to keep copying these to make sure I don't have any typos here. Then we two the balance portion, but technically it's balance and core. But I mean that doesn't matter because this is just all backend stuff. They'll never actually like display these titles to the user. Actually, that's not true. I do display it to the user. Uh, Hey, maybe I should call that balance and core because it is balance and core. Um, I mean that's just a tiny detail. I need to not get sidetracked here, so I'm gonna stick to this. And then the element that I need is icon warm up, and this one is going to be icon um, balance core, and this one is going to be icon strength. Hello, did I name this wrong? Yes, I did. These need to be icon. I need to preface everything with icon here. And I actually really like this. The reason why I believe they have every icon element prefaced with icon is because then IntelliSense can help me a lot more. I can just type icon and then I know that like every single option it gives me is an icon. And so I don't have to like type str and then there may be like other things besides the strength icon. So I don't have to remember the full name. So that is actually pretty cool. So icon strength. And then I need to fix up my imports quick. So let me go to the top and do that here. So this is icon cooldown, and then this is icon strength. And then I can even copy this bad boy and come back down here and add that like this. Okay, nice. So now when I go back to my code or my site, there we go. That looks dope. I like it. All right, nice. That's neat. Okay, I think that's good for now. Now I can actually get to the functionality of things. And I got the forms looking nice. Um, I mean, oops. Oh, shoot. I just knocked my headphones off their stand. Wait, I'm gonna go to my stream quick and see. Like, if I hold up headphones, okay, yeah, because I have it like automatically take things out of the background. Um, now it's kind of weird. I was just seeing like if I hold something in front of me, I can show it, which is good to know if I ever want to like show something in real life. Anyway, I'm gonna put that back. I really hope I did not damage my headphones. Get too excited there, I guess. All right, let me clean up a couple of the UI things quick here, and then I can move on. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to change this text right here. And actually, I was thinking about deleting it, but what I could do here is I could actually add text here and say like, this is where you provide feedback on the workouts. That could be a neat little place just to have that, because that's the this UI is so simple and beautiful. The only thing that's going to be a little confusing is just that whole process of generating a day and then giving the feedback and then having it revise and spit out a revision. Like that's not the next day yet. That's just the revision for that day. And then going on to the next day. Because there's different options here. And like that's what I have to make really clear. Like you don't have to select alternatives. You don't have to type feedback. You can just continue with the next day. Or you can select revision alternatives and then type in a revision. Or you could just select alternatives and then go to the next day. Like there's different options there, and that's the only thing that I see could be confusing. So I spent the last hour working really hard on the UI. I also need to think about the UX. So the UI is the interface. How nice does it look? The UX is the user experience. How easy is it to use the front end to accomplish the task that the user wants to accomplish? And that's something that I'm trying to really consider here as well, because I have to make it obvious. Like another thing that's really important to keep in mind is if you select alternatives and then tell the AI to revise the workout, it could replace your alternatives because it's going to take the entire workout into consideration and change whatever it wants to based on what it thinks could be better or based on the feedback that you type here. And so your alternatives are only safe if you select them and then click continue with next day. And that's something that I might need to try to figure out how to communicate as well. But aside from those little things of all the different options for creating these workouts, everything else is so simple in this workout application. I love it. So yeah, let me go ahead and change this text right here. So I'm going to go back to my code. Also, I realize I'm really sorry. I need to be zoomed in on things more, because that was a piece of feedback that I got in my last stream that I actually did appreciate. So yeah, like move to like 10%, or like yeah, 110% here, and then in my code going to yeah, like this big. Like I this is control minus and this is control plus. That's how I change the size of everything in VS Code. This is much more readable than this. Um, yeah, so I have to remember to do that because when I'm actually coding myself, I like it smaller because I see more text at once, more of the code at once. But when I'm streaming, I have to remember to just like zoom in through just one tick up. So okay, now that looks better. All right, so what I need to do now is I need to find the component that has that text at the bottom of the text input. It might actually be in prompt form. No, it's not in prompt form. Maybe it's in chat list or chat panel. Yeah, footer text. Okay, so there's a component called footer text, and I believe it's that right there. I think I found it. Open source AI chatbot built with Next.js. Oh, yeah, okay, perfect. So what do I need to do to change this? Um, yeah, I can literally just update this text right here. This is perfect. All right, so what do I want to say? That's another thing I have to think about. I'm just fixing my mat that I'm standing on here. All right, well, first I can clean this up. I do not need the external link anymore. I'm not linking to anything here. I mean, I guess I could link. This could be a good place to like link to instructions if I ever have like a doc that I'd want to have instructions for on how to do these kind of things, like with the stuff I explained that could maybe be confusing. But yeah, I don't need that right now. So I'll just say like provide input to Vi's workouts above, something like that. Provide input to revise workouts above um, after they are generated. This could be, I think that's solid. Provide input to revise workouts above after they are generated. Okay, that's good. I think it looks nice. I could probably think of a better way to word that later, but this looks good. And then the other thing I want to do is I want to make this button this color. I think that'll be nice. Just to add this pink in a couple more places, and then probably change something up here as well. At some point, I don't really know where I would do that. Yeah, so I'm going to change this button now. So that is within the prompt form. We have the button right here. And then for the class name, I'm just going to make it um, primary. Oh, I already forgot the name of my class. Primary color text. Well, actually, no, hold on. I need the color button because I want to change the background color, not the color of the text. Okay, that looks good. Nice. I like it. And then this plus thing right here, what does that even do? I don't want that. Where did that come from? Um, that makes a new chat. Is that what I was clicking on this entire time? Let me go back to the UI here. Um, I mean, I guess I can keep that. I don't know if that's gonna mess with things. Like if I have to like figure out where to put my code to like update all that functionality like here and in here. What does this do? Okay, let me go back to the code and see what that does. I might want to remove that, but also it kind of looks nice. Oh no, it just pushes new to the router. So I think that if I change my functionality for how I handle like a new chat anywhere in this code, this would follow the same logic. So I wouldn't have to do anything custom. So I think it looks good. The only thing I might want to change is this color of the plus. So let me go back. Um, where do I change the color here? I'm just making sure there's not another class that does that. I don't think there is though. So I'm gonna say, um, yeah, I'm gonna change the color of the plus. I think that'll look good. Let's see. Oops, I opened the wrong thing. Yeah, it's really subtle, but it looks good. Okay, I'll keep that. And then the other thing I might be able to change, maybe something up here I can make a little pink as well. And then maybe adding the Kaya Fitness logo in the top right. That could look good too. So let me focus on this component first. All right. Where is this? So if I'm in the top left, so in the header, I'm gonna go back to the header component. Um, the user menu icon, next chat, sidebar toggle. Yeah, okay, this is what I want to change. Sidebar, that's the wrong thing. Sidebar toggle. Okay. Oh, here, hold on. I'm gonna close the door. All right. There's other people in the house right now, so I just want to close the door for now and then open it back up once they leave so the dogs can come in so they're not alone. All right, so I want to change the color. I believe this right here, icon sidebar. I believe that's what this is. And then there is yeah, so I'll just say primary. Okay, I already forgot the name of the class again because I'm going to mix the color and text every time. Primary color text. Primary color text. All right. Um, yeah, honestly, the white kind of looked better. Hmm. Well, let me change this as well and then see how those two things look together. I want to change the background of the CO to be this salmon color, the Kaya Fitness color. Kaya Fitness is the name of my wife's personal training online business. So that's what I mean when I keep saying that. All right, so if I go back to the header, so I just changed this. So I need to go down a little bit to the user menu. I think the user menu is where I have wherever it says, yeah, get user initials, and then that is within this. Okay, background muted 50. So I just need to change this to what's my class again? Color button. Let's see how this looks. That looks bad. That looks terrible. But what if I just change the color of the text? Where did I set that? Font medium, uppercase, text muted foreground. What if I just delete that so it's black? That did not look good. Text black. I think that's all I need to do. Okay, that looks okay. That looks okay. I'm gonna try one thing. I'm gonna redo this, undo my changes there, and try changing the color of the email instead, because that is right here. So I'm gonna say primary color text both here and then also I guess right here as well. See how this looks. Looks good. I might feel like I'm missing a little something. Yeah, I feel like it looked better when it was white, honestly. Yeah, okay, that looked better actually. This primary color text that it actually looked better in the drop down with the pink. I like that for sure. Okay, that looks good. I'll keep that, and then maybe I will just keep the white here. Um, oh, what if I change the? I have another idea. Primary color text. Ooh, okay, that looks good. This is the move. Okay. Because yeah, I just want like a good amount of this primary color in the header, and I think this looks nice. That does look good. And so now the last thing that I'll do is I'll add the logo up in the top right here. I think that'll be a good move. Oh, well, thank you. My wife just commented that it looks good. Thank you very much, babe. I'm glad that you think it's looking good because that's where I've ended up spending a lot of my time today. Um, just to get things looking nice for the presentation here. All right, so yeah, I'm going to add the logo in the top here after I react to this message. There we go. I don't know. Actually, I think I just sent a heart to my own stream instead of reacting to the message. Wait, wait a second. I'm doing this wrong. I can't react to the comment because the reaction to the whole stream is like hovering over the three dots. Um, yep, I think I did the wrong thing. That's all good. Appreciate the feedback. That's looking good. All right, let me add the logo now. So I'm going to do that in the header again. And where did I do that before? I already forgot where I did that. There was a place that I deleted where I had like the Vercel and the GitHub before. That might have been in here. Shoot. Okay, I'm gonna look at the template again. So let me go back to the code. GitHub. Yeah, like these things I removed before. I want to figure out where that was before, and then just put the logo there instead. So I'm gonna go into oh, not the app. I'm gonna go into the components, and then within header, it was okay. Yeah, it was right here. So I had a div. Okay, yeah. So I'm just gonna copy this div here like this, and then within here, I'll just put like test for now, and I'll see if that shows up in the top right now. Um, it does not. It shows up in the left side. Dang it, I just closed out of the code. I need to bring that back because I need to make sure that it gets shoved to the right-hand side. That's what I'm looking to do here. So I'll go back into components and then header. I just have to figure out what classes they use to make it so that it actually went to the right side. Justify end. Isn't that what that's literally the thing I just copied. It should have worked. I'll try doing a paragraph here. Maybe it has to be an actual component for it to justify to the end. It does not seem to work. That's weird. Why is it stuck there now? I got the same code here. Because like what, I'm gonna try adding this back. I'm just gonna add everything back and then see if it works. Because maybe I changed something else that I didn't realize. This will just be a quick little test and then I'll remove it. Oh shoot. I'll just add these back, all these imports back in so it doesn't crash. Come here, date. There we go. Okay, so now I'll go back. Um, now these are to the left as well. So I'm missing something else. I deleted something else. I don't even know what I deleted. That's wild. What did I do to make it do that? Because I don't think I changed anything else. Hmm. I'm actually baffled by that. Let me compare the code directly here. Header, because like maybe I put something in the wrong spot. Yes, I did. I did. This needs to go here, and now it should look better. Ah, okay, okay. Yeah. So it was a super simple error, like I was thinking it might be. All right, so let me go back here. I'll undo all of this, all the imports and stuff, and make this div go here where it belongs. So now this other text will get shoved in the right spot. And I'm just going to say test. Let's give this a shot. So, yep, there we go. Okay, this is good. Now I can add the logo. So I need to go and actually add that into the public folder for my application. So where do I got that here? Public, and then these are all of the, yeah, I can delete all of these things. And actually I can make my own favicon as well. I'm gonna do that quick. So I'm gonna do because I have this logo here, and let me check the file type on this because I'm gonna do just like a search like PNG to SVG or whatever. So or to favicon. So PNG to favicon. I'm gonna make this a favicon. Whoops, I download. What did I even download? I didn't drop anything in there. Okay, so documents, and we got the logo and download. All right, so this is a zip file, and then I got a 32 by 32 favicon. So I'm just gonna go here. I'll just show this here. It doesn't really matter. I'll go to my user folder, and I call this trainer's ally. The front end is trainer's ally, and then within public, I'll paste the favicon. That's the wrong thing because that is the actual PNG. I need the .ico file. So I'll copy this, paste it here. That's going to replace the other one, which is good because I don't want that other one. And then all these guys can go. I don't need these anymore. And then I will add the logo in. So first I'm going to make sure that's not too big. Yeah, it's only 182 kilobytes, so this is good. Paste that in. Okay, so I got the logo.png. That's just this file um, right here. Looks good. And then I just need to reference that in the header here, which I got to remember how to do that. Um, because the way that you import images, there's a lot of different ways to do it. Um, hmm. I'm trying to look for an example where they're using images here. I guess like this right here, is that using an image? Let me look at this. No, it's just using an icon. That's not helpful. Icon Vercel. But is that actually an image that it imports? Let me look at the icons folder here. So I'll go to Vercel, or is that just a SVG? Um, yeah, it's just an SVG. So that's not helpful. I need one that's actually an image. Yeah, see, this is one of those little things where like I forget how to do something super basic, but I will just ask GPT to help me out here. So, how do I add a next image? Because I just have to remember how to import it and like the path to import and everything. So yeah, come on, give me. All right, so that's good. And then I add it to public, right, right. And then the source is, yeah, okay, that's good. Okay, that rings a bell. I mean, I've done this before. I just forget exactly how to do it. You do so many different things that eventually you can't remember everything that you've done. So let me go back to the header here, and I'll import this here. And then I'll just copy the code just so that I make sure I'm really accurate here. Image, and then the source is going to be logo.png, And the alt, I can just say logo. And then the width, I'll make it pretty small. I'm just going to do 100 by 100 and see how that looks to start. And then I'll probably have to add some styles to it as well. So let's take a look. I need this to refresh. Okay, so that's massive. That is fine. I'll cut it in half to start. See how this looks. Okay, that looks pretty good. I think I'll just make it a little bit smaller, like 40 instead of 50. And then I want to make it a little bit further from the left side there. And now it's a little too small, so I'm gonna just do 45. All right, and then class name, oops, we'll do margin right. Just do like 2 to start and see how that looks. It looks a little blurry, honestly. I'm kind of surprised. What if I don't know why, I thought it's a pretty crisp image. Wait, can I just make height auto? Hold on, auto. That doesn't work. I'm surprised that it's not super clear. It looks a little blurry. Why is that? Because the image itself is pretty high quality. I wonder if the resolution's not perfectly square, because that could be messing with it if it's not perfectly square. So let's go to the properties here and see the details of it. Yeah, that sucks. It's not perfectly square. Because if you don't have an image perfectly square and you force the resolution to be square, like with width 45 and height 45, then it can mess things up like that. So I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna actually edit this. Oh, I already have it open in GIMP. I want to make this square. That is bugging me. It's literally 2 pixels of a difference, but I think that actually does affect the quality a lot. So I'm going to scale the image. I'm going to make it 894 by 894. Okay, so now I will export as logo.png. I'm going to make logo fitted.png. Let me refresh here, logo fitted, copy, and then go back to public here and paste that. And then I'm going to delete the old logo for now, and then rename this to logo, and we'll see if that makes any difference. It looks good for the favicon. I mean, that's fine. All right, let me do a refresh. Okay, that doesn't seem to have done anything. It's still a little blurry. I guess I just made it pretty small, like the file itself. I don't like this. See, like this is massive and it looks fine because it's just super basic. I don't know why it's blurry here. Um, Let me analyze it. I'm not gonna spend much more time with this because it's pretty good overall. Um, yeah, I don't know. Hmm. Like, what if I don't add, or like, what if I make it like 100 and 100 again? Like, how does that look? It actually looks clearer when I make it big. That's weird. Let me bring it back to 40. I think that whole thing of fixing or trying to fix it didn't do anything. But like sometimes that actually does happen. Okay, I mean that looks good. And then I just want to add some text here maybe and say like Kaya Fitness. Or no, I'll call it Trainers Ally. And then this one is going to be class name, primary color text, margin right 2, and then font bold. That's good. Nice. And then I need the HTML notation for apostrophe because that yeah okay, there we go. Yeah, because Vercel will not compile your application if you have an apostrophe like this in the text of any JSX. So I need to do it like that. Okay, there we go. All right, we are looking good. I finished really most of the UI now. It's looking nice. So I got like really subtle pink colors everywhere. I mean, well, not like always super subtle, but like it's not like it's like pink everywhere. It's a nice salmon color in parts of the forms, parts of the input, parts of the header here. I might do something salmon later in the sidebar here. But like right now, this is really solid. This is looking sleek. So it's good that I got a lot of that styling out of the way, because now as I make things look better, it will it'll just be, or if as I make things work better, it'll just be more motivating because everything looks nice as well. The only other thing I could maybe like try to spend 5 minutes on right now is this part right here. Like, why is it cut off a little bit? There's no one watching the stream right now, so I can just frick with this for a little bit. Um, let's see here. It sucks because when I go into my developer tools, it's actually dead even. I really don't know what could be causing that. Like if I let me just try different resolutions and see. That works as well. Um, oh, it's actually cut off here. Yeah, okay, so if I go to an iPad Pro, apparently for some reason, it also has the same problem that I have in my monitor. So why is that? It really bugs me. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but that really bugs me. Man, I'm gonna try to fix some of the styles here quick. That wouldn't affect it. The padding, I just try messing with that because that's one thing that could actually affect it. Everything else, though, I'm getting down to the styles that are all crossed out and stuff. So I don't think this would even affect it anyway either. That's just weird. I guess the one question is like, what is off center? Is this form off or is my input off? I'm guessing the form is actually off. So I'm probably looking at the wrong thing anyway. Um, yeah, I think I need to be looking here. Because if I change the padding, it doesn't affect anything. Um, well, it might be this ML4. Why is it margin left 4? Let me take a look at that. That could be a part of the issue. So within the chat workout revisor, I don't remember where that actually comes from. I think it's actually the chat panel. Wait, no, no, not the chat panel, chat list. No. Chat. Dang. I know I've seen this a lot before. Let me close out of this. I don't need this one open. I've seen the ML4 before. I don't think it's this one though, because that doesn't have, that's just the list of chats. Um, it's not here. Hmm, why is it off? There's margin and padding, which is kind of weird. Like that would only shift it more to the right, which is what I need. So it's like it's not shifting it enough. Huh. Like this whole thing is just off. I don't know. It bugs me. That bugs me a lot. So like I could force it. I gotta take the whole form and just be like ML4, and that should shift the whole thing over. Actually, that didn't even move it. Hold on. Is that the wrong? Yeah, that was the wrong form. Because I need to revise the workout reviser. So let me go back here. So I could say like ML4, and then I'll move it all. Now it's too far to the right, actually. Um, so if I do like ML1, boom. Well, it's not enough. ML2, now it's going to be too far to the right. This is a tiny little game. Okay, so like now it's good, but then like watch what happens when I go back to something that's responsive like this. Now it's going to be okay, back to 100%. Now it's going to be too far to the right. So I can't win no matter what when it's messing with me like this. So I don't know what the problem is exactly. Let me go back to the chat list and say, hey, you can be 3XL. I want to see what it does quick. Like, is this centered? The answer is no. It's less obvious because there's more space on the left and right now, but there's still less on the right hand side. So that's not the problem either. If I just say XL, I want to look at this as well. That is way off. Interesting. Interesting. I wonder if this MX Auto is messing with it. No, that's not a problem. Okay, workout reviser. Um, what if I do this? What if I make it so it doesn't flex? Oh, it's still bad. Okay, interesting. I might just go with this. It's super minor. It's kind of weird though. But it's like on a different monitor. Like really quickly, I'm gonna test this on my laptop monitor. So I have like a bigger monitor, and then I have my laptop monitor where I'm not streaming. And if I do it here, actually, yeah, that is also too far to the left. Man, I don't know. But then like, man, then if I go here, then it's perfect. Look at that. All I have to do is change the resolution a little bit, and it is perfect. And this is the kind of thing where I don't think I could very easily ask GPT. Like this is such a specific UI question, and AI already does the worst with UI related questions out of anything you could ask it for coding. So I don't really want to go down that route of like trying to get it to work with me there. Yeah, because the other thing that's weird is like if I go back to the chat panel here, or no, the chat list, and I make that first display the workout form instead of the revisor form, this one is. Oh wait, no, that's also to the left. I was thinking that it wasn't, but it's just because it's like never um big enough to like scroll. So, man, what is the deal with this? Let me try removing the padding here and see what that does. Yeah, that's like even more obvious when I remove that. Actually, I kind of like that without the padding. Mm. I could make the bot card as well. So like both of these are wrapped in a bot card. Actually, let me try something. I'm gonna try removing the bot card and seeing what that does for it. Because in the end, maybe I don't need the bot card anyway, and that might make it look better. That didn't. It's still just like hanging over a little bit on the left hand side and then cut in on the right hand side. So it's not the bot card either. Um, man, it's probably not the padding. Try that though, just in case. Yeah, the padding is it looks terrible without it, but also even with the padding, it didn't help it. Um, hmm, interesting. I don't know. Maybe maybe I do just add like a little bit of margin, like ML1, and that because then it'll at least be like a little bit closer no matter what. Did that work though? ML2. Yeah, that looks good. Because now like here it'll hang over a little bit on the right. but like not by much. Like it still looks better. And then like here, it like actually looks perfect. So I think I'm gonna go with that. It's a little unfortunate. It's kind of weird, but that looks good. So we fixed that as well. Okay, so now the UI is done. Now the last thing that I need to do for this form, oh, actually, let me go back. I need to go to the other form. Let me switch the forms quick. Boom. The last thing I need to do for this form is make it so that it is actually populated with the workouts when they're generated for the first time. And that's going to be like really cool to get set up. Um, well, wait, let me make this. Hold on. Workout revisor ML2. Um, yeah, that looks good. Okay. So the last thing what am I saying? Yeah, so when the workout is generated, I need to have it auto-populate this so that the form is not just using placeholders. So it'll actually have the correct day here, and it will have the workouts that were generated from the AI, not that big JSON placeholder. And so the way that I'm going to do that is going to be through the AI state. And so in my actions here, I'm going to actually remove a lot of these files that I've edited. I don't need them right now. Um, yeah, I'm going to clear this out a little bit. So in my actions, when I build up the state by assigning all of the updates from my graph to my state object here, I'm updating that in the state of the latest message here. And then in my, um, yeah, and then so like this message itself is going to have all of the state in it. And so I'll just pass that into my component because look at this right here, message.content.map, and it's going to be a tool. And if the tool name is generated workout, which in my case it is, the name is generated workout, tool dot, wait, is this right? Tool dot tool name, tool dot content. Yep. So then I will pass in, I will make it, let's see here. Actually, I can do that. Hold on. I'm going to do this right now. Workout revisor, workout revisor, and then I need to give it the chat ID. So it's going to be AI state.chat ID. So chat ID is equal to this, and then the day is equal to the tool dot. Well, wait, shoot, this is not a. That is not. This is not a. It's not a tool result part. That's my own custom component. I might need to fix that, but it'll be tool dot state dot day. That'll be the day. Tool dot state dot day, and then the workout is going to be. Oh, they actually didn't give me an error. It must. Okay. Tool dot state dot I guess current workout, like that. Oh, it's because it's TS expect error. So if I delete this, then it'll get all pissed at me. Yeah. We'll only fix these. Workout revisor. Um, yeah, I mean, I do expect an error. I know this is correct now, so I'm gonna add that back in. Because tool is not a tool of type tool. Like in this case, I'm just kind of reusing the technology from the AI Vercel SDK with the LLM tool calls and the state that that tool call generates. But in this case, I kind of have like my custom quote unquote tool where it's actually going to be all the state that I need to produce that generated workout. So that's all good. So now in my workout revisor, I just need to add the day and the workout. And so the chat ID is that, and then the day is going to be a number, and then the workout is going to just be an object. I'll just keep it generic right now. And then it's complaining because I have that hard coded here. So I can actually delete that, or in this case, I'm just going to comment it out because that'll help me see the format that this is in if I want to change things going forward, or just like have that as a reference point. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this comment here and I'm going to just paste it at the bottom so that we can go back to that later as a reference point if I need. So that is good. And then it's complaining here. Yeah, makes sense. Workout for day. So I'm using the day here, and then the chat ID is going to be used in the actual function call once we revise the workout. So that's looking sweet. I don't need input here. I'm just clearing that out. Tooltips I might use later. That's actually another thing that'll be good to add to the UI is adding tooltips. Um, can't convert undefined or null to object. Um, yeah, so I need to do that. I need to get rid of this. I won't be able to display the form anymore because I'm adding in props that I don't just like have values for. Okay, so but now I just need to see why this is complaining. So no signature. Why is key number? Workout keys. Object.keys workout. Hmm, okay. It might be because it just like doesn't understand the state of the workout. Um, hmm. I might need to improve the type of the workout. Instead of just calling it an object, I might need to say like this is an object where each element is itself an array of objects. Maybe that would fix this problem. What is this? Why is this complaining? Okay, that's fine. It's just it'll probably go away with my other errors. Property map does not exist on type function. Did I do something wrong with my types here? Workout is of type object. Workout, huh? I forgot how to type these things. Gosh dang. TypeScript can be so annoying sometimes, honestly. Um, man, I do not like TypeScript. One sometimes, like sometimes it's great, and sometimes I do not get along with it. Like, what is this saying? Um, implicit conversion of a symbol to a string will fail at runtime. Consider wrapping this in string. What the hell does that mean? Yeah, I can wrap it in a string and it'll just be happy. Okay. Um, man, okay. I need to just make a type for this, I think. Um, yeah, okay. Well, let's try this. I'm gonna actually grab this entire JSON and I'm gonna tell GPT to make a type for it, and we'll see what it can spit out. Create a TS type for this, assuming the number of assuming the keys and number of items in I want this to be dynamic enough. Items in the array can change. And then I can just put this in my types.ts file. I think that'll be good. Um, yeah. Okay. This is nice. It'll be good to have this anyway, just so my IntelliSense is good and it's just it's clean code. Like I shouldn't be complaining that I have to do this. It's just a lot of extra work. So type exercise, workout section, and then here we got workout. Um, export interface. I like to make these interfaces instead. Boom, boom. On type, export type. I guess I should just do export type. And then export interface. Workout key string. This is the syntax I was messing up earlier. So you give it and you get a workout section as a list of exercises. Okay, that's actually this is good. I I appreciate this, so I should stop complaining. All right, so workout is of type workout, and then I'll just import that from the types. And this should make it stop complaining. Okay, it's getting there. It is getting there. There's only one error now, which is a lot better than there was before. So what's this now? String number can't be used to index type. Um, yeah, okay. I mean, that makes sense. So I just need to say that this is of type key string. No, that's not how I do it. It's an object of type key string, and that goes to a React JSX element. Okay, now there's just one error, key dot split, because this could be a string or it could be a number. That does not make sense. I never said that you could be a number. Why does it think that the key could be a string or a number? Interesting. Interface could be a workout, and this is an exercise list. That's weird. Why would key be workout.map keys? Um, oh, did I override? I think I over, um, it's like key of workout, type workout. Yeah, yeah. Okay, workout keys. Um, shoot. Oh, that didn't work. Array string. That should work. Okay, now we got no errors. It's an array of strings. I, yeah, it took a little bit there, but I got it. So now it is converted over. So no errors in this file anymore. So I've completely gotten rid of the hard-coded workout JSON. Now it is something that I pass into my workout reviser form. So we should be good to go now. And then I still got the reference here. So now in my actions, when the tool is generated workout, it will automatically pass in this component as the chat message, which is super solid. Let me make sure that there aren't any other TypeScript errors. Yeah, so these are the ones that I expect because it thinks that this is a type tool result part when it's not. But that's fine. In fact, actually, let me see if I delete this. What kind of errors do I get? Yeah, so obviously this is a common thing for the Vercel AI SDK to have the TS expect error here. So I give it the day and the workout, and this is all from the state. Um, okay, this actually could be working now. I'm a little nervous here. 'Cause this is a big moment. Like, because at this point I've generated the workout successfully. I know that part is working. The input form is working. I also know that my form that displays the workouts and allows for alternatives, like all that is good as well. But I haven't connected those two things yet until now. And so now this is the big moment to see if that is actually working. Because I create the AI state, I add the new message, which is the generated workout, and then, well, I think the only thing I need to fix here is I might need to do something different with the UI state. That could be, well, maybe not, because I think if I add it to the AI state, that'll automatically, um, yeah, because this component will come from this call, get UI state from the AI state. I just don't know if like it'll refresh. Like if I change the UI state or the AI state, does that also refresh the UI state? That is a question, a open question that I have. But the only way to really see that will be, oh, I can delete the add workout form. I don't need that function anymore as well. That was just for my testing. But yeah, that'll be the question. Like if I update the AI state, by creating this message right here. Let me go back up. By creating this message right here, is that going to redo the UI state as well so that it would pick up that new message from the AI state and display that? And I think it will, because I'm looking at this example function that I have here that was given to me in this template, confirm purchase. All it does is it updates the AI state with that system. Well, then it has this. Hold on, because maybe that when this calls in this call to the LLM, the result might be a UI state that like actually is the component. I'm wondering what is result dot value? Result dot. This is going to be a React mode. Okay. Let's try this out. Because if the AI state is not refreshed when and I just update the UI state with this system message workout generated, that's fine because then when I refresh the page, then it'll actually fetch the UI state from the AI states. Then I can see if the form worked. So I think I'll just do it that way to test it for now and just see. The other thing that I want to do is I want to log out the state after it is done generating. That'll be a good thing to do too. Because then I can just verify that as I run it as well. Okay. Um, hmm, all right. Let's see if this works. Big moment here. I think I'm good though. Let me just make sure this is right again. Current workout. That is going to be a JSON. In fact, I can even type that. I don't need to worry about that now. Okay. Um, well, actually, I could edit that quick here. So the workout state, the created workout, current workout is not just an object anymore. It's actually a type workout. And then this is a workout array. So that actually that's really nice typing. This looks clean. This is good. TypeScript is frustrating. Right now I'm kind of liking it though. I got a love-hate relationship with TypeScript because now this is so clean and my IntelliSense is going to be amazing and it goes so deep within the nested object. So that is cool. Okay, so anyway, back to here. I think everything looks good. So I should be able to go ahead and just run it and see what happens. Okay, so I have my front end here. I've got my Langserv endpoint. Oh shoot, this has been waiting the entire time for input again. I've had that running overnight. Um, I guess it's not a problem. Yeah, I guess it really isn't. Like it's just a program that's hanging forever. It's not like it's taking a lot of RAM or anything. So it's all good. Um, all right, so I think I'm gonna take a break pretty soon here. Gotta catch up on a couple of things and eat a little bit. And use the restroom. But let's see if I can get this to run and test this out. So first of all, I'm gonna clear up my browser a little bit here. Okay, oh, this is looking so much nicer now, like having the favicon and everything. I love it. Okay, so I'll clear this. I don't need that. I don't need this anymore. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna refresh. Make sure I'm doing this from scratch here. I've got yep, both are ready to go. Okay. All right. So workouts in the week, we'll do 5. Workout length, 1 hour. Full commercial gym access, wants to incorporate a lot of CrossFit movements, lean out and gain muscle for the goal. 200 pounds, 6 foot, 0 inches, male. All right, let us generate the workout. Boom, I clicked it, and then I'll update the UI to like actually be better there. Um, oh shoot. Unprocessable entity. Oh, hold on. It expects the current workout to be of type string. That makes sense. Give me a second to think through this because it isn't always a string because it eventually becomes an object. Yeah, let me go to my, because I think I actually need to change something in the back end here because the created workouts, it's not a list of strings in actuality. It's actually a list of objects, and current workout is also an object. It's a dictionary. I think that is more appropriate because when I actually update the current workout, like in my workout generator, current workout is workout. Um, my workout is the result of my day workout generator. My day workout generator um, uses a JSON output parser. And so the result is going to be a JSON. So I think my state was actually wrong. It needs to be not of type stir of string. Day is an integer, phase in it, that's good. That's good. That is also good. That's good. And then these are the main two changes. Everything else, strings, bool, strings. So that's all good. But yeah, that was incorrect. So I changed my default values to be better on the front end, but that broke my back end because it was thinking that this should be a string, but it actually isn't. So I think that is the problem. So I'm going to restart my endpoint here and then give that another shot. Let's see what's up if this works. So I'm going to click it again. All right, there we go. And now we're running. That's good. All right, this is the moment of truth. Got to wait for it to run, generate that workout, and then go on to the next day, and then it'll resume control back to the front end. Let's see what happens here. I want to print out, I'm going to have it print out the full state as well and in the terminal on the left-hand side here so we can see if that looks like what we would expect. Um, hey, it worked perfect on the first try. This is amazing. Wow. Wow. Okay. Okay. That is incredible. All right, so let me see what I got here. So for my state, oh, that's weird. Um, Interesting. Okay. Okay. Here's what's happening. So things are working really well. This is actually so cool. I am so happy with how this is working right now. This state, I update that with all of the keys from every single output of my log stream. The problem is it's more than just the state updates. Like we have like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever the heck these are. I don't really know what this is, to be honest. And then everything else is good. Everything else is actually the state that I want, like user feedback, created workouts, current work, like all that is perfect. And this is freaking amazing. Like this is so good. I just don't want these things as well. So I think what I'll need to change here is I only want to assign the what was returned from the output to the state if the key already exists in the state. And that should be a pretty easy question for GPT to help me with. But other than that, it is working phenomenally because it has created this second message right here. This is beautiful. That has all the workouts. Um, this is great. And then yeah, I have all the alternatives that I can select here. And then I have the yeah, like goblet squats. I'm just checking these workouts quick. Um, oh damn. Yeah, this looks good. Let's go. This is amazing. All right. Nice. And then this button doesn't do anything yet. That's the next thing to make. But this is the cycle here. You fill out this form, it generates the first workout, And then I think I actually want to not clear this form. I'll have to think about how to do that. I'll just disable it, but then have that so you can like have that as a reference of what you did for your inputs initially. So that actually will probably be the next thing I do after my break. So yeah, and then it generates the workout. You can select alternatives, provide your feedback. The feedback will go here as the user message, the first user message, aka the third message, because you have form, first workout, and then feedback. And then you'll have this form pop up again when it generates the revision. And then you can go and select any alternatives and then go to the next day. Yeah, this is amazing. This worked so freaking well. So I officially have it where I fully have a call to my Langstroth endpoint, generating the workout, and then coming in and populating a form. Yeah, this is awesome. Okay, this is so good. All right, so I'm going to take a break now. And when I come back, here's what I'm going to be working on. I'm saying this more for myself so I can remember. The first thing I'm going to do is make it so that this form does not clear when I submit. However, I am going to make it so that it's disabled. I'll have to think about how to do that. Like basically, I'll probably have some global AI state where it's like, or like if the message is greater than one, then make it so that like this entire form is disabled. So that's the first thing. The second thing I'm going to do is make it so that this button actually does something, so that I can continue on to the next day without providing any feedback. And that actually might require some changes in my front end. Or not my front end, my back end, because right now it like always goes to revise no matter what. So that'll be the second thing. And then because that's like the simpler flow. And then the more complicated flow is allowing the user feedback here and having that also trigger the graph again, but going to the revision with the user feedback. So that'll be the third thing I'll do. So I'm gonna actually make notes of that right now for myself. I'm just gonna clear these SVG things I have in my notepad here. So yeah, so number one is going to be uh, keep the form input at top after submission, but disable it after second message. Okay, so, and then the next thing is make the um, continue with next day button work. Probably need to change backend to allow skipping revision fully. And then the third thing is going to be implement the user feedback functionality. This is going to involve updating the user feedback in the database and having that pulled in the backend in the lane graph. Okay, so that's what I got going on. The one thing that's going to be a little bit tough with that, and I'll probably have to spend a decent amount of time with this, is I initially started by using Firestore. Oops. I dropped my fidget there. Okay, so initially I was using Firestore. So in my workout revision generator, I am pulling the user feedback and the current workout because I have alternatives that are stored here and the feedback stored here. I'm pulling these from Firestore and then incorporating that into the revision. The problem is my front end using the Vercel template, it uses Redis through Vercel KV. And so I don't really want to have both databases. I don't really want to use both. At some point, I might use exclusively Firebase and use Firestore for my database. The problem with that is it would take a lot of work to implement that because I'd have to change the authentication. I'd have to fully get rid of Vercel KV and figure out everywhere where I need to get rid of it. And I would need to implement Firestore for everything related to fetching the chats and adding chat messages and creating chats and clearing chat history, like all that stuff. I would have to entirely revamp this action.ts file for all the CRUD operations and then incorporate everything with Firestore and the permissioning and the rules and all of that in the Firestore UI as well, and also in all of my components. It'd be a lot of work. So I think I'm going to entirely rely on this Vercel KV for my database because it's already set up in the template. I've already been using it, and they've definitely created a good pattern of using it along with the Vercel AI SDK. So I'm going to maintain this instead of switching over to Firestore. What that means though is in my backend, when I'm fetching the user feedback before I call the LLM to revise the workout, I need to actually get the feedback in the current workout from the state of the last Redis message instead of from the state that I was updating in the Firestore database. And so I'm going to have to change my backend to use Vercel KV. I don't know how to do that. I'm going to have to look at some documentation for that. That's where I'll be spending a good chunk of my time this afternoon after I get through these other two things. Let me bring that list back up, which these won't take as long. This one should be pretty quick. Hopefully I can get it done within like a half hour. And then this one will take at least a good hour as well. Like I said, I'm here all day and all night, and then I'll be grinding this out. Because once I get these three things done, at that point, I pretty much have the whole process set up for generating a workout. So I'll have that whole cycle ready for generating a workout and then either providing feedback and having it revised or just having it go right on to the next day, either with alternatives selected or not. And then it'll spit out the next day and then repeat that cycle over and over until it gets to the last day. And then the only thing I'd have to do at the end of the chat there is spit out the entire workout in one message. And so I'll have something kind of similar to the workout reviser form where it displays all the workouts, but instead of it just being one day, it'll be every day together, and then it won't be a form because it'll just be the final result. So there won't be actually. Maybe I should make it so that it is a form, so they can select alternatives if they want. I think I'll do that. So it'll be a form where it'll just be everything, all days combined together. So that's what I'll do. And so then at that point, like it'll be done. And then the other thing that I have to work on, which will probably go into tomorrow. Actually, let me continue this list here because this is really good. I'm brainstorming here. So the fourth thing I need to do is at the end of generating workouts, spit out form for alternative still spit out form with every day, and so that'll be kind of like the end there. And then what I'll need to do at that point, now that I have like after I implement these four things, I'll be like done with generating workouts. But then I have the whole concept left to implement where you can create clients on the left-hand side. So instead of it just being chats here on the left-hand side with the workouts, there'll be clients. I can add clients, like new client instead of new workout. And then within the left-hand side, you would select one of the clients here, and then it would go to the history of workouts. So I'll change it to like workout history, new workout, and that'll be within a specific client. And so then you're generating workouts tied to that client, and you kind of have like a second level there in the left-hand side where client goes into their workouts. And so I have to implement that as well. So I'll say here, left-hand side, create new client, and manage workouts within clients instead of chats at the top level. I mean, this makes sense to me, and that's the most important thing. I just kind of have to spit out my thoughts here and really get a good order of the things I have to implement to make this complete. So left-hand side, create new clients, and manage workouts with clients instead of chats at the top level. Okay. And the other thing I need to do with that is whenever you create a new client, I'm going to make it so you can input this form so that basically this form would be populated by default with whatever you set when you initially create the client. And so that way, you don't have to enter in all the same things for the client every time you want to generate a workout for their week because most of the time you won't really need to change this stuff. Sometimes though you might. And so this will still be a form that is available for you to change anything because maybe they've graduated to the next phase or maybe they just for this week they have different access to gym equipment and so you want to change that and not necessarily have to go edit their entire client profile again, but that actually would be another thing to do as well is include create new clients. Actually I'm going to add includes client profile when adding new client and ability to update it. This pre-populates the initial input form for generating workouts. Okay. Now I'm going to save this text file so I don't lose it. I'm going to just put it in, I'll just put it here in Kaya Fitness. List, I'll just call it trainers ally to do. Keep track of things here. Sometimes you just need a notepad to track stuff. You don't need a Word doc or anything fancy like that. So This is a good list. And then at this point, after this, I guess I can just keep going here. I'm just doing a little bit of brainstorming to take a little break from actually coding. So the next thing I need to do after I have this fully working is I need to clean up the code, get rid of Vercel template stuff, and then I need to document everything. Backend with langgraph plus langserve, and the front end with the Vercel AI SDK. Okay, so that is that. So I'll have documentation for everything. And then also I'll create an instruction document on how to use the application. This is gonna be a grind going in tomorrow, getting all these things taken care of. Because just because I have it done doesn't mean it's ready to submit. I gotta make sure that my presentation is clean, my documentation is good. I have to make sure my code is really clean, make sure I fix things, and maybe even run a linter on stuff. Like it'll be a lot. And then the last thing that I have to do is create the 45 to 90-second presentation video for Trainer's Ally. Um, and then 10, submit the application to Nvidia. Submit code, post demonstration to YouTube, Twitter. I refuse to call it X at this point. Yeah, so and include link in submission. Okay, so there we go. That is my list right now. And I'm actually going to split these two because like this is all the work that goes into finishing up the application, like actually getting all the functionality there and good to go. And so that's going to be where all of my hard skills are coming in with all the coding and AI. And then everything here is going to be cleaning up stuff, getting the presentation, and submitting the application. And then yeah, like the instruction doc and everything. I think that'd be good to have just as a part of the repo. So that is my plan. This is everything that I got that I need to finish within the next. I got more than 24 hours still. I've got, let's see here. So it would be in 5.5 hours. Yeah, so I've got like a little less than 30 hours to do all of this, and I probably want to sleep within there as well. We will see. I've fiddled with the idea of pulling an all-nighter for this. But I'm making really good progress. Like the fact that I got this like first try this to work where it like inputs all the workouts, like that is really promising. And like this is dynamic. All the workouts are dynamic. I got my plans for what I need to do. I'm gonna see. So I'm gonna get to about like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock tonight and see how much sleep I'll be able to get. It'd be really nice if I could get 8 hours because then I'll be able to work my best to finish this off and then also retain all the stuff I'm learning from doing this. I'm pushing myself so much building this application. It is amazing. I've learned so much about LangChain, LangGraph, LangServe, um, Vercel AI SDK, working with large language models in general, using Nvidia technologies for working with large language models, learning about Llama and the different ways to prompt LLMs and how different models work with different prompt techniques. And I've learned a lot about fitness as well doing all of this. And I've learned how to make good UI and user experience more than I have before. Because this is just I've never made something like a chat application like this. So there's so many things that I'm learning. I'm just so excited about. And also learning a lot about like streaming events and stuff. And that's like a pattern I haven't done a lot with before. So yeah, it's just, this is great. And so I want to retain all of these things that I'm learning. And the best way to retain stuff that you learn is to get good sleep. So I really don't want to have to pull an all-nighter, but we'll see. I could definitely, like all this stuff together, I should be able to get done in a few hours. So if it's like, I think my cutoff is I want to, by noon tomorrow, be done with all of this so that I can focus on the last like 5, 6, 7 hours because I also have other plans at night on Monday. So yeah, I'll need to like within 3 to 4 hours like get this taken care of. So that's my plan is to nail through all of the stuff of actually getting the functionality and the UI and UX there, and then cleaning and documenting and presenting everything in a few hours. So that's my plan. All right, so I'm going to take a break now. I'm going to get food and I'm going to just chill for a bit. I think I'm going to leave the stream open because it'd be really cool to have this stream actually go for like 10, 12 hours and have that posted to YouTube. So what I'm going to do, this is going to be kind of silly, but I'm going to do a Microsoft Paint here. And I'm just going to, um, BRB. All right, here we go. BRB. All right, so I'm gonna mute. This is so stupid. Wait, can I full screen this? All right. This is silly. Well, I'm just gonna do this. Yeah, BRB. All right, so I'll be back, and I'm going to flip my camera like that and mute, and I'll be back. All right, I'm back for some more fun. Got some lunch, took a little break, did some push-ups because I am going to be standing here for so long. I need to do a little bit of activity at least. It's funny because while I'm making this workout application, I am working out less because it's such a grind. Oh, but it is good. It is all good because once this is done on Monday, tomorrow, I will take it easy for a bit at least. And then honestly, my plan is to still continue this and run with it, even after the Nvidia competition, because I'm making this for my wife, for her personal training business, and maybe even taking it further than that for other personal trainers. It's not just for the competition, but it is definitely driving me to work so hard on it right now. So yeah, it's good. All right, so while I was away, I actually thought about one other thing that I need to implement. Um, and I think I'll actually do it. I think I'll actually do it second. So it's going to be, I need that loading to work. So when I click generate workout, right now it does nothing. Everything triggers and it creates the workout, calls the LangServe endpoint, spits it out when it's done, but there's nothing in the UI that shows that it's loading. And so I need to change that. And luckily, I can do that with the streamable UI that Vercel AI SDK provides, and that confirm purchase action shows a really good example of. And so this won't take too long, um, but I really need to take care of that because otherwise there's like no UX. The user experience is terrible if you can't see that something is happening. So I'll say add loading indicator for generating workout using the streamable UI. All right, that's good. And then I'll just change the numbering of these bad boys and then we can get to it on the first item. Okay. And then that'll have to be the same for these as well. After the user feedback, it would need to say that it is including the feedback and revising. And then same thing with continue with next day. So I'll have to implement that as well. But I'm just calling this out specifically because this is the last thing for something I've already implemented. So that is that. Okay. So what I need to do as my first item here is keep the form input at the top after submission. And so, yeah, the thing I need to do, there's probably something pretty basic with this. There's probably something like form dot, let's see. I'm just looking at the functions that are available here to me because I want to like, because somehow there's like something automatic that's happening. When I handle the submit, it's just clearing all the values or setting them back to the default, right? If I go back here, yeah, everything's set back to the default, which is not ideal. So to start, I'm just gonna see if AI has the answer for this because it's possible that I could solve this in like 2 minutes by asking GPT, nice and simply. So, yeah, I'm just gonna go for it. I'm gonna copy everything here, go into GPT. I'll just do it in a new window here. I'll just paste the entire element and I'll say, when I submit this form, it clears the input. However, I actually want to keep the input. How can I do that with Zod? Let's see if it has an answer here, because that'd be nice to get this resolved here. And then the other thing would just be making it so that if the number of messages is greater than one, that it would just be disabled. So let's see what it says. Prevent form reset. Um, okay, yeah, here we go. I think that it would be this simple. So let me go back down to the form, and then I'll say, well, is this actually, hold on, is this should, or, well, okay, let me just look at the code it's spitting out. Sorry about that. If you can hear a dog in the background, that is just because babysitting a dog right now. and she barks at people a lot. My dog does not bark at people, thankfully. Yeah, okay, let me just see what this says here. Um, reset form with current data preserve. Oh, is that literally it? Is that the only change? What changes did you make? Let me just make sure. Keep it really concise. Um, add should register false to use form. Form.reset. Okay, but where is this actually referenced? Um, this line prevents the form from unregistering fields on unmount. Okay, that makes sense. So I'll add that, and then I'll add the other piece. So literally just two little changes here, and I should be good. Is this actually valid? Like if I should, yeah, that's what I'm worried about. It doesn't seem, oh no, that's valid. Yeah, okay, okay. So it should register false, or should unregister false rather, and then form.reset data. Perfect. Okay. On submit. Right, it's in the on submit that it does that. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Form.reset data. This is perfect. And then within here, I need to get the messages instead of just having that be a placeholder. And then, um, yeah, I just want to make everything disabled when the messages is greater than 1. So let me try that out. So, well, first of all, I'll just test with the button here. So disabled is equal to messages.length is greater than, or I mean, just if messages.length, because while it is 0, that means that this form is the only thing that is present. So that is good, I believe. Yeah. Yeah. That is good. Okay, so let me actually check this here. If I go back to my app, yep, it is disabled. And then I'll disable all of the, well, the other thing I need to check is if I do a new chat here, um, yep, it's not disabled. And then if I go back to this one, it is disabled. That is perfect. Okay, and so now I just need to copy this, and I need to add this disabled thing for every single one of them. So let's see if I can disable sex. Um, that did not work. Is there not a disabled field for a form field? Disabled is equal to, if I do true, um, that's weird that that doesn't work. It literally worked for this. Okay, messages dot length is greater than 0. Okay, now that's weird. So it's like this one can accept a 0, but then this one can't accept 0 for false. So I'll just make it 0, or I'll turn it into a Boolean across the board just to make that consistent. Sorry, I keep switching the wrong thing. All right, so let me copy actually this entire line here, and then every time there is a name equals, I want to place it below. So let me go to the first one here, do it here, and then do it here. All right. So at this point, like once you submit it, you can't change anything. That'll be the goal. And then also, actually, you know what I should do? As I should just have it. Yeah. I just need a global variable. Disable form is equal to, or form disabled is equal. This is the better way to do it. I just need to bite the bullet and take care of it this way because I also want to disable the form if it is currently generating a workout as well. Like right as you click submit, I don't want you to be able to change. I don't want the personal trainer to be able to change anything because whatever they do would show the input differently than what was actually used to generate the workout. Either if you change it while the workout is generating or after once it has generated date 1. So I'm gonna just do this here. So I'm gonna replace messages dot length is greater than 0 with this new variable form disabled. Except that, oh shoot, I can't do that in, gosh, all right, I can't do it here. I need to do it here. So, yes, boom, 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 boom. And then I need to leave this one, obviously. So that should be good. Now, if I go back here, everything is disabled, but at least it still shows you what there is. And then if I go to a new chat, nothing is disabled. So that is perfect. All right. And then the other time that this would be disabled is while the workout is being generated. And that actually nicely aligns with the next thing I need to do because I have to add in the whole UX around, hey, it is currently generating the workout. And that'll be using the streamable UI. And then I can kind of call a hook there that would then tell my component that the form should be disabled in that case as well. So I just add on to this Boolean determinator. So let's go ahead and do that. So the first thing that I want to do to figure out the best way to do this is just go back to that confirm purchase example. Because if I go to this example here and I click, um, I want to purchase some Google stocks, it'll output, um, I want to buy 300 Google. I want it to get, yeah, here we go. Okay. So when you click purchase, it creates a streamable UI where as it is making that purchase, it'll show the loading here. So if like I click this, you can see purchasing, purchasing, working on it, done, boom. And then it says you have purchased 300 shares of Google at 2,500. So I want to create an experience that is similar to that. Um, yeah, so actually, let me refresh this and see what that looks like when it's refreshed. It's kind of interesting because right here it didn't replace that purchase card. It just added another message, but then here it actually completely replaced it. That is weird. Hmm. Okay, I don't really know how it did that. That's kind of weird. Anyway, so I'm going to go to the confirm purchase component here as a nice little example. Stock purchase. And so, yeah, so what it does is it calls the confirm purchase function that is a part of the AI object. So that's within my actions here. I left this here as a good placeholder, confirm purchase. It calls this function, which creates a streamable UI. So it's a little piece of JSX that is injected somewhere in this stock purchase component. And the place that is injected is I can just find it by searching it. So purchasing UI. So yeah, if there is a purchasing UI, so if that streamable UI component is currently there, then it will render that out. Otherwise, it'll render out this whole thing where you can select the number of shares that you want to purchase. And so I want to do something like that, where if I am currently generating a workout, I want to replace this piece of the JSX, basically just the button that says generate workout. I want to replace that with a little loading thing that says that the workout is generating. So that part will be my streamable UI. Um, Yeah, so because that's what it does. Like it literally just sets the purchasing UI to the response.purchasing UI, and then at the end it will update the messages with the response.new message. In my case, I think I already handled that, right? If I go back up here, yeah, so I sent messages and then response.new message, and that would be the system message. So if I go back up to my code here, this right here, um, yeah, so that would be the system message. Okay, so I think that is good. Um, yeah, so that's the wrong form. I think I just gotta go ahead and do this now. So what I will do first is I'll copy what I have in this component right here. So first of all, I need a new use state, which is the loading UI. So I'll go back up to the top of the form here, and I will define that. So const generating UI set generating UI. and that's going to be react.useState, and then it'll be either null or react.react node. And then just like with the purchasing UI here, if that UI is defined, I need to display it. Otherwise, I'll just display that button to generate the workout. So I will say down here, generating UI, and then whatever the generating UI is. Otherwise, I'll display this button. Simple enough. Fix the indentation here. Okay, I think that is good. Let me see. That's how it was set up here. Yeah. I mean, they wrap it in a div. I don't think I need to wrap it in a div. It's kind of weird they do this, because why not just make the purchasing UI include that div as well? I guess just because it's standard across no matter what the streamable UI is. But this makes sense. So now I just need to actually set this UI properly. Or yeah, so in here, once I confirm the purchase, I get the response, which is the streamable UI. So within here, response is equal to await generate workout. So if I go to the generate workout function in my AI object, what I'm returning here is this create streamable UI. And so that is what I return. Workout generate UI response.purchasing UI. So yeah, what I'll do, let me see. Yes, yep. Okay, so set generating UI response dot, and then what did I call it? Workout generate UI. Okay, that's good. And so now at this point, it'll actually display the generating UI. Um, yeah, it's kind of tough because I actually test it every time I want to test this UI. I have to actually execute the function that calls my LLM. Maybe I'll make it so that it just like does like a little placeholder where it waits for now, kind of like what the confirm purchase actually does, because that's all mocked. My stuff, I'm doing my stuff for real, but as I'm testing things, I kind of want it simpler, so I'll probably do that. But yeah, it sets the generating UI, and so now it'll display that instead of the button. But I also want to, um, interesting. Okay, hold on, I'm just thinking about this here, because I could say the form is disabled just when the generating UI is there. I think that actually might be the move. Because does the purchasing UI ever get reset? Is my question. Like it never goes back to null, so maybe it like always ends up being defined. Let me see here. So in the actions, let me go back down to confirm purchase. So it's loading and it's loading, and then it's turned into a div. You have successfully purchased. Okay, so I could actually change this entirely. Form disabled is equal to um, not generating UI. Like literally that simple. So it is a Boolean and is based on if this is null or not. If it is not null, or wait, no, I want the form to be disabled if it is not null. Yes. Okay, so if it is currently generating the workout, um, no, I do, yeah, I do need this. So if it is currently generating the workout, it won't be null. So then this will be true, and so the form will be disabled. Okay, that is good. Okay, so now I need to go back to my actions here, and I need to emulate this basically. So what I'm going to do, I'm gonna not call the LLM right now. I'm going to comment this code out for now. Oh, I need to comment out more than that. Comment out this code for now, and I'm just gonna sleep for 3 seconds. And then what I want to do is I want to update the streamable UI. So I'm gonna go back down to the confirm purchase example, and then just take an example where it updates like this, purchasing dot update. Um, yeah, like this. Okay. Purchasing dot update, except it's not purchasing, it is generating workout dot update. And then I will do is so first it says generating workout. I just got to think about like another message to say because basically I want the loading message to change just a little bit, kind of like what it did in the confirm purchase, where it changed from purchasing to working on it. And so I just have to think about like if there's like a little bit of a different message that I could display, basically. And so let me think here. I could say I could honestly what I could do is I could say like, hey, I'm generating the warm up, and then I'm generating the balance and core, then I'm generating the strength portion, and then the cooldown. I could do something like that where I kind of act like I'm generating the different sections just to make it feel more dynamic in the front end. That could make sense. That's one thing to do. Um, hmm. Well, actually, I have a better idea. Because what I could do is I could say something like creating, like, okay, so first I'll start with the base message here, which is that I am generating the workout. And I'll keep this nice and simple. I don't need to like have variables put into it or anything like that. Um, Determining best exercises um, for client dot dot dot. This is kind of nice. And then it's letting you know like, hey, I'm working on figuring out like based on your input, what are some good exercises based on like their access to gym equipment or any injuries they might have that you specified in the extra criteria, all that good stuff. And then after 3 more seconds, what I want to do is call generating dot done. Because at first I'm just updating the state of this streamable UI, but then I want to actually say that it is done. So generating workout dot done, and then I will say um, workout generated. Boom. Like that. That is nice and simple. And then I also have the system message, which I guess I haven't really been using. I don't know. The main thing I want to do now is just get that streamable message with the spinner, especially. So that should be good. Um, what else do I need? I think that might be it. Purchasing UI, purchasing dot value. Do I return? Yeah, generating workout dot value. Okay, so I think that part is good. So now that should already be set up. So I set initially right when I call the generate workout function, I set the generating UI, and it doesn't wait for the entire request to finish, like all these awaits, because it's wrapped in this run async without blocking function. So this function basically immediately returns this result right here, which is interesting. Um, right. Yeah, it instantly returns this, and then it updates the variable that it returned over time in this run async function without blocking. And so I can immediately grab the generating UI. It isn't actually waiting for it to fully like, wait the 3 seconds and then wait another 3 seconds. It's immediately getting the generating UI, and then this is updated over time dynamically. That's the power of the Vercel AI SDK. And so then this will automatically be updated over time down here at the bottom where I'm actually setting the UI. So this is pretty dope. I'm going to test this now. And it's kind of nice because I'm not actually using the runnable currently. And so that way, I don't have to actually like call my LLM every time and like use all those credits. So it's nice just to test it this way. The only thing I'm worried about is like now the workouts is going to be a blank dictionary. I don't know how that's going to look. We'll see. It might crash once it generates the workout. I don't really know. But we'll find that out. So yeah, I think I'll just give this a shot. Okay, yeah, give it a shot. So first of all, I'm just going to restart my lang serve endpoint because I don't want that just hanging there. And then this front end should be good. Oh yeah, the other thing I was going to do is I was going to make it so that these pieces of state are not added to my front end state object, because I don't actually care about that. Um, yeah, because that's just going to make my state absolutely massive. So let me go back to GPT and ask that question quickly. Yeah, I'll go back to this example here. Um, yeah, so I want to update uh, object one with the key values from object two, but only if the key, but only with the keys from object two that exist already in object one. Okay, because that object got assigned that worked well, but it was adding in a bunch of crap from object two that I didn't want. So yeah, okay. Well, unfortunately, it makes my function more complicated. Because before I was just able to do it through a one-liner. I wonder if it could actually do this do this through a one-liner. Maybe you could help me out here. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of that's concise enough. That's not bad. Okay, I'm gonna snag that quick and put that into my code. Because that way my state object doesn't have more than it needs. Like if it includes like literally every single node that's called in my graph, this is just going to get really bloated, and all of this is getting stored in my Redis database as well because this all this state is put with each chat message, which I did earlier this morning. So yeah, I want this to be concise when I can. So I'm going to go back up. Well, actually, it's in the commented out code right now, so I'm going to uncomment it for a sec just so that I can add this in and see if I get any errors. So um, updated object. So I'm going to say state is equal to, I'm going to spread the state and then object dot from entries, object dot entries of chunk dot data dot output, where the key is already in the state. Okay. It does not like this though. Hmm. State implicitly has type any because it does not have it. Okay. Well, that's a bugger. Const new state. What if I do this? This might be the way to go. Okay, so the new state is equal to spread the state and then objects dot from entries. So I get all the entries where the key is already in state. And then yeah, okay, okay. That looks good. All right, that's good. And so I'm gonna recomment this code now. So now my state will be like just the things that are outputs from the LLM, and it doesn't include metadata like these are the nodes that ran in my graph. So that's good. Okay, so now I can actually run this thing and see if the streamable UI is working. So, because I wait so I give myself 6 seconds to watch this happen and make sure that it all looks good. Where does this spinner at come from, actually? That's something I was curious about. Do I just import this from... oh, excuse me, I just gotta sneeze quick. Okay. All right, never mind. I thought I had sneezed the second time. All right, spinner is imported from component slash stocks. Let me take a look at this here. I think it's probably really simple. Holy cow, yeah, it's just an SVG. Okay, so that's good to know. That's where that comes from. That spinner I'll probably be using quite a bit throughout all of the different components as it's generating workouts, revising workouts, printing the final workout, all that good stuff. Okay, so let's give it a shot. So I'm going to go back to my site here and I am in a new chat already, so that's good. So I'm going to select my outputs or my inputs, sorry. These don't really matter a ton, but I'll just kind of select the placeholders that I already have. And then I will click generate workout. Generating workout, determining best exercises for client. Workout generated. Okay, that was solid. Nice. Um, Interesting. And it did not, yeah, okay, no, never mind. Because it didn't actually like create a new workout here, but that's because it never put a second message out. So that is fine. That looked good. That was solid. Um, that was actually like perfect. I don't even know if I had to change anything. I guess the only thing that I might want to change is I don't know if I want that text to be centered. Because like in this example here, when I purchase, you can see that like it makes it left justified, which honestly, well, let me click it again. Oh shoot, I have to restart it. Okay, let me refresh here. What does this actually show when I click on it? Workout for day 0. Um, yeah, okay. So that's good. It doesn't actually crash my application when I return an empty dictionary. Oh, what's up, Jackson? Thanks for sending hearts my way, man. Glad to have you here. All right. Yeah, so it's good to know that if I am testing with an empty object, it doesn't crash my app. So anyway, I'm going to generate a new workout here. I'm just going to watch that again because it looked a little weird when I had the text centered. But maybe that's actually better than making it left justified. Yeah, I feel like this is watching paint dry more than the UHC last night, Jackson. But I'm just documenting my journey as I'm winning this competition. But yeah, appreciate you being here, man. All right, generate workout. Um, that's good. That's solid. Okay, cool. I'm gonna stick with that. I think that's good. And now I'm gonna actually run it for real, and see how long it really takes to do that. So let me remove these sleeps here, and then I will have this code uncommented again. Because what I'm gonna need to figure out how to do is update this at the right time. Because I can't just sleep a couple seconds and then output it. I need to actually um like update this like maybe after a couple of nodes run in here, something like that. Yeah, I'll have to think about that. Oh, thanks, Jackson. I appreciate it. I hope you didn't spend too much time going through it all. But yeah, this application that I'm making is actually I'm getting really excited about it. Because I'm gonna use it to save Sydney like hours and hours a week making these workouts for her clients. And actually, the way that I'm telling AI how to make these workouts is exactly the way that she wants them. So we worked together a lot before I was streaming all of this on actually creating the prompts, like the input to the AI, so that it was like instructed to do things exactly how she wants. So it's gonna be really, really cool for her. And then yeah, hopefully it'll win this competition as well. That's the goal. Yeah, so um yeah, I think what I need to do is like somewhere in this loop, I need to update the state. Yeah, I got to think about because I can't just do it immediately, or it'll basically go like straight from generating workout to determining best exercise for client. Like you never see this component because it would go so fast, this one. So it's like I have to wait until it gets through some of the outputs. Um, yeah, like, yeah, I guess I need to like see more like which chunks are logged out. So I might want to print these and then run it again and take a look. Oh, thanks, Jackson. Appreciate it, man. I have no idea what other people got going on. Oop, drop my fidget again. Yeah, like there's no way to see like what other people are submitting. That'd be really cool because I know what I'm up against. But yeah, it's only solo developers allowed. I think I said last night. So there's not a chance that like a team of 10 will come in and just crush it. So I got some faith that I'll be able to win it. Mhm. All right, what do I got here? So um, one thing I could do is the very first time that the workouts is defined, that it's not just an empty object, then I could update the generating workouts. That might be the move. So I'm gonna actually do that. So if the state dot current workout, um, I guess I'll object dot key. So if the workouts actually has keys in it, then I can update the state like this. That might actually work well. Because yeah, this when it starts, there's no keys, there's no workouts. Like there's not like a warm up portion or a strength portion. But once it comes in from the LLM, then it would be in state.created workout. So then at that point, I can say like, okay, I'm actually generating the workout now. Now I'm figuring out the best exercises for the client based on the input. So this, I think this is actually the move. Um, actually, ooh, other thing I want to do. No, I'm gonna leave it there. But what I want to do though is console log the chunks again, because I want to. I saw this before, but it's been a while. Like I want to see all of the output from my graph as it's going, just so I get an idea of like how often there's a new event from the stream, because maybe that could help me figure out like a better way to update the state here. Though this might actually be good enough here. So okay, I'm gonna test a few things at once. First, I'm testing all the chunks. I'm also testing to see if updating the state when the workouts are first created. I'm testing if this works well, and that gives a good user experience. And then I'm also going to console log the state and make sure that I'm not adding in all those stray objects from the event stream like I was before with this new line of code that I got from GPT. So also verifying that. Always verify output from a large language model and don't just trust their code blindly. There's a reason why AI won't replace developers for a long time is because it hallucinates. You can't trust it, even for coding some basic things sometimes, like this one line of code. I've seen it mess up with stuff like that before. So anyway, that should be good. All right, so my LangGraph endpoint is restarted. Yep. All right, I'm good to generate another workout. So I'm going to delete a couple of these here just to keep my database clean. Um, yeah, I don't need these. I also don't need this one either anymore. That's kind of an old one. Then I'll delete this guy too. Okay. All right, so I'm going to refresh, brand new workout. All right, and then I'll just do all the same inputs as before. So a lot of things that I'm testing at once. So I'm going to go through each of them one at a time and check my output as it goes along. So I'm going to click generate workout and then immediately go over to my terminal and watch it go. So let me go here. Okay, here's my back end, here's my front end. Okay, so these are all the events that are being spit out. There is a crap ton. This is insane. Um, oh, I needed to watch the front end too. So I didn't see how quickly it switched from generating workout. But that's all good because I'll test the other two things quick first here. Okay. Okay. Um, that looked good. Couple problems though. Well, actually, one problem. This form is not disabled because it looks like the the generating UI actually did go away. I thought that it was like forever saved. Oh no, it's because the router refreshes itself. That's why. So yeah, yeah, okay. So I'll get to that in a second here. The other thing I need to check is if my state looks good now. So yeah, day phase. Okay, this is good. So this is the new updated state. It doesn't have any stray keys from the graph output anymore, as it was outputting the results from the nodes. So this looks good. That's solid. And then my list of messages is just a single message now because it is the tool. It is the output of the first workout. So that looks good. Um, what else is there? The other thing I was checking was the chunks. I wanted to see all the chunks that are actually outputted. And it looks like there's a lot. So the first one is, hey, the chain is starting. So that makes sense. And at this point, workout's still an empty object. I want to see when it switches from an empty object. At this point, weird. Okay, it actually, that is weird. There's two runs going on. I think that's, why is there two run IDs? Okay, because I'm looking at my LangServe endpoint and it's only running once. Like you only see entry point once, you only see workout generator once. And then this first route to revise is actually the router running. And then this one is the, well, yeah, I don't know why that's there twice, but it looks like it's only running once. But there's two run IDs here, which is kind of weird. So on chain start and then on chain end. Weird. Okay. So it looks like there's one like that like quote unquote test run. I don't know why it's doing that, but it's like starting it and then immediately exiting, and then the other one actually continues, which is really weird. Um, okay, yeah, I'm not sure about that. Okay, so at this point, workouts is not being created. It's still empty here. Still empty here on chain stream. Data is empty. Okay, and then at this point, we finally get to the workout generator, and now the workouts is defined, and then the chain ends. Or actually, it keeps going from start to end. Honestly, I don't really know what all these events are supposed to mean. It's weird that like it seems to keep like starting and then stopping, but I know for sure it's only being executed once in my Langserve endpoint, so there's not an issue there. I think it's just I don't understand the way that it outputs the stream of events. The thing that does matter though is I'm able to capture all the outputs. So I'm able to capture like the day updated to one, the current workouts is now a filled object and not just an empty object. The created workouts contains that first workout, so that's all good now. Um, yeah, okay. So there's two things I want to do. First, I want to fix this, make sure that this is disabled even after the streamable UI goes away. And then the other thing I want to do is generate a workout again and make sure that it doesn't immediately switch from generating workout to generating workout dot dot dot, finding best exercises for clients. So I'm gonna go back to the workout form here up to the top, and I'm gonna say the form disabled is equal to if the generating UI is defined, or if the messages dot length is greater than 0. Messages dot length. Yep, okay. And then I'll just wrap this in parentheses. Just because it's a little bit more of a complex Boolean operation there. Okay, so that part is good now. And then I also don't need to console log the state anymore because I'm confident that that part is good as well. I just checked that. So this line is good. GPT did not give me bad code, which it usually doesn't. So I'm not surprised, but that's good that I verified that quick. All right, so I'll refresh that and then I'll restart my Langserve endpoint and then go back to my front end. I will um, okay, yeah, that's good because actually my code change already proves that this is good. The only thing that sucks though, okay, I realize what's happening here. The form reset itself, and the reason it reset itself is because once the first message comes through, I refresh the router so that like that chat actually loads on the left side there. But that's kind of a problem because if I go to yeah, if I go to chat right here, once the message length goes to 1, it refreshes the router, and that kills my form input. So that goes away. I don't like that. I don't know why it has to refresh the router. But also, the user could refresh their page at any point anyway. So it's not like I could just figure out a way to not have to refresh the router here and then call it good. Like I guess if I really want that form input to be saved, I need to I need to actually make it persistent somehow. So how would I do that? Um, hmm. Yeah, because it's not actually, the problem is it's not actually a message that's saved to the database because I just have this as like a default thing here. Um, hmm. What I could do is I could make it a part of the state of that first message. Okay, let me come back to this because what I want to do first, I just want to make sure that that the generating workout isn't immediately replaced. So I'm gonna delete this workout for now, create a new one, and then fill in the inputs again. All right, all right. And let's see how long this takes to replace. Okay, that was pretty quick, but it wasn't like super immediate. I mean, it's decent. It mostly just hangs out here, um, as it generates the workout. I don't know. I don't know if there's like a super better way to handle it. Because if I wanted to get really complex, what I could do is, um, I could actually like track how long it's taking, and then like if it surpassed the second, then switch to the next thing. I don't know if that would really be worth it though. Um, Let me go back here and just think about it for a second. Otherwise, I'll probably leave it as it was because that was still like it was still a bit dynamic where like you saw the just generating workout for a bit before it had the second message pop up. So I guess that was fine. The other thing is I could have some sort of progress bar. That could actually be cool. Um, hmm. Well, the problem is I'd have to know if I want to have like a progress bar where I say like the percentage that's filled, I would need to know how many outputs are actually being streamed. And that could change every time. I don't really have that's not deterministic necessarily, so I can't go off of that. So I think I'll probably leave it here. I mean, it's solid. Um, yeah, I think that's good. Okay, so the next thing that I need to do is when the router refreshes, I need to I want to save the in the messages here. I want to save the input state. So I got to think about how to do that. Input data. Actually, literally what I could do is in the AI state. I think I'm going to do this. In the AI state, I'll just have the input data as another piece of the state. That would be that'd be smart. Because yeah, the AI state itself is saved to the database, isn't it? Actually, where is the AI state saved? Um, Hold on. Well, now I'm worried that some of the AI state is not persisted because the messages is persisted. Ah, man. Okay. AI messages. Um, can- on set AI state. The hell, yeah, like once you refresh the page, I'm curious, like, how does it fetch the AI state from the database? Because it seems like it's just reset back to the defaults here. Hmm. Where's get? Okay, get AI state. Where is this function? It is from. Okay, so that's directly from the Vercel AI SDK. So I wonder if that maybe handles fetching it from the database. I don't know, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna add a new piece of to the AI state, um, and I'm gonna call it input. And input to start is just gonna be um, well, hold on. Default. I actually need to extrapolate this. Default workout input, and I'm gonna add that here to action. So export const, or actually I'm gonna put that above the workout state because this comes first. The input comes first. Export const default workout input is equal to this object right here. And then I'll save that and then import that in here because I'm going to use this in both places now. Oh, why is it pissed at me now? Come on. Um, or undefined. No, it's not going to be undefined. Huh. That's a bugger. default values, workout input schema. Yeah, okay. I think I just need to add the type here, right? Why is it erroring? Workout input schema refers to a value, but is being used as a type here. Yeah, okay, because I have to say type of workout input schema, right? Isn't that correct? Oh, well, damn, that's not it. Um, type of z dot infer. Oh, yeah, right, because I need to do it like this. Now we're good. There's still an error in the code way down here. Oh, yeah, because I just added that. Duh. Okay, so I had the default values now. And so the input is going to default input, default workout input. Okay, there we go. Now the problem with this is I need to add this to the AI state. So now we have the input, and that is going to be of type, and then I have to infer that from the Zod schema again. So let me go back down here. Okay, so that fixes that error. And then I just need to set the default in the page because the input is going to be the default workout input. Okay. Okay. I think that is good. So now in my workout form, my default value will actually be based on the AI state now. Like I actually want the default values of this form to always be my AI state. So I need to actually fetch the AI state, and I have to remember how to do that now, which one of these gets the AI state. Because I have use UI state, but I also need use AI state. Um, which one does that? I know there's one that does. It wasn't, was it chat? AI state. Yeah, here we go. So this one references the messages of the AI state. Yeah, yep. So this is good. So I just need to copy this. Oops. Um, and then add this here. So AI state is equal to use AI state. Update that from, I have to import that from the Vercel AI SDK. And then the default values, I'm going to say the AI state dot input, or if that isn't defined, then I'll just use the default workout input. So I think this is good. So now when I refresh the page, or if the router refreshes, the form should have the right default values because my state now maintains the input that I gave it. And so this very first function, oh, this is the wrong file here. My very first function that generates the workout. I'm not going to call this function ever again. I'm going to have a different function that'll be used to actually continue with revising the workouts and generating the next day. This function is solely used to create the very first workout for the week. And so that's the only time I need to actually set the input of the AI state. Wait, hold on. AI state dot get messages state and then input data. So input is going to be set to input data. Okay, I think that is good now. So now I'm actually updating the AI state. Let's see if this works. I have no idea if this is going to work because the only thing I'm worried about is that maybe like this AI state's not saved to the database, and so when I refresh, the only thing that's persisted in the database is the messages, just from what I saw. So this might not work, but I will give it a shot. But I will have to generate a new workout now to do that because otherwise, with the previous workouts I have generated, I wasn't setting the input as a part of the AI state in this function. So I'll have to redo that here. Yeah, okay. All right, so let me do that. So I'm gonna go, oh shoot, I'm getting an error. I hope that doesn't stay. Sometimes I just refresh and then it's good. We'll see here. Okay, so let me restart my LangServe endpoint. Oh no, it is still failing. You're importing a component that needs server only. And I'm doing that. from, oh wow, this is messy. Oh, I don't know where this is coming from. Did I do something wrong? Ooh, it's possible that use AI state is only possible in a server component. That might be my issue. Let me try that. Because I'm going to, in my workout form, I'm going to delete this and then delete this and see if it fixes that error. Because if it does fix the error, then that means I have to actually like fetch it from the UI state somehow. I think that's the only thing I really changed here. I don't know what else could be. No, it's still crashing. This error is really not helpful. That sucks. The error is coming from, oh man, libchat. Which one's the top? Maybe components chat. Let me check that. Why are you erroring now? No, you're fine. Go away. Um, what did I change here? I haven't changed anything here, right? I changed something in the chat list, or no, in the page, I mean, because I updated the input here. Oh man. Yeah, I'm not really sure what else I updated then. I'm gonna try undoing stuff and seeing if it fixes it. I was not expecting this. I thought I'd be cruising for this item. Unfortunately, not. But that's the way it goes sometimes. Undo that. Okay, so I'll redo that if I need to, and then in my workout form, um, yeah, I'll just undo this stuff. Okay, let me see if that fixes the error. It did fix the error. Interesting. Okay, I don't like that. Okay, let me redo everything here and see if that fit. Wait. Huh. Did this break it? I have to figure out what causes the problem here. That didn't fix it either. Man, what the hell? Did this break it? So what happens if I entirely undo this? Does it still crash? That's the question. Because I might be isolating the problem to, nope, no. Okay. Uh, yeah, I think the problem is, wait, I don't know if I can use the AI state in a UI, in a client component. That might be the problem, but that sucks. Um, man, can I? Well, wait a second. Does this break? This might break it too. I think let me see. Oh. I need to import this default value from somewhere else. I think that's my problem. Um, so I'm gonna const AI state is equal to use AI state, and then I'm just gonna say AI state. I'm gonna try this. This might, and then in my actions, am I still setting the AI state? I have to make sure I didn't undo that part. Input, yeah, that's good. And then in here, input, that is also good. And then am I still setting the AI state in the page? Yeah, yeah, okay. Or the input, the AI state, yeah. Okay. All right, so that is good. Why is it disabled? Oh, yeah, because I've generated a workout. Okay, interesting. Um, that's uncomfortable because it's not using the AI state for, oh, okay. AI state dot input. That's still not working. Uh, okay, I'm gonna console log the AI state and see like maybe the whole problem is I can't actually get that in the front end. That could be an issue, or that could be the problem. It's not an issue. I have workarounds for it. Well, let me see. Okay, so an object, it starts with just chat ID and just messages. Why are the initial values not working? The initial AI state is this AI state, and I have more defined there. Hmm. 'Cause for some reason it's giving me the messages array and the chat ID is the only things in the initial AI state. But it's clearly I clearly have more than that defined. Um, I don't know, am I setting the defaults wrong somehow? Default workout input. I think I'm doing everything there right. I'm not sure. Um, so AI state is not what I thought it would be, is what it comes down to. It seems to be only capturing part of the object. Because like what if I go here? If I change the workout. Huh. Okay. So it seems like once a workout is generated, then it updates the input. Let me try a new chat. No, yeah, same thing. It's empty. Okay. All right. Well, I have an idea. What I'm going to do in actions, I'm going to take the default state, put it in here. Uh, Default workout in. I'm going to do this. Okay. So now it should be AI state that input is not defined. Then it'll go to, there you go, the default workout input. So this is good now. So now I'm going to actually try running in a workout and see if it works. And I'm going to print, it's going to print the AI state out as well. I believe I'm almost there. I want this problem out of the way so I can move on. Okay, so generating workout. Yeah, that looks good. That is nice actually. Okay. And so it's going to print the AI state out to the console in my browser actually. So I need to be ready for that. So let me actually go here because right now it's just the chat ID and the empty string or empty array for the messages. But then once it generates and refreshes the router, it should update. Input it. Well, actually that sucks. It's like it's lagging behind because now it's set to the initial AI state. It's not set to because I explicitly changed it. In my code at the end of the generate workout function, I set the input to input data. It's like it's always behind one step for some reason. Hmm. I'm curious now. What happens if I'm gonna try typing a message? Oh, I got an error. Failed to process errors. What the hell? That's not expected. I think it's probably just because I have like custom tooling and stuff now, so it crashes the call their LLM setup. But that's fine because I'm not using that anyway. Like yeah, like that's just code I'm gonna get rid of. So because it's mapping the messages, and then this is all getting messed up because they're not tool calls. Okay, that makes sense. So never mind. But the weird thing is though, this AI state is not updating the input. I specifically told you it might really just be that it's not saving that part. So I think I need to actually add this to the messages. Okay, I'm gonna bite the bullet and do that. I just need to do it. And so that means that I'm changing the input. Um, I'm no longer including this. This will simplify my code anyway, so it's fine. And then my chat, I don't need on the page, I don't need this input anymore either. And then in my prompt form, or no, not in the prompt form, in the workout form, that is good. No, that's fine. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So actually what I'll do is just in the first message, I'll store that input. I think that's the goal. So let me check if I'm gonna make sure I'm not including this anywhere else. Yeah, so I don't need this anymore. Yeah, I don't need that anymore. It shouldn't give me any errors. I shouldn't be using it. And then that's all good. Okay, yep. So that's cleared now. And then within my first message, in my state, I guess I could just put it in my state. I'm shoving everything in my state, but it's fine. It doesn't really matter because what I'll do here is I'll just say that state dot input is equal to um, JSON dot, or no, I'll just do input input data. Okay. Property input does not exist on type workout state. Yeah, that makes sense. Problem is, well, workout state, I'm just going to change this type so that the workout state can include an optional um, input. And this is just going to, I'm just going to make this an object. Or, well, no, I can actually infer the schema, or infer the type from the Zod schema, because that's defined in types.ts. So this is actually fine. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And so then within here, I don't have an error anymore because I'm setting the state the input exists now, basically. And so now my first message is going to contain the state of the form. So in my workout form here, I can say that it is either going to be messages 0 dot, oh, come on, IntelliSense, help me out here. Messages 0 dot, oh, okay, that sucks. I thought the IntelliSense would help me out here. I'm going to delete this console log as well. So this first message is going to have a content dot content. This is kind of it. Honestly, this is a little messy. Because oh man. All right. I'm gonna print this out too. Okay, because in the content I have the well, it's actually state dot input. Okay. Oh, hold on, it just freaked out on me. Whoa, state. Okay, that is messy. So I get the first message, and then in the first message, I'm getting the first content. And then within the first content, I'm getting the input of the state. Okay, well, here we goes nothing. Shucks, I got an error. Well, not read property of undefined, reading 0. Oh yeah, because if it doesn't have, right, all right. Well, how is messages 0 defined? Um, content. Messages will always have, hmm, hmm. Well, what is, I'm going to console log messages 0. Errors, errors, errors. What is this? Workout form 49. That's not what I thought it would be. Damn, what the hell? Oh, it's because I'm getting the UI state. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm trying to access things in the AI state, but this is actually the UI state. So it's just returning a card to me. That's not helpful. But then that goes to my other problem, my old problem where the chat list is outdated. So it's like, oh shoot. What? It's like my form is destined to have outdated information, so it's not able to populate with the initial input. Damn, there's got to be a simple solution to this. I'm overthinking this a lot, and I keep doing that because I got this list of things I got to do. Um, I mean, I did number 2, which is good. Actually, I'm gonna add an X to that. Number 1 is what I'm trying to just like finish up here and nail down. Um, hmm. 'Cause I just want to save. Maybe I could change something on the UI state. Yeah, let's do it that way. This would actually simplify things a lot. I'm gonna update the UI state instead of the AI state with the input here. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to types here, and then this input I'm gonna use still. because I'm going to use that on the UI state. So now the type of the UI state is going to have an optional input. Okay, this will be good. All right, and then in my workout form, current messages UI state, and then current messages response dot new message. In my prompt form, or in my actions, what's new message? Result dot value. Or wait, no, that's the wrong function. System message dot value. Wait, that's, but it never it doesn't save that. That was my problem before where it wasn't actually saving that. Um, man. Get UI state. Wait a second. Uh, bring all the code back. I actually want the input. State dot input. Oh, shoot. Okay. Bring it back. Bring it back. I have an idea. I know what to do. Um, cannot find name input. Input data. Yes. Okay. So the first message is going to have the input data. And the reason for that is I'm okay. And then in my workout form, hold on. I'm getting this now. I'm finally getting this. Messages zero dot input. In my actions, I still want the UI state to have an optional input. It is going to be inferring the type. Okay, we're getting somewhere because now I'm actually going to change it here. So input is equal to, and then it's going to be the message dot content dot oh man, okay, I need to look at the UI state again. What am I doing? Dot state dot input. And then I'm expecting an error here. Oh, that messes it up big time though. Why is it? Shoot. Um, man, I'm getting, how do I ignore? So I'm getting the same problem where I need to ignore the error because this is not actually a type tool part. It's tool dot state dot input. And then in here, I'm getting it messages zero dot input. But this sucks. Um, okay, I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna ask AI a question. I'm spending a lot of time on this, unfortunately. I really wish I wasn't. How do I add a TS ignore error on the line? And then I need to get the um, this bad boy right here. Yeah, that's the thing. I thought I did that. TS ignore error. Oh, that's why it's, yeah, I need to add it like that. Okay, that is annoying. It just feels like kind of jank, but I need to do that because it's not actually a tool part. But this way, if I ever end up implementing AI, it would be like a regular LLM call, then I can still use the tools and stuff. Yeah, so I think this is good. Um, okay, and so then in here, I don't use the AI state anymore. I just console log messages 0. Okay, so this should be good. Let me try this out now. So I'm going to go back here. I shouldn't have an error or anything anymore. Um, oh, frick you. Yeah, it's not supposed to be set yet. I just add those. Yeah, so I allow it to be empty. Now we're good. Okay. Okay, so input at first is going to be nothing, but it's good that it's there now. Um, yeah, that's all I need. Okay. And so I'm going to delete this guy here and then make a new workout. Okay, so at this point, message is 0 is undefined. There's not a first message yet, which is why it's printing undefined. So that is good. The only problem is, why are these default values not populating? This is annoying. Um, shoot. Okay. It's because it's because this is not actually, hold on. Undefined. This should fix it. Refresh. I didn't fix it. This should fix it. Right. How is it still you trying to use the messages input when the message? Okay, there we go. Now I just had to refresh it. All right, so now we're good. I'm getting an error, and that um I don't care about that. Two errors. Yeah, yeah, no, I don't care about those. Never mind, never mind. That's all fine. So let me just generate the workout and watch this go. Boom, 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 and then within. Oh, it already started. I don't think I clicked generate, but I guess. All right. Okay, looking good. Looking good. All right, there we go. I got it. Thank goodness. Holy cow. The input is saved now. Now my form, it generated the next workout, but I can still scroll up and see all of the prior inputs. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. All right. Well, okay, it's clicking with me a lot more how the Vercel AI SDK works. So I really have to like update the AI state, but then make sure I transfer that into the UI state if I need to actually leverage something. Okay. So we are good there. Big fat X there. All right. Um, I really need to sit down for a bit. The problem with sitting down is my camera that I have right here is hanging from my blinds holder, like the big rod above the window. And so I can't really adjust the camera down as I move my standing desk down. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just stream for a bit with my camera off. So I'll just flip it like this, and then when I'm ready to stand up again, I will turn the camera back on. So yeah, let me adjust my desk here. I've been standing for hours and hours today already, so I'm gonna sit for a bit. Actually, I'm gonna do some push-ups quick too. All right. Got some push-ups in, ready to move on. Gotta catch my breath for a sec, though. All right. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes now. Let's go. Jeez. All right. Okay. So the next thing I need to do is make it so that the continue with next day button works. And so what that would mean, that would mean that I don't want the AI to revise the workout. Um, huh, let me think about that. Okay. I think I actually need to switch the order of things here. Because if I want the AI to not revise the workout, I could do that through setting the user feedback to like a special keyword that says something like don't revise. And then in that case it wouldn't change the workout. But that means that my backend needs to I need to set up my backend to work with Vercel KV. So yeah, I'm gonna actually switch the order of these things. I was doing the other one first just because it was simpler, but actually both are gonna need to make it so that I can use Vercel KV instead of Firestore for the database. Okay. Um, with that being said, man, um, I need to check something first because I believe that the way that I determine the ID of the chat in the database is using the exact same thing that I use for the thread ID. So what I pass in as the thread ID to my LangServe endpoint, that's also going to be the chat ID, which is helpful then because I can use the thread ID to query the database for the chat to get the user feedback for the backend. Okay, let me verify that here. So chat ID save. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I just need to know how to use the Vercel KV in Python. Yeah. Okay. First thing. Yeah. Okay. A little bit of research time. Vercel KV. Well, this is a nice break from coding anyway. I've been coding for so long that just looking at some documentation will be nice. This is better. Hope this isn't just a JavaScript library or I'm screwed. Oh, damn it. Ah, it is just a JavaScript library. So I guess I'll have to use Firestore anyway, which is that's not ideal. Seriously though? REST API. Well, I guess I could do this. I could fetch it through a REST API. Oh, I don't know if I want to. Maybe this is actually this might work. This might work. I guess I could try this quickly in just some test Python code. Hmm. Why is it? Okay. That's kind of confusing. This documentation's a little confusing. Is that I don't know if this is like path get key. Hmm. I wonder if they have examples. Vercel KV REST API example. Let's see if there's something here to help. No, this is not using the REST API. Wow, this is dense. Yeah, that's not what I was looking for at all. Okay, let me go back to the code. Maybe looking at how it's used in the JS will help me with the um yeah, okay. So I think I just need to like to get a chat, it would just be chat colon ID. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna give this a shot. I have no idea how this will work, if it will, but if I can get this working, that'd be really nice. So I'm gonna create a new file. I'm gonna call this vercel kv testing.py. If name is equal to main, then run the main function, and then I'll define a main function here where I will do my requesting. I'll import the request module, which should be the only thing I need for this testing. So let me see. Um, well, actually, no, I need .env as well. So let me get that set up. Where are you at? Where do I define .env? Shoot. Oh, okay. I load the .env file, import .env, then I'll import the OS module as well so I can access my environment variables. And then I need to actually set these environment variables. I will need to do that off screen. Okay, so REST API URL. What the heck is that? I might need to get that from my Vercel account. So I'm gonna I'm gonna drag this off screen as well and see if I can find my URL. I'm dragging it off screen because I might accidentally see my API key as well. So I'll take a look. Endpoint. Okay. Settings. I think I'm getting it here. CLI. Yeah. Okay. Got it. I believe I got it. It's KVURL, REST API token, REST API read-only token. Oh no, I already have that. Okay, I already had the URL. So now I need to just bring that in to my environment variables for my Python. So I'm going onto the other monitor for that as well. Yes, because I don't have those yet in my Python side of things. Okay, so I'll take these, paste them here. KV REST API URL. Let me just get these environment variables set quick. OS dot environ n, spelling things wrong, almost there. And then I need my API token. Almost there. And then I'll just show everything again. So bring my JavaScript code back and then bring my testing code back. Okay, so I have environment variables for the API URL and the API token now, both of those. And then in here, I can actually make that request. So um, let me bring that back. Documentation, this right here. So I just want to convert this to Python, convert this to Python. Don't even need to spell things right. Doesn't matter. Doesn't even matter. All right. Okay. Yes, that looks good. All right. Feed this in. Let's see if this works. Because if I can get one of the pieces of chat, I know that I'm solid. So KV REST API URL and then the API token here. Print the data. The only thing that needs to change now is the ID right here. So looking at my code, my JavaScript code, it is chat colon and then the chat ID. And so I'm just going to fetch that from my last chat. Oops, I paste that in my JavaScript code. Let me open up. Okay. So I'm going to just say chat ID is equal to, and then use that here. And then the chat ID, I can just get from the URL. So it's just this guy right here is my chat ID. Um, yeah, let's hope this works. If this works, I'm golden. I'm gonna have all that I need to use the Vercel KV in my LangGraph endpoint just by using this REST API here. So that would be amazing. All right, let me cut my lang serve endpoint short. So let's use this terminal here. Python Vercel KV testing. Failed to fetch status code 400. Friggin' rip. Uh, I'm just gonna print the whole response and see just if there's anything that's helpful. I'm probably just formulating my request incorrectly. Well, okay. Uh, wait, let me just do this. I don't need to check if the request is successful. I can just print out the data no matter what. That's helpful. So let me do this again. Oh, that's starting my links or endpoint. Where did my, there we go. Wrong operation against a key holding the wrong, oh wait, operation against a key holding the wrong kind of value. Man, I do not know what that means. I'll ask GPT quick. This is the beauty of AI. Just ask it what's up. Um, let's see what it says. Yeah. Um, that's weird though. Wait. Um, oh, okay. I need an HGET because it's a hash. Okay, I'm brand new to Redis. I do not know how to use Redis. So I didn't know that there's actually different types of gets depending on the data that you're expecting. But I do know that the chat is a hash and not just a string. Wrong number of arguments for HGET command. Okay. Well, let's ask it. Oh, wait. My code is this. I'm relying on GPT to quickly push me through. Oh, it's H get all. I don't know if that makes a difference, man. I might need to dig into the documentation for Vercel AISD or the KV. Oh, oop, nope, we're good. I got it. This is just super ugly JSON right now. So let me make this look nice and then I'll print it out. So JSON dot dump string and then the indent is going to be 2, so it looks nice. All right, because there's a lot of crap here. Okay, so the first workout, wow, that is messy. Okay, ah, it's a little messy because basically what I'd want to do is I want to get the chat and then fetch the latest message from the chat and then get the user feedback from it. So what I'm going to do, I wonder if I can just parse the messages. So data is response.json, and then I'll say messages is equal to json.load the string of data messages. I hope this works. Um, no. I am, I probably have to index into something. So let me just see what that is quick. So let me print this out again. Almost there. And this is actually going better than I thought it would, to be honest. Yeah, oh yeah, because its result is um, Wait, it's an array. Wait, what? Well, that's weird. So that it's not key values, it's just like in a wait, what the heck? Okay, let me I guess let me just try this. So print data result, or is it plural results? Oh no, it should. Let me look at this. Wait, what am I? What? What the hell? Okay. That is weird. Okay, Redis is just weird as heck because I need results dot index of, man, this is gonna be messy. Let me see if this works. I'll explain my code a little bit here, but oh no. Oh, it's because I pluralized it. Because instead of it being key value pairs, they just like have the keys and the values in a single array together. Um, and so I have to like find the index where it says messages and then go up one more. That's why I'm adding plus one, because then that'll get me to the actual value for the messages key. Yeah, okay, so that actually worked. Um, okay, so I'm gonna say messages is equal. This is so weird. I don't like this. There might be some like Redis library I could use or use or something, but I'll just go with this for now. And then I'll say messages JSON is equal to JSON dot loads messages, and then I want to print JSON dot dump string messages JSON with an indent of two. Let's see if this bad boy works. Because if I can get this as converted JSON, yeah, yep, okay. I didn't like having to do that at all, but this works. Because then what I'm going to do is actually fetch, um, wait, is this an array? Because I want to get the very last message. Yeah, yeah, it's an array. So, um, last message is equal to messages JSON 0, and then I'll dump that out. So I want to see what this value is. Okay. Yeah, it even has the input, which is really nice. It has the current workout, and then it has the user feedback. So this is, yeah, okay, I think I have everything I need. This is really weird. I don't like having to get it this way. Like this, what the heck is this code? Might be a better way to do it. But the thing is that this works. So I can use this to fetch the user feedback in my backend. So in my runnable, I'm just going to do that. Do I reference an environment variable anywhere in here? I don't. Okay, because I'm going to have to add that because I'm fetching. So basically, instead of getting the user feedback from Firestore like I'm doing here, I'm just going to get it from the Vercel KV database, the Redis database, using this bit of code right here. But what I can do is I can just make that a helper function. That is that is going to be it. Yes. Okay. So I'm going to change this. I'm going to make this lowercase. KV REST API URL KV REST API token. All right, and then I'm going to take this function and make it a helper. So down here, it's below get chain, I will say define get chat get latest chat message. And then the argument here is just going to be the chat ID. So that's going to be no longer hard coded there. I can just delete the comic. That doesn't really matter. And so well, first of all, I need to make sure requests is imported at the top here. I know that's part of my virtual environment already. So that's good. So that I make the request to KV REST URL, and then the token is also no longer lowercase anymore. Chat ID, and then the last message is going to be that, and then I'll just return it. So it's a little weird. Um, Result is equal to, that makes it look a little bit better at least. Oh, and then I need JSON, or no, it already is imported up there, so I should be good. So I get the request, I get the result. I mean, it's possible that result is not defined if there is an error. And so what I will do, yeah, this gets into a whole other thing because something that I haven't really thought a ton about is providing. Actually, yeah, I haven't thought about this at all. But actually, like providing feedback to the user if there's an error in the back end. Because like what if this fails to fetch the chat messages? I have two options there. One, I can act like there's no user feedback if I fail to get it. But that could be a problem because that could be really misleading for personal trainers if they're using my app and they're like let me go to the UI here. If they like go here, they generate a workout, and then what it generates is like not considering their feedback at all. They get pissed. Versus if I give an error, that'd be my other option. If I somehow have like maybe a little error toast that pops up here, that's like, hey, failed to fetch your feedback. Please try again later. Then one, they would know that like the application is it's just having an error. It's not like it's just like simply a bad application that doesn't handle feedback well. And they would know to contact somebody. Like if I were to create a support ticketing system around this thing, or when my wife uses it for her online personal training business, Kaya Fitness, she would know to go to me and be like, "Hey, it's saying there's an error." Versus if there's just a silent failure in the back end and it ignores her feedback, she might just think that I programmed this poorly. And so I do need to think about how I would handle that if there's ever an error here. I think that is something that I will table for now, but it would be good to get to that eventually. And so what I'm going to do on my little nice little notepad to-do list here, I'm going to make a section here called um, improve later. And the first one is going to be handle errors in the Lang graph backend in a way where the users are alerted of an error in the UI. And this won't be too hard to do. The main thing that I'll need to implement for this to work is I would just have to update some sort of state. Actually, this could be pretty simple. I still don't want to focus on it yet, but I would literally just add a new state that would be like error message, and then that would just be of type string. And I would update that if there's an error in any of my nodes that are running. So like I'd have like some sort of try catch in the workout generator, for example. And then if anything fails here in that catch, I would return and update the error message. Then in my front end, I would just detect if there's an error that is set, like if the error is not an empty string anymore, then I would print a toast to the user saying that there was a problem, and then maybe allow them to retry, or just say like refresh your page and just like try regenerating the workout. I could even like give them a credit back or something if it like costs a credit to generate a workout. However, I might end up like pricing that if I were to price in the future. I'm just like trying to think really far ahead here, for like making a really solid architecture. Because yeah, like I set up earlier today, the entire output, like all the events that stream from my LangServe endpoint, with my LangGraph, every time any piece of state is updated, that is reflecting in this object that I have here that I build up as I loop through all of the chunks that are streamed from calling my LangServe endpoint. So the error will already be automatically incorporated in my state. So I'll be able to detect that at the bottom here when it's done running, like, is there an error? And if there is, I can alert the personal trainer. Actually, maybe what I could do is I could act like there's no user feedback, but then also alert the user like, hey, you can keep going, but there was an error. And so that way they know that like like something went wrong and it's not just the application performing poorly when it doesn't consider feedback, like there's actually a problem. So that's something that I'd probably do as well. But like I said, I'll kind of have that as like an improve later type of deal. Because I'm in crunch time right now. I have to get this done, within like basically within the next 24 hours because I got plans starting at 4 o'clock tomorrow, 4 o'clock Central. So yeah, I got 24 hours to grind this out. Definitely getting there. I'm gonna knock these two out pretty soon here. That's what I'm working on. Yeah, okay. So that is that. So for now, all of that to say, what I'm gonna do here is I'm just going to wrap this in a try catch and return nothing if I catch an exception. So try and then accept exception as E, and then I'll print the exception and return none. Okay. I think that is good. As long as the chat ID is valid, this should work. So yeah, that would be the only time it's really fail. I was just kind of thinking like this made me think of failures because this code is just all new to me, so I'm not like super confident in it all. But that's good that I'm thinking about that for sure. So get latest chat message, and then that prints out the latest chat message is itself just an object where um, to actually get the user feedback. Oh man, this is going to be. I need to access the first item of the content array. Okay, man. Um, messages JSON, content, content, 0. Let me make sure that's actually good. So I'm going to rerun my testing code with this little chunk added on here. Make sure that's right. Because I just want like the lowest level where it's like actually all of the state. Yeah, this looks good. So, oh wait, I have to go even one level deeper, right? Because I have to get the state. Yeah, I have to get the state. Man, this is going deep. I don't really like doing this. I don't really know how else I would manage this. Okay. I finally have an object where at the top level of the object is a key for the user feedback. I have to go so deep though. Yeah, it's not ideal. But I know this will work because I've made sure to be extremely consistent, even with the way that the Vercel template had it, very consistent with the way that I create the AI state messages and the UI state messages. So this will be good. It's just is definitely not best practice. Like I said, I'm anal about best practices when it comes to coding because I want to do everything perfect. And one best practice, no matter the programming language, no matter the application you're developing, is to try to not have things that are so deeply nested like this. Like within the response, I have an object called result. Within the result, there's an array that I'm indexing into. Within that array that I've indexed into, there is another array where I am grabbing the first thing, and then within that, it's an object where I'm getting the content, and within the content, there is an array where I'm getting the first item, and then within that, that's an object where I fetch the state, and then the state has the user feedback. That's not ideal, but there's not a ton I can do to work around that right now. I think a lot of it just comes down to the complexity of the application I'm building. There's just a lot of data that I'm dealing with here because every single user is going to have a bunch of chats. Each chat is going to have a bunch of messages. Each messages is going to have different attributes, one of them being the content, where there can be multiple things. And then within those multiple things, each one of those, I'm tracking all the state of the lang graph just so that I can make sure that I have a history of exactly what the state of my lang graph is at every single message point. So it's a lot. So this makes sense. I'm just not like extremely happy with it, but I'll put up with it. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is import this function in my runnable here. get latest chat message. And then instead of fetching the user feedback and current workout from Firestore, I'm going to comment this out for now because I still might end up going to Firestore at some point. Especially because that might actually simplify things. And I like Firestore a lot. I like the authentication. I like the rules that come with it. I like how fast Firestore is. But so I'm going to comment this out. Might delete it later. I'll even add a comment here. Might change from Vercel KV to Firestore later. So keeping this code. But anyway, I'm going to add a comment here. Fetch the latest state of the front end from the Vercel KV. And I will say that the last latest state is equal to get latest chat message, and then the chat ID is the thread ID. Very simple there. So like in the end, the code is simple, but there's just a few ugly lines of code there. Specifically, this one is weird, and this one is just a lot of nesting. But that's all good. So I'll even say latest state. There we go. All right, so that looks good. Get latest state from chat. I just want to make this like very explicit what's happening here. So the chats in the database maintain the state as well from the front end. So that's just going to make it really clear there. So let me go back to here. So latest state, and then the current workout is going to be the latest state um, current workout, and then the user feedback is going to be the exact same deal there. And I'll even check the keys to make sure that matches. So the user feedback that matches with user feedback current workout. If I scroll all the way up here, current workout, so that is good, and that's an object. All right, so I think we are good. I hope this works. Because what I'm gonna need to do here, um, yeah. So now I can actually, you know what? Going back to my list here, I should actually flop these back to where they were before. Because I need to do what I just did for both, but I can still make it so that continue with next day button work. Like that's still the simpler thing to do. Because what I'm gonna do basically is I'm going to have a special value for the user feedback that tells me I don't want to actually change the workout. And so here's what I'll do. I'll say if the user feedback is equal to continue, then I'll just exit early and I won't change anything. So the current workout will still be the current workout. And then the created workouts, instead of replacing the last workout with the revised workout, I will again just return the created workouts. That's all I need to do. That's actually pretty dope. That's dope. That's simple. That's really easy. This is nice. Okay. Okay. I like that. So now on my front end, when I click the button that says, well, here, I'll just go to it so I can show, continue with next day, it'll add the feedback, the user feedback of continue in all caps, and then just invoke my langserve endpoint again with the same thread ID. So it'll maintain that same execution. It'll resume from the interrupt before it went to revise the workout. So it'll go to revise the workout, but it'll say, hey, actually the user feedback is continue. And so I just need to go on to the next day. So it's not bad. This is good. Um, okay, yeah. So what I'm gonna do is restart my lang serve endpoint. So I have that ready for when I'm good to go. I'll make sure it doesn't crash as well, which will be helpful. So let's see if it spins up or if there's any error. There is an error. Okay, that's so I'll fix that quick. I'm just missing a colon there, so that'll be fast. So within my helpers here, accept exception as E. Just needed that colon there. Okay, so now it should run fine. I'll just get this up and running before I go back over to the front end and get this set up. Okay, dope. So we're good. The endpoint is running. So now I can go back over my front end and make it so that when I click the button to continue the next day, it'll actually do something. Let's go. So first of all, in my workout revisor, where's my button for that? Yeah, continue with next day. So right now it just submits the form, which is not ideal. That the action isn't as just as simple as submitting the form. Like I want to call a special function where I know that I clicked on this button specifically. Because another option I might add later, I might add another button where it's like, I don't want to supply any more feedback, but I still want you as the AI to revise the workout. Because whenever you give the opportunity for AI to self-reflect, it often produces something better. So even if I tell it to revise a workout without giving any extra feedback, like oftentimes it still will make a better workout. Because something really interesting about AI, this is something that I've learned kind of recently that's super, super good to know, is that AI cannot understand its own output before it produces it. So it can't reason about what it is about to say. And like here's actually a really good example. This is something insane. This is a bit of an aside, but I just love this little tidbit. If you ask AI, give me 10 sentences that end in the word apple, it generally fails to do so. Watch this. It'll be successful for most of the 10, but not all of them. There we go. Number two, it failed. And it succeeded in every single other one, but it failed in this one. And the reason is it can't reason about its own output. It doesn't realize that when it outputs the word desk, that is actually the end of the sentence because it decides after it outputs desk that the sentence is done. And so Apple's in the or I guess maybe even a more accurate way to say it is like once it outputs Apple here, it doesn't realize that it still is going to decide later I need to continue this sentence because it can't reason about its own output like we can. Like we as humans, we can think about what we are going to say next. But AI is very much like I predict one word and then I predict the next. This entire thing is just predicting one word after the other. And that's why self-reflection is so powerful because you're giving the AI a chance to think about what it just said because it can't think about what it is going to say. So that's why I keep going on a bunch of asides here, but I think that's super interesting, and that's why I might include an option here to say continue with the revision, but not with my feedback. And so what that means is I need two types of different ways to basically quote unquote submit this form. I need one way to submit it saying just continue, setting the user feedback to continue in all caps like we just set up. And then the other way is that I want to continue, but I don't want the user feedback to be continue in all caps. I just want it to be an empty string so that it still revises the workout, but just not based on anything that the user gave, that the personal trainer gave as feedback. And so I need to basically um, uh, I think I just need to make a custom on submit function. I think it's that simple. So here I'll say on click is equal to handle continue next day. That's simple. And then here I can make that function. So I'll say const handle continue next day. This is a function that doesn't take any arguments because everything's just managed in the state of the component. And so what I'll do here, yeah, because right now I just log out the workouts. It's super basic. Um, Yeah. So form.handle submit on submit. So I'll call this, but then I'll also do a little work beforehand, setting the user feedback. Or no, I don't need to do work beforehand. I just need to, well, hold on. No, no, no. No, that's not good enough. Hold on. Let me think about this. Um, because what I could do is I could have this on submit handle both cases, but I'd have to like somehow tell it which case it is handling. That's what I'm thinking about how to do right now. Um, because this is expecting a function submit handler. It's like I might be able to do it like this. Um, type revise or continue. I think that works actually. Um, and then I'm never going to submit this directly through a type equals submit button, so I'm just going to remove that. I think this will actually work. I think this is good. Hey, Sarith, I appreciate that. It means a lot to me. I'm glad that it is inspiring you to code more and focus. This has definitely been a weekend for me to code more and focus. I am going nonstop. It is insane. But yeah, thanks for stopping in and watching. What kind of things are you working on? All right, so type is revise or continue. So if the type is continue, then I need to set the user feedback to continue. Otherwise, I need to, if it's revised, then I'll just set the user feedback to empty. So I guess I could actually add that button here. Um, yeah, let's see. I'm gonna just do this here. Handle continue, revise, and then uh, have AI revise without feedback. Or I'll just say revise without feedback. I guess that's fine. And then within um actually I'm yeah, no, this works actually. Yeah, so handle continue revise, and then this will be revise. Okay, nice. So what I'm doing here is when I click the continue button, these both end up in this function, but one of them sets revise and the other sets it as continue. And so I'll have to work with that now to actually use this type to then call some function that I'll add in the AI state that will call the LLM again, updating the user feedback. So yeah, I'll work on that next. All right. Sarah said, thanks. I'm working on knowledge base projects, RAG with Gemini and OpenAI APIs. Hoping to start a multi-agentic workflow soon. That sounds super exciting. That is awesome. Um, yeah, I'm curious if you want to tell me more. I'd love to chat about that. Because I mean, knowledge-based projects that could mean a lot of different things. So I'm curious, like, what the niche is. Like, like for me, I'm working on like a chat interface application, but like more specifically, it's like generating workouts. So I'm curious, like what will users be doing with your application? But that sounds cool though. Like all those technologies are awesome. All right, yeah. So I need to make a new function in actions. Well, first of all, I can actually get rid of this confirm purchase now because I've officially exhausted everything in here with my code now. So I don't need this as an example anymore. So I'm going to clean this up. It'd be nice just to get that out of the way because that was making my thing really big, my code really big in this file. And then I guess I can remove this as well. Um, Let me see here. Yeah, because I mean, this doesn't work anymore anyway because I have the custom tool types now. so that it crashes when it tries to call the LLM, which is fine. Like I don't need this anymore, at least for now. And then if I ever want to bring it back, I'll just look at the source code again. So that is good. I don't need this anymore. Yeah, I mean, this is looking really sleek now. And then, yeah, I'll probably remove these two. Let's see. Yeah. I don't need these anymore. Boom. That is cleaned up. Just a little bit of cleanup is in order for sure. Yeah, don't need these. I don't need the OpenAI SDK anymore. Okay. Remove this. And then I'll leave the sleep just because, I mean, a couple of these things I feel like I'll probably need soon here, or just for testing. Like I'll need to sleep for some more testing probably. So if I have any more streaming, oh, actually, I definitely will need more streaming because as I have like the workout revisor load, that also need that. So I will keep that going. Leave that there. I think everything else is pretty cleaned up. So now I just need a new function. This new function will be pretty basic because basically all I needed to do is invoke my runnable, but with basically none for the state, which I think in JavaScript would be null. Because in Python it's none. Let me go back to the client here and just take a look at that again. So on my client, I run it with all of the input, which is all the initial input. Same thing I have set up based on the inputs from the form in the front end. And then when I run it again, I want to continue after the interruption. I set the inputs to none and then stream that back into my graph. So in the JavaScript, I believe I would just make the input null and stream that in. And then obviously I would need to um, add on to the AI state with the user message. Actually, I need to go refer to the code again for this. So I'm going to go to components, actions, or no, not components, uh, app actions. Wait, no, I'm in the wrong. Let me look. I need to find this file in this source again. Libchat actions. Okay, so let me go to libchat actions, chat actions. All right, and then I'll go down to the submit user because this is the first time I'm actually like submitting a user message. I just can't use this function because I'm obviously not calling an LLM directly. I'm calling my LangServe endpoint. So I'll have to do something like this where I update with the user message. Okay. Okay. And then I need to also put in the state. Let me think about that. This isn't quite what I was hoping for because I just realized now if I want the user message to be displayed very simply like a user message is here, then I need the content to be a string. But obviously it's not set up that way now when I'm expecting the content to be an array of objects like I have here now. So that's a little bit of an issue. I will need to think about how to do that. Um, yeah, it's a bit, I mean, it's not a design flaw, but it's just a consideration I should have made where like basically since I'm querying the latest message every single time with this helper function here, and I'm always expecting it to be an array of objects, I never leave room for a simple user message where the content is just a string. So I have two options. I can basically make it so that every message is a complex object, not just a string. Or I could think of a different way to store the state. Uh, I think I want to make it, yeah, because if I don't really want to deal with finding a different way to store the state. I don't think that's worth it. I found something that works pretty well, and I want to stick with that. So I think what I will do, this is a little weird, but I want to make it so that I can have a quote unquote tool type that is just a user message. I don't like that a ton. I don't think that's so bad though. I can make that work fine. Because basically what I'll do is wait, hold on. Let me add that code back in. Um all right. So I'll add a new type here. Oh, wait, no, hold on. Um I'm just trying to make sure my syntax is right here. Can I put on a new line, right? And then otherwise null. Is this good? Boom boom. Okay. Right. No, I'm messing up something here. Hold on. My syntax is off. Um Otherwise, wait, man, okay, I'm just gonna look at the reference code here because I just messing up my syntax is all. It's super tiny thing. So, yeah, otherwise, yes. Yeah, okay. Um, right, that is okay. User message. This is a little weird, but I'm gonna make it work. So it is going to be the bot card. This is not a u or a bot card anymore. It's a user card like that. So I can fix this up. Okay. Uh, Hey, Sareth, my client has a support team, and the K-base articles that agents use regularly are managed by a third party. It's quite expensive. So we're moving all docs to Azure Cosmos DB, building UI with chat-based interface, vector search, and LLM processing with OpenAI. That is awesome. That is a really cool project. I love it. Anything that can save business a lot of money and use AI, that is the best, literally. And also, like, doing stuff with RAG is super dope. So yeah, I'm not doing anything with RAG in this application, but I thought about ways I can implement it. And I've used RAG for a lot of other things as well before. With Pinecone was my vector database that I used. And then also at my another project I'm working on, we're using PG Vector. So yeah, a lot of fun stuff there. That's cool. All right. Yes, Pinecone is awesome. And they're doing a lot of work with like moving to serverless architecture and stuff and making it way less expensive, which is super sweet. For some reason, when I was trying to use LangChain to integrate with Pinecone, the serverless wouldn't work, so I had to use like their old infrastructure, but I'm sure they fixed that at this point. It was like a known thing where like Lang chain wasn't updated to work with their new architecture. But regardless, yeah, it's a great technology. Yeah, so I'm gonna stand up again, so I can turn my camera back on too. And I've just been sitting for a while now, so give me a sec. All right. I have I've been dealing with a bulging disc for a while, so I can't sit for very long. That's why I stand a lot. So a standing desk is a game changer. All right, let's keep going with this. So I'm making the user message a quote unquote tool now, which is fine because then it just keeps all my messages consistent so that in my KV, my like little call that I have to fetch the chats from the KV in the backend, I can always assume the same structure, which is really important, especially because of how deeply nested these things are right now, which is not ideal, but I'm making it work. So for the user message now, um, basically the content is going to be a piece of the tool state instead of message.content. So it'd be tool dot state dot and then honestly I could just do user feedback. Yeah, okay. There's a bit of logic that I want to have here because if the user feedback oh man, am I gonna have to come on. I have to keep ignoring these errors. Or I guess I just have to do it on that line because I made it on a new line now. So if the user feedback is equivalent to continue, I don't want to just like show in the UI that the user's feedback is continue in all caps. I want to have some like nice little message where that'll like kind of act like the user said that, but it's still like something a user would actually say, if that makes sense. So I'm gonna say um continue continue with the workout for the next day. Otherwise, and I'm going to have a kind of same kind of deal here where I have like nested ternary operators here, which I guess is fine. Yeah. Otherwise, if the well, hold on, let me think about this. So I'm gonna I'm gonna have to do the TS ignore error stuff again, which is annoying. Um, because if the tool dot state dot user feedback is equal to an empty string, tool dot state dot user feedback. All right, this is getting a little. Oh wait, hold on. That was tool dot state dot user feedback. Um, revise the workout without any feedback. All right. I don't like doing these TS ignores. I really don't. But I don't really know if there's a better alternative here, unless I make the types. If I fix the types, I might come back to this. In fact, let me add this as an item to my improve later list. So I'll say number two is get rid of all the needs for the TS ignore errors in my AI actions.tsx file. So I can maybe come to this and maybe change the way. So like the tool is not always, it doesn't always have to be a tool result part. Um, I mean, I guess I could do, what if I did this? Hold on. I'm just testing this quick. Because this could um this might actually be good. This I think this is better. Tool message. Well, I'll leave it there. But this actually makes sense because then I can even say that the tool is of type um, tool result part, or can I import this? Yeah, and import it from AI, or it is of type. I don't even know what type. What type do I even have here? Um, I don't think I have a type for this yet, so I need to add a type because it is a an object where the keys are tool name and state. So I'm gonna add that. Um, Message content type. I'll call it export interface message content type. And so it's going to be a tool name is going to be a string, and then the state is going to be workout state. And so in my actions now down here, I can say that it is one of these two. Okay, that doesn't seem right. The tool is of type tool result part or message content type. Why does it say that tool.state? Okay, I might just want to leave that as any. Property state does not exist on type tool result part. Well, I told you that you are either a tool result part or a message content, and message content type definitely has a state property. Okay, that's weird. I did not expect that. Because what happens if I do this? Oh, yeah, because I think messages dot content is either yeah, okay, gotcha. That's my problem. So the messages itself is wrong. Um, why does it change? Message dot content. Okay, I'm gonna try something. Message dot content as what did it say it was? Tool content, or and then I have my own type here for the AI workout type. Shoot, wait, hold on. That actually fixed my errors. Hold on, this might be good. Oh no, it came back. What? Okay, tool is either a message content type or a tool result part. Yes, I am a message content type. Property state, um, tool. Okay. Yeah, my typing is way off here. I'm gonna just let it be any. There are some times where TypeScript is just not worth it, and I think this is a type, and this is an instance right here. I might be able to fix that at some point, so I'll just leave that on my list. But this is much better than having a lot of those TS ignores. So I'm gonna go with that. So if the state.user feedback is equal to continue, then the message will just be continue with the workout for the next day. Otherwise, if the user feedback is equal to an empty string, that means that I want to continue revising the workout, but just without any of my own feedback. And so it'll just like paste this as the user message as if they typed it, just so that it kind of shows like when you look through the chat history, you remember like, oh, it did this because I clicked the button that said to revise the workout without feedback. So I think that is solid. Okay, nice. And then and that, yeah, it's wrapped in user message, so that is good. So now I just need to make that function that actually does that. So let me think about how I would do that. Okay. Um, hmm. And basically, the other thing I'd want to do is I'd want to take the state um, from the last AI. Like I want to take the workout state from the last AI state and then like just keep that the exact same, except the user feedback and the current workout. So that's another thing I have to consider. AI state dot get. Where do I get the AI? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay, so I'm gonna actually copy this whole generate workout function, and I'm definitely gonna gut it a lot. But I'm gonna use some of the same things here. Okay, so I'm gonna call it, um, what should I call it? Uh, I'll just call it continue generating workout. That's simple enough. And then I'm going to add that as one of the new actions for my AI object. And then, yeah, I think what I'm going to do before I continue here is I'm going to take another quick break to use the restroom and do some more push-ups because I gotta stay moving a little bit here because this is a grind and a half. So yeah, I will return in a little bit here. I'll even put this BRB thing up because it might be like 5 minutes or so. Um, this is so silly. I love it. All right, BRB. Wait, is there a way I can? I don't want to draw. I want to drag. Ah, whatever. Oh shoot, come back, please. Okay. That's BRB. All right, all right, all right. I'll be right back. All right, I am back, ready to rock and roll for some more development here. So, um, I will have an interruption in probably about a half hour from now. So, get another quick coding session in before I probably take another quick break, maybe for like 15 minutes. Not really sure. Dog's sitting right now, and the dog is getting picked up. So, I won't be able to just keep streaming through that, obviously. Anyway, let me close out of this. My computer is just running hot right now. It's just not ideal. I think my microphone's far enough away from my computer where it's not picking it up. I noticed yesterday when I was in a Discord call that it was my microphone was picking up um my fan noise, which is not ideal, but I moved it even just a couple inches away, further away, and it was good. So, where did I leave off now? Gotta recuperate now. Okay, so the last thing I was doing, I duplicated the function to generate a workout, and I made a new one called continue generating workout. This one is going to take, um, it's only going to take two things. It's going to take the chat ID, and then instead of the input data, I really only care about the current workout and the user feedback, because those are the only two possible things that are going to be, wait, actually, hold on. Um, Yeah, no, that's right. That's right. Those are the only two things that are going to change when the user provides feedback. The rest of the state and the graph, like the day, the workouts in the week, extra criteria, all of those things are set at the start and they can never change until they just can never change for the entirety of generating the workout. You can't in the middle of the workout change the equipment they have access to. That would not make sense. You can't change the phase they're in. That doesn't change in the middle of a week. That would change in the next week. And so yeah, my input is a little bit different here because it's not the entire workout input schema. There's just two things that I care about. I care about the user feedback, and that is going to be a string, and I care about the current workout, and that is going to be workout state, right? Workout state is going no workout. It's just going to be of type workout. Those are my two things. And then I guess I need to import this because I haven't used it yet in this file here. Okay, so that's good. Got that now. I was gonna say something and I already forgot what I was gonna say. Shoot. Okay. Um, so the user feedback that determines, yeah, so the user feedback determines the action I take. Because if the user feedback is continue in all caps, that means that I need to just go on to the next day. Otherwise, if the user feedback is not all caps, if it's actually a full string like the user actually provided feedback, or if it's an empty string, I still want to go in both those cases and revise the workout. So actually, let me get this set up in my component really quickly here in the workout revisor. Let me go up here and in the on submit, I'm going to actually call this here continue generating workout. User feedback. Let me change this here. It's going to either be an empty string or continue. So this will be clear. So continue generating workout, and I'm going to fetch this from use actions. That is the wrong function name. Use actions. There we go. Okay, so now this is defined. And then the input for this, why is it any? That should not be any. Okay, well, I have the chat ID, and then I need to give it the user feedback, and then I need to give the final workouts, which should be in. Why are all these any? That is not helpful. Data, form update. Yeah, I feel like my TypeScript could probably be better, honestly. I'm decently new to TypeScript still. I used JavaScript for a long, long time without TypeScript, and sometimes I wish I would go back to just JavaScript. More of the time, I'm glad I'm using TypeScript, but it definitely sucks some time away getting things set up, especially if you want to do it really, really well. Like if I want every single variable I have to never be declared as any or never, or something kind of unhelpful like X string goes to any, then I definitely need to do a lot more with the TypeScript. But I think for now this definitely works because I take the data and I infer that from the workout schema data dot. Well, how come the IntelliSense doesn't help with that if I'm actually inferring it from that's weird. I don't know. Anyway. So continue generating workout, passing the chat ID, the user feedback, and then the final workout. And then there's going to be a in the prompt form here, when the user submits a message with actually typing in text, I would also call this function. The thing is, I would for the final workouts, I would just use um, whatever is set here, and then for the continue generating workouts function call, the user feedback would be the message, and then the final workouts would be whatever is set in this form here. So that's that. I actually had a thought there. Um, I might need to make it actually. Let me think about this. I might be overcomplicating things trying to leave this as a chat UI where I have the chat always in the bottom. I'm thinking, what if I actually got rid of this and made it so that it was a component within here? That actually might be the best way to do it. I'm gonna get to that in a sec because I'm trying to handle too many things at once if I actually go down that route right now. But I think that'd actually be a really good idea. Because one, it'd make the UI simpler. I don't have to like explicitly call it like, hey, don't just use this willy-nilly. You actually use this to provide feedback once there's a workout that's generated. And also that would mean that I can keep all of my calls to this function within a single component. Because right now the problem is the call to this function when the user actually provides feedback would be within this prompt form component. But this doesn't actually have access to the state of the revised form or the revised workout form. And so I couldn't really just call continue generating workouts in here with the user feedback in the current workout because I need to get the current workout from the state that I have here. Um, yeah. Okay. So yeah, that actually I think that actually really, really makes sense. Okay, that is good to know. First of all, I'm gonna test this before I even go forward with this. Let me actually test this here and make sure that the both these buttons actually log the final workout. So I'm gonna go back to my code, go into developer mode here. Wow, I'm logging a lot of objects here. That is from form workout line 48. I need to clear something here. 48. Yeah. I just need it. That was from my debugging earlier. Don't need that. That'll make that a little less messy. All right, so if I click continue the next day, wow, that was messy. What the heck? How, it put the entire farm in the URL. Okay, that's not good. Well, I'm glad I figured this out because it's good to get that sorted before I get try to get fancy with actually calling my AI function and everything. The problem I have here, on click handle. Let me try something. Let me comment these out and see if that problem still happens. Because I think there might be something default going on behind the scenes that is my issue. So let me go back to localhost 3000, go to this workout again. I hope that didn't mess up anything. Yeah, because I can just keep going back to this, which is helpful. Then click on continue the next day. Okay, so the problem still happens. Yep. So I think I just need to do a event.prevent default potentially. Um, on click gives me a button. Wait, yeah, an event handler. So I have an event here for both of these. I need to prevent the default from happening. So let me get the type here. I'll do some stuff with TypeScript. So E is going to be of type React.mouse event handler. And then I should be able to do E dot prevent default. Oh shoot. Is that not? Let me try this. I think I got this right now. Yeah. Okay. Because there should actually be an error because I think I'm missing an import of something. So it's kind of weird there wasn't before. Mouse event is not generic. Okay. All right, let me ask GPT about this quick. This TypeScript stuff, this is sucking my time. Like sometimes I don't know if it's worth it. All this TypeScript is worth it. Getting error, but it's good for me to learn this as well. The problem is I'm just learning so many other things at the same time that I don't know if I actually want to mess with this. But we'll get it. What is my problem? React.mouse event. Okay, I think it was just I type was a little off. Yeah. Okay. GPT saved the day there. That was nice and easy. As long as I can do event.prevent default. Yeah. Okay. So now I'll test it again. It shouldn't actually submit the form and all that good jazz. So let me go back to localhost 3. I don't want that huge long URL. That just makes me uncomfortable. All right. So now I will go to the prior workout and try clicking that button again. Yes. Okay. So it's not doing anything anymore. Um, but actually, it should do something. Because why? Um, Stop propagation. Well, hold on. This is kind of weird though, because it is not. Man, it's not calling handle submit. It's never getting here. Like if I do a console.log, made it here, it's never getting here. So that's actually not working as I wanted it to work. Yeah, that's not working well. So I guess I can't just call form.handle submit as I wanted to. Um, Shucks. That because that would have been really nice. Form.handle submit. Okay. Um, this could be another question for GPT. But I just got to blast through this form stuff. This is gonna kill me if I spend too much time on it. Um, because yeah, it's this doesn't actually call a function. That's my problem. I thought it did, but it doesn't. So I'm gonna copy this and I'm just gonna ask GPT. Um, because there's something with React hook forms here that this isn't actually calling the on submit function. How come? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. That makes sense. Okay, so let me. Oh, I just have to call it. Wait, does that mean that this entire thing is just a function I can call? Wait, let me try this. Is this for real? Wait, oh wait, const. I'm just gonna try a tester. I'm gonna assign a variable to it and see what the type is. And then so t is a yeah, yeah, it's a function. Okay, cool. I okay, that actually makes sense. That really does make sense. So I'm gonna call it now. Let's see if this works. GPT is actually being helpful. Yeah, there we go. These are both good. Thank goodness. GPT, thank you for helping me out because some of these things like are just so tiny that it's not worth me trying super hard to figure it out, but also I really need to because that would break everything or nothing would work if I can't get that to work. Because I need to be able to submit this form, but I need to include a custom data point here based on the type of button or the which button was clicked. So thank goodness. All right. So now I'm going to remove that console log and actually call my continue generating workout button or function within my AI object. Okay. Whew. All right. So, okay, so within my actions, what, how do I have an error right now? Hold on, there might be a problem. Um, oh no, it's just because, yeah, I haven't worked on this function yet. Okay, so the user feedback is actually going to determine what my initial um, streamable UI component says. So if the user feedback is equal to continue, then I will say um, generating workout for next day. Otherwise, oh, I got my syntax wrong for the ternary operator. Otherwise, I will say revising workout. Boom, that easy. Okay, that part is good. Then the other thing I need to do now is I need to add a user message to the AI state. So before I was never adding a user message, but now I need to actually do that because I need to simulate that the user actually typed something, even if it was just from clicking on one of these buttons. And so I'm going to go back to the source code here from the template that I copied, and I'm going to find where it adds that AI message or that user message to the AI state. So that is right here. Um, boom, boom. All right, like this. Super, super simple. All right, but the thing is, I need to change this up a little bit because I need to actually make it so that it is the format that I specified where I have like the content object like this. And so the tool name is going to be, oh shoot, I need to have content there. The tool name is going to be, wait, why is this an error? Oh no, it's still the same function that I'm working on. That is fine. Okay, the tool name is going to be a user message. And then, wow, I can't type for the life of me right now. Okay, and then the state I actually want to capture the exact same state from the prior message, except I want to inject the new user feedback and current workout. And the way that I'm going to do that is I'm going to get the const AI messages is equal to, or I'll just get messages equal to AI state dot get messages. And then const last message is equal to messages dot length -1. So that's how I get the last message. And then for the last message, for the state, let's see here. Let me think about how I'd want to do this. So I want to capture the state, but I only truly care about the things that are in the default workout state because I don't want to carry over anything else that might be there. So let me think about how to do this. So I'll say dot 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 last message dot content. All right, hold on. I'm getting a call, so I'm going to mute and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Actually, I'm getting some Chipotle, which will be really nice because I didn't want to focus on dinner much tonight. So it's good that I just get some quick, nice food. My wife's getting it for me, which I appreciate a lot. So I'm going to stream until I eat and the dog gets picked up that I'm sitting right now. So, all right, what I need to do here is take the last message dot content 0 and then add in the user feedback and the current workout. But it's called something different. Yeah. Okay, so user feedback. So the reason I have underscores in the variable names for the state, even though in JavaScript you do camel case like this, is just because I use these variable names in the Python code. Because my actual large language models and everything with lang graph and lang chain, that's with Python. And so I want to use the variable naming syntax for Python there. So that's my logic there. So it makes things look a little weird here, but it's actually kind of cool because it shows like that is the stuff that goes to the Python code, whereas everything that is in camel case, like that's what stays in JavaScript, or at least originates in JavaScript. 'Cause theoretically, like all this undercase, I mean underscore variable name stuff, this originates in Python because it's my backend. This is just the front end to expose it. Okay, so content, tool name, and then oh shoot, I forgot that I need to call it state. State is equivalent to this. Okay, so that is good. The only problem I have here, well, no, there's no issue. I was thinking there was a problem. Um, I guess the only thing is like, can I guarantee that last messages dot content index at 0 is always there? I think I can. So I think that's good. Okay. Oh, that here's my problem. The problem was, um, Actually, I'm going to use this fancy little thing again because I only want to include the state that is in the default um, workout state. I don't want to use any of the other stuff like the inputs and things like that that I included in the state and like their first message. I don't want that. So I'm actually going to say, um, yeah, okay, this is going to look a little messy, man. I feel like I'm doing a lot with messy code today, which is not fun, but I don't know if I have a choice really. Um, oh no, wait, hold on. I can make this a lot cleaner, I believe. Okay. Object dot from entries, object dot entries of, yeah, last filter key in default workout state. Nice. Okay, that's actually not that that's not that bad. Okay, so this will guarantee that everything in my state here is just based on the input to the graph, or the things that are used in the graph. It doesn't include anything else like right here. Where am I? Yeah, where I include the input to the state for that first message so that I can feed that back to the form after I have the router refresh. So that'll keep it nice and consistent. So I add the user message. That is really nice. And then I create the streamable UI. That is really solid. And then I run async function without blocking. I have my remote runnable again. At this point, I need to call the LLM, but I need to actually give it a state of null. So I don't need any of this. Okay. Okay, I do want a state object though. I'm gonna say let state is equal to, and then I'm actually going to do this. Okay, and then that's typed. That's a type that I can leverage here just to use TypeScript where I can. Let state missing the following properties. No, you're not. They are here. That's too bad. Maybe I can't actually. Um, hmm, really? You're gonna be like that? What if I did it this way? I wonder if that would give an error. I'm gonna try this quick. Oh, so that doesn't give an error. Really? That sucks. But this does give an error. Well, I'm gonna ask GPT quick. If I can just make this really neat, that'd be cool. Giving error that um, keys are missing in state needed for workout state, even though I know they come from the object dot from entries thing. I'll just call it thing. I don't know. I'm curious what it'll say here. Not being able, yeah, because it can't infer that the keys are, and values from object dot from entries are guaranteed to match the structure workout state. That makes sense. I think I just need to, yeah. Okay, so this is, okay, all right, yeah, that makes sense. I just need to tell it like, yes, those keys are actually what you are looking for. So it's a little bit, right? That works. It's a lot of code, but it's not really messy code. Like it's elegant. It's using TypeScript well. I think I can respect that. Okay. Well, this needs to be a let because I'm going to be updating the state. Similar to what I did, yeah, like with the chunks here. I'm going to actually remove the console logs of the chunks. That's going to just spam my console. So let me get rid of that. And then I'm going to update the state just as I did before. Like a lot of it's the same. The only difference is, um, wait, am I defining? Yeah. So the only difference is like my input is null instead of it being like that initial state that I set from the form. So that all makes sense. Okay. And then for the UI, I need to change this a little bit as well. First of all, the state.created workouts is always going to be there. That's kind of an issue. So it's like going to immediately update to generating workout. So I'm going to delete that for now. Maybe I can work on making, actually, that's another thing I'll add to my list. This list is growing. There's so many things I can do to make this amazing. But these little improvements that make it like 1%, 2% better, it's not worth it right now when I'm in a crunch to like get this working well. Because these are the things that I have right here that aren't necessary to make it so that I can like confidently say it's working well. These are just the little nice features to have. All of this stuff is what I need to make it working well. So I'm going to add on here, add better UI streaming for when workouts are generating. Leverage, create UI stream better. Okay, so well, I guess it's not create streamable UI. I'll just call the exact thing so I know what to search in my code. Okay, so that's good. All right. So for now, I'll just make it so that like this is what the streamable UI is, and then that just gives me room to make it better later. So I'll say workout. This one will depend again based on the user feedback. So if it is continue, then it'll say next workout for the next day generated. Uh, Workout revised. Okay, that is solid. And then I don't need this added. Boom. Um, all right, I'll just do it like that. That works. It doesn't really matter much. Because this system message I don't actually really use. I don't know. I might even remove it, but this is okay for now. Okay, so at this point there'll be a generated workout, another generated workout, so the form will appear again, and I think that makes sense. One idea I had before was to just replace the initial form with the revised workout, but I think it'd be kind of cool to have that history because you can also kind of like go back as a personal trainer when it changed something and be like, wait, actually, I think I might have liked what I had before. Let me go back up and look and see. Instead of having to just like replace the card, which also means that the user feedback would be below what you're now looking at, I think it makes sense just to have a new card because then the latest thing, um, I'm looking back at the stream. I look weird when I'm doing all these hand gestures. Anyway, having the latest thing be what you're currently looking at instead of having to scroll back up past your own feedback to get to the latest thing. So I do want to have a brand new, I definitely want to have a brand new message. So I think this is good. Okay, the thing that I'm unsure about is if this part works. Um, 'Cause I don't know if null is going to be what it takes, but we'll find out pretty soon here. So the other thing I wanted to do is I want to make the runnable defined outside of these functions just because I'm using it in multiple places so I can make my code a little bit cleaner here. I thought about maybe making a function that um, does all the remote runnable calls and stuff, but I have to I have to handle the chunks a little bit differently. Like in this case, I'm able to update the streamable UI in a little bit differently in the way where I couldn't in the second function. So it has to be a little bit different. And I'm only if I end up repeating it a third time, I might do something more with that. The other thing that I want to do here is I want to make this URL dynamic because I won't always be running locally. When I'm running my site locally, I will also generally probably be running LangServe locally. But when this is actually deployed to Vercel, I'd want this URL to be wherever I'm actually hosting my LangServe endpoint. And so I want to extrapolate this out to an environment variable so that I can then just reference it with process.env. And so that's what I'm going to do. So there's an env file here already. I'm going to I'm going to drag this off screen right now because I have to add a new environment variable. But I'm just going to be doing that in the .env there. So I'm going to say, I guess I'll just call it um, remote runnable URL. And that is going to be equivalent to, I'm just going to copy what I have from the actions there. So I will call it, yeah, so I guess that workout endpoint, like slash workout, I can leave that. But the thing that is going to change is going to be everything before that. So the HTTP colon backslash bash slash localhost port 8000. Okay, so I got that good to go. So let me come back here and I will say process.env.remote runnable URL. And I believe, yeah, this is a server action, server only. So I believe that is available. Let me actually check the template code here. Oh my, I lost my mouse again. I hate it when it does that. Okay, now it's back. Sometimes I like completely lose my mouse. Process. Oh, it's not process. Where's the, wait, hold on. How does it call the LLM if it's not referencing the API key in here? I guess Stream UI just like uses the API key intrinsically from the based on the name of the environment variable. Interesting. I'm gonna search this repo for process.env because it's got to be there somewhere. Yeah, process.env.vercel URL, auth secret, get missing keys. Okay, okay, so we should be good. I believe I'm using everything right here. And since this is outside of a server function, but it is within a server only component file, so I should be good with this. And we'll find, I mean, it just won't work. It won't call the remote runnable if this is wrong. So I guess I shouldn't really be down to myself and I should just run it. Okay, yeah. So my lang serve endpoint should be hit still. It should be good. All the power of the AI behind an API endpoint. It's pretty sick. Okay, so the last thing that I have to do to make this work is I have to just incorporate the streamable UI in my component here, just like I did in the workout form one. So, and then just copy that as an example here. And then everything should be good. It'll create the new tool, quote unquote tool, the new workout that will be either revised or it'll just be the next day. Um, I'm just thinking about, I just realized something that my graph isn't quite right. Let me go to the graph and just show what I'm talking about. This is something I'll have to work through. Won't take too long, but in my entry point, I go to generate a workout, and then from there I go to revise the workout. I have an interrupt between these steps so that the user can provide feedback before the workout is revised. The problem is, once it revises a workout, I need to interrupt another time to give the user a chance to change the workouts, like to swap to alternatives before it then goes to the next day. So I actually need two I need two interrupts. I just realized that. Okay. Okay. Shoot. I got to change some things in the back end. Another thing I realized is I interrupt after the workout generator. Let me just go to my code because I'm looking at I like looking at the Jupyter notebook I have just because it prints the graph here. It's nice to look at that. But let me go to the actual code here because I need to um, shoot, interrupt after workout generator. Because here's another thing I realized. This is good because I'm fleshing out the back end, and that's fun. I am deciding in the workout reviser if I should revise or not. But that doesn't make sense because I have the router to make that decision already anyway. Should I revise or should I not revise? So what I actually should do, and I'm interrupting after the workout generator, not before the revisor. So when the after the interrupt, when I resume, I am going straight to the router. Okay. Yeah, yeah. So I need to actually make the decision in the router and not in the revisor. This is a little silly that I did it that way, but I can change that very quickly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this like this. I'm not going to have that in the revisor anymore. I'm going to put it in the router. Um, yeah. Okay, this makes a lot more sense. So the user feedback, and you know what? I don't even want the AI to decide itself if it should revise or not. If the user says revise without my feedback, it should just revise regardless. So I'm also going to take out the call to this chain, but I can comment it out for now. I'll just do that because I'll say not having AI decide if it should revise right now, just basing it on the user feedback. Let's do that. I'm going to do that. And then should revise work on. Okay. Okay. So what that means is should revise workout is actually equal to um, revise if user feedback is not equal to continue, else um, NA. Okay, then I'll delete this, fix that up. Okay, so if route to revise workout, route to create next workout, router to revise or not. I'm going to make this more clear because every time it seems to print like route to revise workout twice, but it's because first it's saying it is going to the router to decide, and then if it should revise, then it routes to revise. Okay, this is more clear. Okay, so um, yeah, this makes a lot more sense. Um, yes. Okay. The only problem here is if I need to revise the workout, then I need to fetch the feedback in the current workout again. Um, yeah, hold on. Let me think about this. It's kind of an issue here because I'm going to be querying the database more when I do it this way, but I definitely should be doing it this way. Because if I select alternatives and then say continue on to the next day, then yeah, I need to grab, okay, no, no, this is fine. This is good. Um, Let me copy this. In the router, I don't actually need the current workout. I never use this anywhere. Um, I guess I'll keep it just in case I ever go back to using the AI. Okay, all right, let me copy this. And then in the revisor, I still want to fetch the current workout and the user feedback. So that makes sense. And then I actually also want to fetch it in the workout generator. well, not the user feedback. But I do want to fetch the created workouts. Oh, hold on, that's not. Um, Created workouts. I mean, that state exists as well because I store literally everything in each chat. That's the beauty of it. Since every single chat message, I store the current state of the graph. So that way I can guarantee when I fetch the latest chat message, no matter what piece of information I want, if it is one of the things that is a state of the graph, then it is going to be there in the latest state. So that is good. Because in the workout generator, when I generate the next day, if the user provided feedback on the last workout and then said continue without revising, I still need to make sure I fetch the list of workouts and reset that to include the alternatives the user selected for the previous day because the workouts of the next day might change depending on if the personal trainer selected alternatives or not. Because if they change the um, dumbbell press to a bench press, then the AI needs to know not to just do a bench press again the next day. Maybe they would then do the dumbbell press. And so it's really important that I make sure I always get the latest things based on the user feedback in every single node of my graph. I wasn't doing that before. So this is actually a really good improvement, something that I missed out on to make this thing even better. So now this will be even more accurate, accepting the user feedback at every step of the way. So this is good. Okay. All right. So that means that the other thing I need to do is I need to add another interrupt. Um, and that is going to be after I revise the workout because at that point the workout is revised, but the user still has the opportunity to select the alternatives that they might want. So they're not going to be able to infinitely loop through revising the same day, but they can revise it once and then select alternatives and continue on. Or they can select alternatives and continue on right away. Or they can not select alternatives and just continue on right away. So there's kind of a few options there that I have to be able to handle. It's kind of a lot, but this is what will give the most power to the personal trainers, and I think that it will be simple for me to explain this well. And I'm going to be working really hard to continue to make the user experience really ideal for that. And by the way, I'm going to get interrupted pretty soon here, but let me try to get this in quickly before I get interrupted. I don't know when it's going to be, but probably within the next 15 minutes here. So I want to interrupt after the workout generator. And I also want to interrupt after the revise workout generator. I believe I can just have a list here. Okay. Because after I generate a workout, that's when the user has the option to select alternatives and to input feedback. And then after revise workout generator, the user just has options to select alternatives and then go on to the next day. So that should clear that up well. I think that's everything I have to change in the back end, but I'm really glad I did that because this actually is going to be this is going to be so much better and more fitted to what I actually need in the front end. Because I need to be able to provide inputs in both places. So if I'm not interrupting before or after both of these nodes, it doesn't cover every case that I have. So this is really good. Okay, what else do I need to check here? So if user feedback is not equal to continue, then revise. Yep. So yeah, the user is the only thing that controls if it revises now. I have a whole prompt to figure that out if the AI can determine itself, and that's cool in its own right. But I don't really want that right now. Um, yeah, I mean, maybe I could incorporate where it's like if the user doesn't say continue and doesn't give feedback, and then the AI can decide itself. But if the user doesn't say continue, that implies that they definitely want the AI to just revise with whatever it thinks would be better, even if it would have said, "Oh, I don't think I actually need to revise it," because it's the user that's in control. That's the whole thing with this application, is I want the user to be in control, and that's what I think one of the big things that'll make my application stand out of all the submissions for the Nvidia competition is how much I am incorporating human in the loop with this. I think it's cool, and it's something I haven't done before ever with AI. Any other AI application I've made, I have not had human in the loop like this. I've done some very complex things with AI, but it's always allowing the AI to take that final action without the human ever revising or approving anything. And that's an important thing for certain applications like this. So I'm psyched to be able to make something incorporate human in the loop in such an extent as this. Wait, I think I might be getting interrupted. Okay. Not yet. I'm just watching outside for cars coming because then I'll know that I gotta go and take a break for 15 minutes or whatever. Okay. All right. So this should be good. So I'm actually gonna restart the runnable and make sure there are no errors. We'll see. Okay, that is good. All right, so no errors there. Now I can go back to my front end code and continue with whatever I was doing. I don't remember now what I was doing. Shoot. Okay, I think I was going to manage the streamable UI now in the workout revisor because right now I just call the function without getting the response. So I'll say const response is equal to await because this is actually a function I need to await, right? It is. It says any. Why does it say any? Does this say any? Yeah, it does. Okay. Anyway, and then I need a state that represents the generating UI, just like I have in the other form. So this is nice, and clean. Okay. And then I'll set the generating UI, and I'm calling everything the same because it keeps it consistent. So in both forms, it's going to be called generating UI response dot workout generate UI. That is also the same, correct? It is called, yeah. Okay, so that's the same as well. So that is good. And then, um, wait. Okay, so I actually need to do two things here. First of all, before I even call this, I need to add a user message. Wait, where's Nanoid imported from here? It is imported from Nanoid. And then I'd import from stocks messages, and this is going to be actually it's to follow similar logic here. And that is going to be where are you at? Where is it? Um, hold on. Thought I already had the human. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. It was down here at the bottom. Continue with the workout for the next day. Or, um, so it's going to be user feedback. I'm going to make this neater here. So give me a second. Okay. Otherwise, hold on. Let me copy it this way because I'm just getting my syntax mixed up. So user feedback, boom, 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 like this. That is good. So that adds the user message to the UI state, and then I call to generate the workout, and then at the very end, I need to, um, oh, you know what? I need to add that unregister, should unregister false thing to this form as well, because I don't want that to change either. Wait, is that going to be a problem? Hold on. Because I need to make sure that just like that initial form, I don't want that one to reset. I don't want any of the forms that show the workouts to reset either. So that could be a problem. I'll just have to see. So let me get this working first, and then I'll think about that. Set messages, response dot new message. If I go back to actions, response dot new message, is going to be response dot, yeah, display system message. Okay, so that makes sense. That, yeah, all right. And then form dot reset, and then data. Okay, I think that's good. Okay. Well, because what? How do I determine the value? No, actually, I am good here because instead of having to set the default values based on the message input, this whole component gets its state from something external that's passed in through a prop. So I won't have the same problem that I had before where the form was getting reset because it managed its default value internally. But now the default value here is actually based on a prop. So I should be good. Anyway, so yeah, create the message for the user and then the message for the AI. Once it responds with the updated workout, um, yeah. I think that's interesting though, is I'm gonna spit out another new form that is going to be, let me go back to my, it's gonna be this again. But after it's revised once, the only option is going to be to continue with the next day. So I'm gonna think about how to do that. Because it actually like if I just came from generating a workout, then I should display this option. But if I just came from revising a workout, this is the only button that I will allow. That will require some thought because so I got to think about like how would I determine or actually make that determination that I came just from generating a workout or just from revising a workout. Um, yeah, because that'll actually change a good amount. Well, there's a couple options here. I'll definitely be able to get this. I just have to think about the best way to do it. One option is I could have a piece of state in the graph that says, did I just finish revising or did I just finish generating a workout? That could work. That just means more state in my graph, more things to manage, more attributes to manage. Another thing I could do is within my chunks, all of the events that come through the stream, I could figure out what was the last node that was executed. If it was a reviser node, then I know that I just finished revising. If it's the generator, then I know I just finished generating the initial workout for one of the days. And one of those two is always going to be the last because in my runnable, I'm interrupting with right after these nodes. I would just have to print out the chunks again and see like how exactly I'd key off of that. But that would be how I determine. Yeah, and so then what I would do with in my state, I would just have another thing I'd add on to the state here. That would be if I generated a workout. Ooh, actually, I just thought of another thing. I could rename this tool. Instead of a generated workout, I could call it revised workout. And in this case, I would it would be like everything would be the exact same, except I could change. I could have a prop here that would toggle between if I revised or I am going to do that. I think I'm definitely going to do that. Because then this toggle would be like, if I currently just generated a workout, then I would pass that as a prompt to the workout reviser saying, hey, I just generated a workout. And then vice versa with revised workout. And then I could add another parameter to my continue generating workout where it would say if it is going to if I just finished revising, then I'd say okay, now the next thing is going to be a workout is created. Or if I just finished creating a workout, then it'd say okay, the next thing is going to be revising. And so that would determine then what the next tool name is going to be. And so I can keep flip-flopping between them, generating and revising. Or if I'm going from generating straight to generating, skipping the revision, then I could just have another generated workout tool. So yeah, I need to make note of this because that'll be super helpful. See, I'm going to say add a flag add a keep. How do I think of how to word this? Keep generated workout. I gotta make sure I'm about to get interrupted, so I'm like super distracted now. Keep generated workout tool type, also add revised workout tool type. Have that determine new prop to workout reviser form and have it flip flop or keep with a generated workout if skipping revision. Okay, I hope that makes sense to my future self when I come back to this after I take my break. I'm definitely getting interrupted soon because I said within the next 15 minutes and it's already been like 15 minutes now. Okay. Oh wait, I think okay, still nothing yet. Um, okay, hold on a second. Let me check my Slack quick off screen. Okay. I'm trying to load an email that I got quickly here. It is not loading. Usually my connection is pretty solid. It says I got 4 bars, but let me check it on my computer quick. I just want to see this email. I don't want to be like entirely disconnected from the world just because I'm streaming all day, so I feel like it's helpful just to yeah, quickly take a look. Okay. It's for a bigger invoice for something, so all right, we're good. So this whole flip-flopping between generated workout and revised workout, I can I'll implement that next, but what I want to do right now is just verify that these two things are working. Because this is actually good. Like I'm basically to the point where both of these are good because I'm kind of knocking them out at the same time because I made those changes to the back end. And it's all based on the what the user feedback is. If it's continue, empty string, has some text in it. And so I'll knock both of these out pretty soon here. And then I'll have to, at the end of generating the workout, spit out a form with the alternatives still every day. That won't be too bad. Like I'm not gonna have to do anything like brand new with that. Okay. Sorry, I have to keep checking to see if I'm about to get interrupted because the doorbell's gonna ring and then I'll have to pause. Um, okay, so this one won't be too bad. And then number six, this one is gonna be a bit of a bugger. Because I'm gonna have to like do a lot more with Redis. Because I'll have to make like a whole new thing where it's like there's a bunch instead of just like user has a bunch of chats, it's going to be user has a bunch of clients and each client can have chats. Um, so I'm going to have to think about how to handle that. That'll take more work. Um, Definitely for sure, if I want to be done by tomorrow at around 4 o'clock, I will need to have I need these things done by tonight. Like that is my goal. I'm going to be grinding for the next 4 hours, probably at least. And I want to knock these things out. And I'm almost there at 3 and 4, and then five shouldn't be too bad. So that won't be bad. And then tomorrow morning, I'm waking up at like 6 a.m. and I'm gonna grind the heck out of this one as well. Because if I can get all of that done by like 10, 11, maybe even 12. If I have even 4 hours to do this stuff, I should be pretty good. I think 4 hours would be decent for this. Clean up all the code, add in some documentation, create instructions on how to use the application. Yeah, the presentation I'm gonna be so anal about. Like I'm gonna re-record it probably like 20 times, but luckily it's short. So it won't be too bad overall. Like if I just give myself an hour to record that, that should be pretty solid. I thought about like doing like really fancy editing and stuff, but like I don't really have the skills for that. Not gonna be a lot of time for it. I don't really want to pay someone for it, even though honestly maybe it could be worth it, but it's just so last minute. I don't really know what I want it to be yet, which is the problem. So I'm just gonna record that myself. I'm gonna try to keep it very simple and concise, but just like show the power of it and just have a lot of enthusiasm. And I think that'll make for a good presentation. And then actually submitting stuff won't take long. I'll just need like, like a half hour to fill out that form and get the yeah, get the thing uploaded to Twitter or YouTube. I guess both. I mean, well, I'll definitely post it to YouTube, but I think Nvidia also required that I have it uploaded to Twitter as well. Let me see. Post to X, LinkedIn, or Instagram. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll do X. I don't use Twitter much anymore. I was using it a while at one point last year. But like LinkedIn, I don't post anything on either, and then I haven't logged into my Instagram in a couple of years. Like I don't like Instagram. I think it's a cesspool. So yeah, I think I'll. Oh wait, hold on. I think I might be getting interrupted now. I can't really tell. There's so many cars in front of my house right now, just from neighbors getting visitors. Yeah, so I'll post to YouTube and X. That is the plan. In fact, let me write that here. That's good just to have that in mind. Post demonstration to YouTube and Twitter. X, Twitter. Okay. Okay. So we're good. So now I have that cleared up, so I know exactly what I'm doing. Yeah, so all right, recap a plan. Get these things done pretty soon. Finish this tonight. Nailed through this tomorrow morning, and then tomorrow, hopefully late morning, be able to start on all of these things. It's definitely a grind, but it'll be a good grind. And luckily, like nothing has to be like super perfect because I'm not just like deploying this for everybody to start using now. I just need um there's so many people in front of my house, man. Okay, I just need like I need it working well. But I don't need to like worry about like tiny edge cases and stuff at this point because there's not going to be a lot of people using it. That's what I'll get into more in the next few weeks after. Because like I said, I'm continuing this after the competition. I just want to have something really, really good for the competition, but it doesn't have to be like production ready. Because it's not like the people judging all of our AI projects are actually going to be able to um, do a ton of interaction with the application. I don't even know if they're going to be downloading it locally. I assume they're going to have AI do a lot of analysis on things, probably. And they're also just going to look at the code and just look at the structure of things and how my technologies are being used. They honestly might even focus more on my back end. And so I'll probably spend a lot of time like, cleaning this up a lot tomorrow. But yeah, like the front end and like little like edge cases and stuff, like that just needs to be solid for when I deploy it to production. And so, yeah, I should be good. I should be good here. Because if I was deploying this to production tomorrow, I would be going nuts. Like I'd have to like do a lot of testing and think about edge cases and everything. But like for me, I just need to like make a demonstration that's really good and have all these functionalities work well and have a good UI and user experience. And I've nailed the UI a lot here. And I've been thinking a lot about the user experience. Definitely getting there. I'll need to do some things like probably move the chat into the revisor form and stuff like that, but I'm getting there. So okay. Back to my code now. I'm pretty much at the point where I can just run this because I don't need that toggle yet. For if it's like a generated workout or a revised workout. Because right now I just want to run it and see if I can generate the next day. Because yeah, user feedback is continue. Then let me go back to this function here. Continue generating workout. User feedback is continue. I think this is good. Yeah, I will just see what happens. Yeah, I just hope this null works. Because also it might need to be undefined. I'm not really sure. Um, I guess I could look it up. LangChain JS human in the loop. Human in the loop. Okay. Oh, no, this is good. This is what I needed. This isn't like, hold on. Shoot, because I need something specific to LangGraph. Lang, I'll see if this is even a thing. LangGraph JS human in the loop. I hope there is an example here. LangGraph human in the loop. This is Python though. That's the problem. Um, Damn, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find something. Human in the loop. This is still Python. I don't want a notebook here. I want something with actual JavaScript. Human intervention. Okay, no, that's Python. It's too bad. I mean, I should be good. Um, what's this? Custom GPT. Lang Suite Expert. Wait a second. This could be dope. How do I implement human in the loop with langchain.js and lang serve runnable? Okay. We'll see if this GPT is good. Um, okay, that's not langgraph though. I think this failed. Honestly, that is unfortunate. Wow. I should be good with my null, and I can just change it to undefined if it doesn't work. And then if both those don't work, then I might be stuck. That could actually really be unfortunate. But hold on here. I'm just letting this run just to see. Yeah, that's not a good answer. That sucks. That's too bad because there's nothing even with LangGraph here. This doesn't use LangGraph. I'll give it one more shot here, but I don't think this custom GPT is actually good enough. As um, hmm, what is it doing? A human input node. Okay. Um, they don't even have an interrupt. I think this is just terrible code. This is honestly terrible code because uh corrected. I think this sucks because it needs to have an interrupt to actually accept something from the user before continuing on. And it seems like this would just go forever, or not go forever, but it would just go from here to here instantly without any. Where's their state? Yeah, I think this is awful. I'm sorry. That is too bad. I mean, I don't blame this guy. I'm asking a very complicated question. I'm sure this GPT is neat. But yeah, that's not helpful at all. Okay, so I'm just gonna give it a go and see if it works. So first of all, I'm going to fully refresh with a new chat window. I'm going to generate a new workout. Okay, actually, I do need to go for 15 minutes now. I just saw someone pull up, so I will BRB. Right. I am back. I haven't had dinner yet. It's gonna arrive probably kind of soon, to be honest. So I might have to break again pretty quick here. But I'm excited to try what I was working on right before I had to go, which is actually getting these buttons right here. Oh shoot. I think I have to recompile. Yeah, these buttons right here to actually work, where I can continue with the next day or revise without any feedback. And so now is the time for me to test if this actually works, because right before I had to break, I believe I had just kind of looked over all the code and everything looked good. The only doubt I have is if the way that I can re-kick off the playing serve endpoint with null and versus none in Python, if that will actually work. But the only way I can try is by actually doing it now. So, got my laying serve endpoint restarted. Yep, everything, it looks good to go. So, I am going to generate for something from scratch. Um, yeah, because I actually want to keep this kind of as like a little template here. So I'm actually going to delete this old one because this one was back when the form autofill wasn't working right after it generated a workout. So yeah, so a brand new workout here. It is 1 hour long. I'm just going to fill in all this good default stuff and then I'll watch it go, see what happens. So everything should be the same for this right here, actually generating the workout. But what will be different will be what I can do after it has generated the workout for the first day. So let me do that. All right, so generate workout, we get an error. That's fine. Thread ID is not defined. Oh yeah. That makes sense. I know why that is. So let me restart my Langster endpoint, or actually shut it down, because I need to. Hold on, let me refresh. It shouldn't have done anything there. Yeah, okay, yep. So we're good to go. Um, I didn't want to actually create a chat there because things failed. The reason that didn't work is because I'm incorporating the thread ID in more workouts now, or more of the nodes in my workout generator, but I need to actually fetch that from the state. That's my problem. So the thread ID is the state thread ID, and then I need to make sure I have this in the revisor node as well. Because I'm fetching the state from the previous chat in all three of my nodes now, the revisor, the router, and the generator, all three of the core ones. And so yeah, thread ID. Because in my router I have that. Yep. But I just didn't have that in my initial workout generator and the revisor as well. So that is good to go now. So I'm going to just restart my lang serve endpoint and then just kick things off again. So here we go. That's the kind of thing that it obviously wouldn't detect when I start my lang serve endpoint. I actually have to run it to get that error, which is all good. So, okay. So I'll select all the same things again. It's a little tedious, but luckily it doesn't take very long. Just a couple of seconds because of these nice autofills. If the click will work, that's kind of weird. Like I feel like that's actually a Chrome bug. But anyway, so generate workout. Still getting an error because it says that none type object is not subscriptable. Um, okay. Why would this be? Let me think about this. Um, yeah, I think it's because initially there are no workouts. Let me go back to my workout generator because I wouldn't actually care about this until after I generate a workout anyway. Um, yes. Right. Oh no, that makes total sense. So if the latest state, then I want to set latest work because when I generate the very first workout, there's not going to be a chat yet. So this is going to return none. And actually that is going to be the error that I get here. Um, because I'm going to try to access something, or no, this is the wrong file. In my helpers, I'm going to try to access something that doesn't exist because the chat doesn't exist yet, or at least there's not a message in it. And so then it's going to get an exception and return none. So actually what I want to do, um, I'm going to do something here. I'm going to say if mess, because I'm guessing it printed an exception. Wait, let me go back to my code here. Um, Did it print an exception? Let me scroll back up here because I'm assuming it printed this exception right here because it tried to get a chat that didn't exist. Messages is not a list. Exactly. Yep. So this error came from line 419 because messages is not a list. Um, well, I guess I wish I knew which line number that is exactly coming from because I think what I can do here is I can just say if messages not in result, just return none because that means at this point there hasn't been a message in the chat yet. Can I do that is the question. Messages is not in list. Wait, oh no, no, I sorry, I thought it said is not a list, but is not in the list. So yes, that this line errored because result.index of messages like that it didn't exist yet. So if messages not in result, then I can return none. So we are good to go there. So now I can restart. Right, 'cause I'm handling that now. If it's none, if latest state, only if it exists do I set the created workouts. And if latest state does exist, then also created workouts is guaranteed to exist because even initially, when there's just the first message, created workouts is going to be that first message. Or even before that, it would just be like in the initial state, created workout is just that empty workout object. So that is good. All right, so I have my endpoint running again. I'll go over to my front end. And then, yeah, this is just going to clock forever, unfortunately. So I'll just refresh here and we'll get a new chat. Okay, so I will select everything again. Come on. All right. Generate workout. And now, great. Now there's no error. So that's what we're hoping for. No errors at all. So it'll generate the first workout and then it'll spit that back out to the front end. All that is working. There's nothing new with that. The new thing is going to be what I can do after it generates the first workout. Um, if it doesn't fail. Okay, there's another error. That's all good. They happen. Where is this from? This is line 168 in route to revise workout. None type object is not subscriptable. And that is because, hold on. Why did it route? Why did it go there already? Route to revise or not revise workout. I don't like that because it should have cut off before it went to the user. Or wait, because I told it to interrupt after workout generator. But it didn't. It went right to the route to revise workout. So that doesn't sit well with me because that kind of shoot. That defeats the whole purpose of being able to wait for the user feedback and then go into the route to revise workout. So I don't like this. Yeah, I don't know. I think I misunderstood. I guess I have a misunderstanding of how lane graph works. I guess when you interrupt after a node, it will still execute the conditional router, which is not ideal. That's unfortunate. Well, first of all, what's the error here? Latest state still doesn't exist, apparently, is the problem. Well, no, yeah, that makes sense because I still haven't put the chat in it. Huh, damn, that sucks. So I just got to think about how to handle this. The route I thought the router would be called after the interrupt is after it resumes from the interrupt, but it's clearly not the case. Interrupt after workout generator. Let me look at the doc. I'm just gonna look at the documentation for this quick. Okay. All right. This is too bad. I mean, I'll be able to handle it fine. It's just not ideal. Lang serve interrupt before. Yes. Lang serve interrupt. There's not a lot of documentation on lang serve yet. Like, holy crap. Lang serve human in the loop. Man. Oh, shoot. I was searching lang service in a lang graph. That might have been the problem. All right. So in this example here, interrupt an optional list should be one of the following. It's useful if you wanted to return directly or run additional processing on an output. Um, yes. Interrupt after. Right? I have it after, not before. Yeah, I do. That's man alive. Because here's another idea I have. I could literally add another node right after the workout generator, just so that there's something in between my router and my workout generator. And then I guess I'd have to do the same thing. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. I think I have to. That's so weird. It's not ideal because now my graph is just bigger for no reason. But that way it'll interrupt after the workout generator and it won't go straight to the router because there's going to be another node in between. And so then that node, I'm just going to have it do nothing. It, it's not ideal, but this is gonna. Let me think about this. Give me a second. Think about this because I might be able to turn this into something for good. If I use just a single node that for both the workout generator and the revisor to go to, no, I don't think that makes sense. Um, okay, so you got workout generator. I'm just gonna call this post workout generator. And this, I'm not even gonna print anything here. Like I'm gonna make this as basic as I possibly can because this is just taking up space now. So, like literally, I'll just have it set the day, or no, I guess I can set the created workouts. Okay, that's fine. Um, yeah, whatever. And then post work. Okay, so post workout generator, and then post workout reviser. This works, I suppose. Um, Here's an idea. Something that could actually make it could make this could be useful. Um, I could have these ones actually fetch the state after, because now there's the two nodes are gonna be separated by an interrupt, and I can fetch the state in here. This actually might be good now that I think about it. Um, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. All right, so create workouts user feedback is equal to state user feedback. Okay, so then in my result post workout revisor, this is where I'm actually gonna fetch things. Um, yeah, I'm gonna do a little bit of safety here. I'm gonna have the created workouts, I'm gonna have the current workouts, and the user workouts. And I'm going to set current workout. Hold on, no. Let me take that back. Okay, or not take it all back, but latest state dot get current workout. Otherwise, the default value will be what we already have in the state here. I think this will be, and then the user feedback. I guess user feedback has the option to be an empty string. Like that would be like a valid update, and so it wouldn't mean that it's none. Um, well, no, 'cause I think that's just if it is none, then it goes to the fallback here. So this actually is probably good. Okay, so created workouts, and then current workout is the current workout, and then user feedback is user feedback. I think that this is good. I just need to make these strings because this is not JavaScript. I'm switching a lot between the languages, but gotta make sure that's solid. Um, lang Okay, let me test something quick. I'm gonna see if I understand my Python right. This is a little Python test. So I'm gonna make a dictionary. I'm gonna call it, or I'm gonna have a key test that's gonna be an empty string, and then test two, testing two, and I'm gonna say d.get test, test three. Okay, that works. Yep. So just because this is an empty string doesn't mean that it's considered none. So yeah, okay, never mind. So we're good. We're good. What I was testing there, like if user feedback is an empty string, does that mean that .get is going to say, oh, user feedback is not, or like false, therefore I'm going to go to the default, but actually it's just making sure the key is present. That's what I was testing there. So I should be good. So yeah, I'm basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn these nodes into post um, processors that are going to take whatever the user might have inputted as feedback and um, yeah, and then like add that to the state of the graph, whatever we have from the external database. So this actually turned out to be something good. Like I said, I wanted to think about it and see how could I turn this problem into a good thing. And so it was kind of sucky. Like I thought maybe I could have it interrupt before the router runs, but now I have to interject this node in between the workout generator and the router and the revisor and the router. But both those cases, I can actually do some post processing. So I really don't mind this at all. So I'm going to copy this, and my post-workout revisor and my post-workout generator are going to do the same thing for now. Um, but that's okay. I'm going to have it do as duplicate code just because I might want to make these different things later. Um, so I might as well do this. Oh, actually, I need the thread ID as well. That's really important. Thread ID. Okay, thread ID. And then thread ID. And then that also means that in my workout generator, I don't need to deal with this state at all, which is kind of nice. So I can clean these up because these are the bigger functions anyway. And the same thing in the revisor. So it's guaranteed that before I hit this node, so the workout generator the first time around, there won't be any post processing that is ever run because the graph is starting right away there. But by the time I get to the workout generator again, it means that the post processing has happened because I interrupt after the workout generator. And so at that point, I would have incorporated the user feedback, or after the revisor runs, I would get the user feedback and then post process that in the following node. So that is good. And then the same thing for the revisor, that once this runs, it is guaranteed. So I don't even need this because it is guaranteed that the post processor of the workout generator ran and updated the state. Like this ran and updated the state based on what we have in the latest chat message here. So I think this is actually really good. It splits things up, makes things more modular, and also then there's kind of like a dedicated step for the post processing of all the feedback that's put in the external. So like now anything that interacts with an external database is put in its own node, and so I can guarantee that basically either a node is going to be interacting entirely with the internal state of the graph, or it's going to be interacting entirely with the external state from the database, and then just updating the internal state of the graph. So that actually works well. I'm just making a lot of changes here, so I have to hope that there aren't any errors as we're doing this. So I'm going to look over my code again quickly and just see, make sure I have thread ID defined everywhere I need, which I guess should just be like, look, let me see. So first, my first instance is defining it in the state, and then yep, then I have it in the post workout generator. So it just should be the post nodes that have it. Um, Okay, yeah, so the router doesn't need it anymore. So that is good because once I get to the router, the user feedback is going to be fetched from the database. So that is solid. Yeah, user feedback. And then I fetch the user feedback. Yeah, so this is new. In my revisor, I fetch it from the internal state because I was before not even fetching it from the internal state of the graph because I was just getting it um from the database, the Redis Vercel KV database. But yeah, now I need it from the internal state. Okay, so that is looking good. All right. Yeah, let's see how this goes. I'm gonna yeah, restart my endpoint here. Taking a break pretty soon. But let's see if I can get this working because that would be amazing. All right, so let's see. Go back to my front end. I'm gonna close out of this because this was not helpful, unfortunately. Found a good solution myself though, so I'm happy about it. All right, I'll restart with the base URL. New workout. Boom, boom, boom. I'm making a good amount of changes to the back end, which is cool. At first, I thought I'd be just doing everything today in the front end, but it's nice to be able to improve that as well. Because in the end, that's the thing that matters the most because it's using the Nvidia technologies and the lane chain technologies. It's just the front end is a necessary thing, even though it takes a ton of time. Because I got to make it look good. So it got to be presentable. It has to be a product. All right, so generate workout. Let's see what's up. If I get any errors, it's going good so far. And so now we should actually not see the router in the output here. Before we would see the router because it would interrupt um, router to, okay, I guess not. I guess that didn't work. That's weird. Don't like that. I don't understand why it does that. Um, but I guess I can still see if this works. That's just unfortunate because it should be interrupting before. Oh, wait. Okay. It's because I never added those new nodes into the graph. Duh. Let me go back here. Um, I never added the nodes. So I have, after the workout generator, I have a new thing called the post workout generator. Yes. And then after the revised workout generator, I have something called the post workout revisor. I need to actually add these. That is why nothing changed. But we also didn't get any errors, which was good. So I think after set this up, we will be good. Um, because I need to add, yeah, so add an edge. The workout generator is actually going to go to post workout reviser, and then post workout reviser, this is going to be what now goes to a different node depending on the router. So post workout reviser, um, revise, go to revise, otherwise go to results, results, otherwise go back to workout generator. Okay, so that's good. And then I will add another edge here from the revise workout generator to the post workout reviser. And then post workout reviser again will be the one that uses route to results to determine if it should go to the next day or go to the end of the graph, the result generator, which then goes to the end. Okay, so this is looking really good now. I just missed that out. I was so confused when I first saw that exact same behavior. So now we oh wait, hold on, let me fix this here. Post workout generator is a dead end. Hold on. Workout generator goes to post workout generator. Okay, I think this was my issue. Okay, let me try this again. I just had the wrong node selected there in the conditional. This should work now. Yep, okay, there we go. So now when I run this, let me go back to the front end here and I will delete this workout. Is it like recompiling or something? Oh, I guess I didn't actually click it. All right, weird. All right, let me refresh. Generate another workout. Okay, so now the main behavior that I'm looking for, before I even verify that I can go to the next workout, I'm looking for the behavior that the router is never called because it should stop before it goes to the workout post processor, and then the UI will be updated. So let's take a look at this now and see if that's actually what happens. So it'll go to workout generator and then it'll interrupt. Nothing will happen after it generates the workout. And then when I continue, it'll go to the post processor and then the router that we saw the output for before. And sure enough, this is looking really good because it stopped where I wanted it to now. But there's still a workout and everything. So, okay, this is all working. That is good. Just kind of a little regression test. Make sure that all looks good. And then this all looks dope. I can select alternatives, goblet squats. No, let's do dumbbell squats. All right. And then I should be able to continue right with the next day. And when I continue with the next day, it should decide, because let me go back to my runnable here. When I go to my post processor, post workout generator, it will fetch the user feedback and set that. And then in my router, the user feedback is going to be continue. Um, so I won't revise. So it should generate the second day. Let's see if it works. Continue with the workout for the next day. Okay, so this should say NA. Revise, route to revise workout. Um, wait, hold on. It decided to revise the workout, so I must have messed something up. It says the user feedback is an empty string. Okay, so I did mess something up. That's all good. I mean, it's too bad, but next day workout generated. It also didn't output the new card. Okay, so I got some issues there. I'll tackle them one at a time because the first problem is it says the user feedback is an empty string, but it definitely should not be an empty string. What could cause that? So user feedback is here. So I'm getting that from the state, from the router, but I know that the post processor ran. I guess I don't know that for sure. I should add a print statement to actually say that. So I'm going to say print um, user feedback in post processor is, and then I'll say user feedback. So that's the first thing I'll use to help me debug is I'll make sure that this is actually running and that I actually got the user feedback. The other possibility Um, oh wait, I think I actually know the problem here. Don't I know the problem? The latest, hold on. What's the latest AI message? If I go into actions and I look at continue generating workout, the user feedback is going to be whatever I've given here. So if I go back, or well, no, so do I update? Let me look at this. I wonder if my feedback is getting overwritten here. I think that's the problem. 'Cause I actually don't want, no matter what is put here, I don't want it to change the user feedback. That could be the issue. Um, Filter key and state. So I actually want to try something here. Um, and key is not equal to user feedback. Let me think about this because this is a potential issue. Because if the user feedback is getting overwritten, um, that'd be a problem. And then I guess the current workouts need to get overwritten, but I don't want it to initially override. Okay, well, actually, one thing that's cool is I confirmed that this null worked because it continued off from where it left. Like I look here, workout generator, and then the post processor, and then when it continued with this post request, same thread ID, so then it went right to the router. So that's actually really good because that was one thing I was worried about. If this null didn't work and undefined didn't work, but I need something equivalent to passing in none for the inputs in Python, I would be stuck. And I know that there's not going to be documentation on that because I've already tried to look at using LangChain JS with LangServe and LangGraph, and I couldn't find anything for human in the loop. And so that is like really good that that works. Like that's a huge upside to this whole situation. There's just a little bit of downside of like I can't tell why the user feedback was not being incorporated. So I have to think about that because it seemed user feedback was an empty string, and I don't know why. Because it definitely should have fetched from the latest chat message. The user feedback should have been set because right here the state, the user feedback is based on this, and then in my workout revisor, the user feedback continue. I clicked on handle continue next day, and that is going to pass continue for the user feedback. I guess one thing I'll do is I'll just console log the user feedback here, because that way I can see. So I have it printing out in the front end and the back end now, and so theoretically I should be able to see where it goes wrong, which one is actually an empty string in, because maybe in the front end something's working wrong, or maybe it's not being received in the back end for some reason. Like maybe the last message doesn't actually store the user feedback, or it could be getting overwritten like I was thinking. So I'm adding this kind of as a safety now as well. So let's see. I think I just need to run it again. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to go back here. I'm going to delete this workout, and then I need to restart my LangServe endpoint, both because I need a new execution and also because I changed it a little bit because I'm printing in the post processor now. Okay, so that looks good, and then I'll refresh this just to be safe. case things need to reload or whatever. I'm just kind of ODC about that. OCD. Holy cow. OCD. Wow. All right. So select all the defaults again. I'm getting really, really hungry, so I'm gonna take a break soon, no matter what, even if I'm a little stumped on this still. Like, holy cow, I need food, and then I can kick it back off and figure this thing out. Because yeah, once I figure this out and I really get this down, then I will be done with both of these. I guess the last thing for the user feedback is moving this input into here, into the workout generator or revisor form. And then and then yeah, adding this in. Okay, so I work on these two things, and then I really hope to get this done by tonight as well. So we'll see. So generate workout. Really hope this works now, or at least not. I know it won't work, 'cause I haven't changed much, but there should be a print that should really help me see what the problem is now. And that would actually be in the front end. So I'm gonna have to go into my developer tools once it is generated. Yep. So okay, so we got the first day. This is good. And then I will go into here and I will click continue with next day. And okay, so it is continue. I guess I knew that because of the user message anyway. So let me take a look at okay, so user feedback in the post processor is an empty string. So that is my issue. So it decides that it needs to revise the workout. Well, this is kind of weird too. I don't understand. I mean, this is the second problem. I already called this out, but I'm gonna have to handle this as well. But for some reason, the system message is here, and that's good, but it's not generating the card for the next workout. I don't like that either. Because right here at the bottom, after um yeah, so once it's done, I add a new message, which is another generated workout tool. And so that second card should be there. Not really sure what's up with that. I guess let me try refreshing here. That, oh yeah, I think that's the problem. Because I need to update the UI state, because the UI state is what is there temporarily. And then if I refresh, I think that means the card will be there instead of the system message. Um, oh shucks. Object with keys, tool name, state. Well, damn. That's gonna keep failing, isn't it? Okay, that actually really sucks because I can't refresh this to delete the chat now. Okay. That's gonna put a wrench in it as well, because I'm gonna have to delete that. Um, what is my problem here? What did I do wrong? My state could be messed up in some way. I can't use object with keys. So why? Apparently, my React child is a content element. That's what that's telling me. Why is that though? Is the real question. It might be because of this. Yeah, let me try hard coding this. That might fix my problem, so I can at least see what's up. So I'm gonna say test, and then actually yeah, I'm gonna just say that. That might fix this issue. Moment of truth. Refresh here. Yeah, that was my problem. So it was thinking for some reason that um okay, because I had a message. Oh wait. I know the issue. It's because where am I at? Bring me to yeah. I have this as type user, and so it's thinking like, oh, I need to yeah, okay. Because it's not of type the role is not tool, it is user. But I actually want to display user messages as a tool as well now, just because I manage the state in that way. And so I actually kind of want to just get rid of everything for now, except for, yeah, I kind of just want to do this. Boom. Um, hmm. Okay, that doesn't work either. All right, yeah, because of the typing is all messed up. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna, well, okay, first of all, I have to make this test for now because I need to delete the chat or it's just gonna be screwed. And then here, instead of saying a user message, I'm just gonna call it tool. I'm just gonna call everything a tool. Because it really is. Like at this point, I don't have like a raw user message or a raw bot message. So if I just make it a rule for everything to be a tool, because later on, like I said, I might implement a system where like you could talk to the LLM to ask questions about the workouts while you're in the middle of revising things or something like that. But in the meantime, before I have that, I'm just going to make everything a tool because it's all just working with these forms and not just like raw text. Even if there's feedback, it's still going to be like a part of a form. Like I said, I'm moving that chat element up into the revisor forms. So that makes sense. Okay, so this workout, um, yeah, sure enough, that is, I don't know why it said day zero. That's kind of weird. Um, yeah, why are you day zero? I don't like that. Let's see here. Day should not be zero. The workouts are generated though. Let's deal with that in a bit. I'm gonna delete this workout because that is crashing my system. So now I can go back here and I can actually say the message.content as string. So that's there for when I need it if I ever change back to that. But then what I need to do is I need to figure out why the heck my user feedback is empty. It must be defaulting to this. I assume latest state is returning none. That could be my problem. If messages not in result. Yeah. So the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna print result. I'm gonna see what's wrong there because that could be my issue. Maybe this isn't what I thought it would be, and that would help me know like if it's using a default here, what it is. Um, and then I'm also gonna print latest state. So we'll see. Okay, so I need to restart it again because I updated the code. Okay, it's kind of sucks now because in order to test this, I actually have to like generate a workout and then do one revision. So let me do that quick. I guess it's pretty quick. Generate workout. Okay. I gotta take a break soon. I really need to eat. I'm so determined to get this good. It's already 7, unfortunately. But if I can get this user feedback to work, then I'm pretty set. Okay, so day one. Um, I do not like why. I don't know why I did that. It just like went away from my chat. Oh well. It doesn't usually happen, so I'm gonna assume that's not gonna happen again. So let me just not focus on that. I'm going to continue with next day. Continue with the workout for the next day. And now I get an error. No tasks to run in the graph. I don't like that at all. Wow. Okay. I don't know what happened there. It might have just been some little glitch because it switched the chat. I'm just gonna try again. Maybe I really don't know what happened. Maybe I needed to refresh there or something. I'm just gonna hope that there wasn't some big underlying issue there because I didn't change anything, so there really shouldn't have been. So let me just do this again. Okay, I hope this works. I don't want it better not change my URL again. Where like it brought me back to a blank workout. I need this to work. If this stops working, I'd be very confused because I didn't even change anything related to it. So generate the workout, and then yeah, okay, so we're good now. So it didn't do the same thing before. I must have needed to just refresh or something. So yeah, now we'll test it out. So I'll do continue with next day, and yeah, we're not airing out now, so that's good. Okay, so user feedback in post processor is, and yeah, it's an empty string, which is fine. It's what I expected. Um, so let's see what happens when it revises. I just want to look at this quick. Revise workout generator. Next day workout generated, and if I refresh, it should not crash this time, and there should be a second card. So let me look at that quick. It does say day zero, so I'll have to figure that out. Um, that's also empty, so that's broken too. Yeah, I think it's a good time to take a break in a sec. I'm just going to look at this because um, where's my user feedback? Man, this JSON is killing me. I should have printed it out better. I don't see user feedback at all, just looking at that initially. Let me throw this through a pretty printer so I can get a better look at it. Damn it, it's invalid JSON. Print this JSON better. This is gonna take a while. No. Um, oh, it's actually printing this nice. I thought it was gonna give me the code to print it nice. I'm like, no, I wanted to see it. Yes, somehow the user feedback is. Let me. I must be setting my. I must be doing something in the state wrong when I'm setting this. So, okay, looks fine to me. Hmm. Oh no, user feedback is there, but it is indeed an empty string. And inputs is there. But I specifically told it. Uh, okay. I might know the problem, actually. I'm fetching the first message, but I might need to be fetching the last one. And I can actually test that really easily. Because I can just change the ID here in my code, and I can run my little test script again. It's nice that I have this. And then I change the 0 to a -1. Let me run this and give it a shot. So I'll say Python Vercel KV testing. And yes, that's my problem. That's all it is. It's literally all it is. I need this to be a -1. Okay, that's silly. All right, but then the other problem is my day was getting set to 0. So I don't know what's up with that. Because my state will include day. Um, Let me see what it printed up here. Day is 0. Why is day 0? It's definitely not 0. Um, Let me try removing this. That might help. Come on now. You can't mess with me this way. Last message dot content as workout state. This should be fine. But I think that's what happened. Like there's just default values that are getting set. Last message. Whenever I update the AI state dot update, I am always AI state dot done. I'm always including the full state with the default values. Correct. State. Yep, because I start here with day, and then eventually day gets updated. This is bugging me. I don't. Is something wrong in my code? Like, why is this failing? I'm gonna ask GPT quick. It is saying that state is missing workout state keys when they are in the object from entries. Let me see. Um, that's what I already had. That wasn't helpful. I guess it's possible that let me print last message console.log last message dot content dot content. Oh, I know my problem. It has to be dot content dot state. It's literally just that. Hold on. Like, it'll still error, but like yeah, with the default. So okay, all right. Um, yes, because before it was like state and tool, and that wasn't. Yeah. Okay. So now we should be good. Actually, everything should be good because user. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm gonna run it back again. Start the endpoint. We are good to go. I'm going to delete this old chat because this is trash now, and then refresh. Okay, this is my last run, and then I'm going to take a break no matter what. Because I need food so bad that it's just going to hamper my performance with coding here. So, boom, 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 boom. Generate workout. Should be no errors. Things are looking good. All right, all right. If I can get this done, like right here, that would be good. I should still be on track. Um, yeah, I mean this will still take a little bit, but getting there. Okay, so day one is generated. That all looks good. Okay, so now I'm going to continue with next day. And that did not work still. The user feedback, that's too bad. Okay. Um, Well, let me check to make sure this card doesn't say day zero anymore. At least we'll have that. Okay, yeah, so this is good. So I fixed one problem. It has the right day now. This thing is also kind of stupid. I don't know why it deletes the user message. Am I grabbing the last message now? I am. What is your state? I'm printing too much. I wonder if it's like asynchronous, and so the user feedback is not getting pushed in time. Make this pretty JSON without code. Shoot, one sec. Okay. So the current workouts is populated, and then the list, I assume the list is going to be as well. I have to wait for it to generate all this JSON before it gets down to the bottom where I can see the user input. Almost there. I'm guessing it's just going to be an empty string. Otherwise, this would probably be working. Was there any other output that printed I could look at? I forget if I set anything else. I think so. Okay. Yeah, user feedback is still an empty string. I know I restarted my endpoint, so it should be fetching the last message. It's weird because messages JSON -1. If I go fetch that again from my test script, let me replace the ID again. It should be there. So something is getting messed up. I think it might actually be like a little race condition, which would be unfortunate. Actually, I'm almost certain it is. I'll explain why in a second, and then I'm gonna take a break. I really need to take a break. Ooh, okay, so what am I doing? I'm going to the test script, pasting this here, shutting down my lang serve endpoint, and then calling Python for cell KV testing. Yeah, user feedback is continue. I think so. Here's what's happening. It's this whole thing is asynchronous because I update the AI state, right? Um, and then I immediately call the runnable. But the database isn't updated until it's updated asynchronously with this function right here on set AI state. And so I actually need to wait for that to happen before I actually pull it. Just kind of silly. Like I think it might even be as simple as like waiting 1 second. But then that just allows for race conditions. It's not ideal. Um, there's not a way for me to communicate with the graph in a better way. Because if the input is not null, hmm, I want to actually wait for the AI state to update. I don't, can I AI state dot update? No, it just returns a void, so I can't do that either. I want to, I mean, maybe I should just like use Firestore for this, or I can wait. I'm gonna try adding a wait just to see if that helps, because that honestly is probably the problem. Yeah, let me do that quick. I said I was gonna go take a break, but like, I really want to try this because this might be a solution. So I'll say await sleep, and I'll just do 5 seconds to be like super safe. I really want to get this to work. Okay, the other problem I had that I want to try to adjust really quickly is why this is empty, the user message. Because there's definitely a message here, but it's getting fricked. Um, it's a tool and is of type user message. I think it is because it's a tool. It might maybe if user feedback is empty, and so that it's just a user. It's just a plain user message. Well, no, because even a user message would display that user icon, but it's not. It's displaying absolutely nothing. So it's like there's a message there, but it's not displaying anything. What else could it be? Wait, did I type make do a typo? Because I did a search there and it never. What did I say? Oh, there's three S's in that. Oh my gosh. Okay, well that fixes that as well. I might have just knocked out everything. Goodness gracious. Because I was doing a search, a control F here at the top, and I was going through all the examples here, and it never went to this right here. Okay. All right, all right, all right. Yeah, I really do need that break. After this, I promise myself I will take a break. I'm just so determined right now. What am I doing? Okay, restart the endpoint and um yeah. So I'll delete this workout. There's three S's in user message. I can't believe it. Oh my goodness. All right, refresh, refresh. Let's do this again. Wow, software is crazy. It is crazy. I hope I'm not using all my Nvidia credits too. I just realized I've been doing this a lot. Um, all right. I should probably switch to Grok, honestly, just because I know for sure I could do that infinitely, and I can do that in a flip a switch in my back end. Okay, so day is one. All this is good. Cool, cool. When I click on this now, it should wait 5 seconds before it does anything. Sure enough. Okay, there we go. It worked. And it's generating the next day. This is beautiful. So now when this is done generating, I should get another card that says day two. Well, I guess not yet because it's going to print that system message, but then when I refresh, it'll be there. So I'll just have to fix that. Wow. Okay, so let me refresh, and it should say day two. I got it now. I frickin' did it. Frickin' finally. Day two. Okay. Boom. Boom. And the user message works. All right, let's go. Actually, now I can really take a break and know that I made really good progress. So, what I know now, okay, so I hate that I have to do that awkward wait. Like that's really not ideal. Because if it fails to update the database for whatever reason, then I wouldn't actually know, and the user feedback would not be there, and then it would just go on to revise workout. So I don't like that. There is a reliance here that the database update will work, which maybe that's okay because maybe if the database update didn't work, there would just be so many problems anyway. But it's just kind of unfortunate that I can't do any error handling. Um, I mean, I guess I could, because like if there's some sort of error saving to the database, then I could update some AI state that would trigger like a toast or something. So I guess I could handle that. But I just don't like this awkwardness of having to wait. But like I don't know, I guess I'd make this like probably like 2 seconds or something. I mean, maybe it's okay because I can actually um I could create another streamable UI. I could update the streamable UI. So this isn't too bad. Actually, you know what? Let me do that. This is kind of neat. I mean, it's weird, but this is gonna work. So if user feedback is continue, then I'll say generating um, generating workout for next day, selecting best exercises, or I can say revising workout, incorporating feedback. Um, so yeah, something like that. Because even if they don't provide feedback, I guess you could assume that's like the AI providing feedback to itself. So okay, so I guess this gives like a little bit of like there's some silver lining here. I have to do this awkward wait for the asynchronous data update that would include that last message. But then after that, I can update the state here so that there's a little bit more oomph in the front end, some more feedback to the user. So that's totally doable. I can work with that. Okay, and then I can remove this as well, I believe. Hold on. Um, yes, I'm gonna remove that as well because that's just like crappy code if I really don't need it. So this will keep it more clean. Okay, because in my runnable, it's the post processor, the very first node that executes, it immediately sets the current workouts and user feedback. So I wouldn't have to worry about my front end state getting overwritten by what is being changed in the back end and sent back through the stream because it'll immediately get updated in the post workout generator and the post workout reviser. So yeah, I should be good there. Okay, that is amazing. So I have completed number 3 on my list. Let's go. I've made the continue with next day button work. Yeah, probably need to change the backend to allow skipping revisions fully, which I did do that. And so now the next thing is implementing the user feedback functionality. So being able to actually add in feedback and then create a new card where this card is going to be a little bit different because it's going to have the fully revised workout, but it's not going to let the user just revise it again. There's just going to be a button that says, okay, go on to next day. So they can select any alternatives, leave it be, and then click on go to next day. And so that is going to be the next thing I do. I guess, well, before that, I need to make it so this card actually shows up because right now it just does like a system message. Let me go back to my code here where I have system message. It just does a system message where it's like, hey, it's generated, but I actually need to have a component. Um, I need to do this workout reviser like this. And then the chat ID is going to be chat ID. The day is going to be state.day. And then the workout is going to be state.current workout. Okay, so I think that actually solves that as well. The only thing is I need to again add that component or that prop in that tells me, am I revising a workout that just got generated, or am I uh, right after a reviser where I then need to just be able to select alternatives and then move on? And so that'll be the next thing that I will work on because that is this piece right here. All right, so I'm going to grind that out, and then hopefully I'll be able to knock this out tonight as well. Hopefully this won't take too long. At the end of generating workouts, I just need to spit out a form that has every single day. So it'll be kind of a similar form to this, but instead of there just being a single object for the current day that I loop over, I would need to loop over an array of objects where each object is the workouts for one day. So that'd be a more complicated form, but I can leverage all the work I already did to make the Zod schema dynamic. So that should be good. So that hopefully we'll be able to get through that tonight as well. So yeah, I'm going to pause my stream here and eat some food because I am starving. I haven't eaten for hours and hours because I've just been coding and coding and coding all day. The stream has gone for 8.5 hours now. So yeah, I'm gonna put up my little BRB sign and I will be back after I eat. All right. All right, I am back, ready to continue the grind here. I've been standing for so long. I think I'm going to sit again. This will just be this is only the second time this entire stream that I sat. And so, like I said before, my camera is hanging from like the rod that holds the curtain, so I can't have my camera on when I sit. So I'm going to turn my camera off and sit down because I really need to. So even while I was eating, I was standing because I have a habit of doing that. So, all right, let me take care of that. So my desk down. All right. Whew. So, where was I? I need to work on the revisor form because right now it's kind of confusing having the chat always be in the bottom here when really it's only ever actually used to revise a workout. So if you're first generating the workout with the form at the top, or if you are accepting a revision where you can just select alternatives, which I'll work on that next as well, then you won't even have the chat. Like the chat shouldn't even work. And so I want to move this component into, I want to move it into here. I think that'll look, the only concern I have is that it just won't look good. Because it's kind of cool that like it's a chat application, but not really a chat application. Because it's like a chat application on steroids because all of the bot responses are interactable forms and stuff, which is cool. So if I move the chat up here, it kind of like takes away from that. Um, but in the end, I think the user experience matters the most. And for the best user experience, it shouldn't be confusing when you would actually use this input. I think that's what it comes down to. Um, the only other consideration, I'm just gonna like I have to think out loud here because this is like a big decision for this project. A lot of the other stuff I've been working on has just been like solving problems. Like this is actually a decision I have to make here. Um, the other consideration though is that if I ever in the future add the ability to talk to the AI to ask it questions about workouts and stuff in the middle of making revisions, then I definitely would need the chat at the bottom here. That actually might be a big enough reason to keep it that way. Because the thing is, um, I could definitely see this application expanding to more than just generating workouts, but like also being a place where you could open up a client and you could ask questions like, what exercises did I do last week? And that could be outside of or inside of generating a workout. Like maybe the feedback that I give it or the alternatives I select for the workouts, maybe that actually is going to depend on what workouts I've been using for them in the past. And so I might want to ask that. And so there could really be a argument to kind of maintain some sort of chat. And yeah, thinking through these things out loud is weird for me, especially doing it on a stream. But I think it's actually kind of helpful because I feel like I've talked my way to a decision pretty quickly here. I think I do actually want to keep the chat this way because it will look the best. And that way it'll be future proof. The only downside is it might be a little confusing when to actually use the chat versus just interacting with the forums. But I had another idea just now of how I could resolve that. Is I could just make this placeholder dynamic based on if they should be using this or not. Like when you're initially generating a workout, like I click new chat here, which I'm changing that to new workout tomorrow. At this point, I could make this chat widget grayed out or not. Well, I mean, it already is grayed out, but like even if you type something here, or no, I could just disable it entirely. I could, well, Yeah, I guess for now I would disable it entirely, and the placeholder would just say like, um, fill out the form above to generate a workout or something like that. And then after a workout is revised, it could say like continue on to the next day and interact with the form above. Like I would have some sort of message that would say like you don't use this right now. And I think that would be good enough actually. So I don't need to move the input into the workout reviser form. The thing I'd have to figure out now though is how do I actually make this input disabled or not disabled depending on the current state of generating the workouts. So right now, um, text area. First thing I want to test if I can just disable this, just like hard code it. So I want to see what that looks like here. Okay. So it doesn't change the look of it at all. It just makes it so I can't click into it, which is good. That's good enough. That's all I need. So I need to figure out how I can make it so that it is always disabled. Like in certain states of generating the workout. And I think I would do that based on the AI state. Let me think about that. How did I do it here in the workout reviser? Because there's something I did in the workout reviser where it was based on the AI state, wasn't it? Shoot, I'm forgetting now. I gotta do a little bit of recap of what I was working on earlier. But I thought I used the AI state somewhere in one of these components. Oh, no, no, that's right. I ended up using the UI state. Okay. Um, Let me think about this. Basically, what I want is I want some way to define in my UI state which stage of generating the workouts am I in? Am I in the initial stage supplying the input? Am I revising a generated workout? Or am I looking at a revised workout? That's what I want to do. And so I might actually, could actually add another state to each message. And this piece of state would be one of those three options that I just said. Because I don't think from the, yeah, wait, hold on. That's like definitely the case. I need to do that. I wish I could use the AI state, but that seemed to not really work in my front-end components. When I referenced the AI state, for some reason it was not right. Yeah, I'm gonna bite the bullet and do this. I think this is a solid decision, and I want to make quick decisions here. That's something I want to practice anyway, is making quick decisions. Something that I feel like I could be better at, just as a person in general, is being more decisive. So I'm going to go with that now, and I can always change everything later. Like that's a good attitude to have in software engineering is refactoring can suck, but I can always do it if I really need to. So I'm going to add that. I'm going to call it stage. And stage is going to be based on, actually, let me think about this. Hold on. Message.content dot tool name. Tool name does not exist. I do not care. I'm going to ignore this error again. So, what does this look like for me? If I am generating a workout, or if the tool name is generated workout, then I am in the stage right now where I can actually supply input. If I'm not in that stage, then I can't supply input. So, um, I'm thinking really hard about this because I want to make this code clean, but it's already looking a little messy. Um, yeah, I think this is actually good because basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it so that the stage is just the tool name. I've generated the workout, there has just been a user message, or the second option that I'll add for the workout revisor is that I generated a revision. And so I'm going to save this here. And then, by the way, in my workout form or my chat list, where I have this initial thing right here, I'm gonna also add a stage. Actually, no, I don't even need to add a stage because if it's undefined, I'll just say like the chat is disabled. Well, shoot, let me think about that. I'll add a stage initial. That should be fine. So UI state, I just need to change the type of UI state to accept this new thing. So UI state is going to have an input and it's also going to have a stage, and that is going to just be a string because that'll be based on the tool name, which that is always a string as well. So now my chat list, this looks good. And then for the input, I guess just to make this leverage everything, the input, there'll be nothing initially. Okay, so that's good. Okay, so now in the revisor here, or no, in the prompt form here, based on the last message, that will define if I am disabled or not. Because message is going to be of type, oh wow. I'm surprised that the IntelliSense isn't good here. Because I was thinking I could hover over this to see if it is of type UI state. Okay, that's fine. So I'm going to say const input disabled is equal to, where does input come from? Input is, okay, yeah. So input disabled is equal to input is equal to an empty string. So I'm going to encapsulate this part of it as, or wait, hold on. No, I can't because this is going to be a global disable of even being able to input something. So input disabled is going to be equal to message dot, or wait, messages, right? Not message, where, yeah, messages. Okay, so messages, and then I want to get the last message. So messages dot length -1, last message dot state. And it's going to be input disable is going to be true if the state is not equal to generated workout. So in any other case, besides after I just generated a workout, I'm not going to accept any input. So I'm going to say disabled is equal to input disabled. And then this will be disabled if either of these is true. Just in case for some reason like the state is updated, like there's actually chat in the when I go past to the next stage, I don't want to be able to click the send at all. And then this button, I guess I can keep this no matter what, new chat. That's fine. I might get rid of this eventually, but it does look nice, and like I guess there's functionality there. So I will keep that. And then I think the text below here is pretty good as well. Provide input to revise workouts above after they are generated. I think that is solid. So in this case, let me save this. Cannot read property of undefined rating state. Let me see if that persists. Okay, that does persist because there are no messages yet. So I need to make sure input disabled is equal to messages dot length less than one, or there we go. So it will be disabled by default if there are not any messages, and then that'll fix this error as well. So at this point, I cannot send a message. Can't type anything because I have to fill out this form. And that is exactly what I was looking for. So now the UX should be good because it should be very obvious. Like you can't do anything here, so don't try. Don't try to type anything and hit enter. Just fill out the form, and then this will make it clear like once you fill out the form and there's a workout that's generated, then you can provide your input here. But as soon as you provide input and hit enter, the latest UI message is going to be a different type because I'll submit right here. Let me actually remove this console log. Actually, let me clean those up quick because I fixed that and I wanted not to have that there still. Um, yeah, let me clean these up. I mean, some of this cleanup I'll do tomorrow as I like really go through and clean up everything, but I don't want to have to have all these little print statements to clean up because I know that I just finished that, so that's on the top of my mind, so I remember to get rid of it. Okay, so that is good. What next? Yeah, okay, yeah. So what I was saying is I immediately, when you submit, I add a new user message. In the AI state, when I continue generating the workout, I add a user message to the AI state. Wait, hold on. Let me think about this. I think I actually need to fix something here. Because my UI state is still very, yeah, see, like, I have the ID in the display and I don't have the stage or anything. I actually need to fix that. Hold on. Mm, yeah, hold on. This isn't right. I don't think this really matters because after the first message is sent, the first workout is generated, it refreshes the router automatically, and so then it takes the AI state and turns that back into the UI state. But if I ever change that, I need to make sure this is good. And then I'm going to set the stage to, at this point, is, hold on, generated workout. I think that is right. And then here's what I need to do for continuing generating workout. This needs to be different because the stage is going to be dependent on if the user feedback is continue or not. The user feedback is continue, then it's going to be generated workout. right? That's the same that I have down here. Yep. Okay. Otherwise, it'll be of type revised workout. Okay. And I believe that's the only place where I am changing. Those are the only two places where I'm changing the display. Yeah. Okay. And so now what I'm going to do, actually, I can do this in the workout revisor here, is I can do the same thing that I did here. I want to say, where would I put this? I'll put this at the top here. Messages. So I'm going to actually fetch the messages instead of it being an underscore as a placeholder. So instead of input disabled, this is going to be um, call this revision disabled. So you're not going to be allowed to revise the workout unless the state of the latest message is a generated workout. Otherwise, there's going to be that risk of an infinite loop of revising a workout for a single day. And the reason I don't want that is because one, it's kind of pointless and it can get personal trainers stuck and like trying to do that over and over again when I don't want them to use it in that way. It would take too long. It'd be a bad user experience to even have that be an option. Because if they shouldn't want to ever do that. If it gets to the point where like you're trying over and over to revise a workout for a single day, you should just be manually selecting alternatives or or putting in your own alternatives, which I might actually implement that as well. Ooh, let me add that to my list. That is good that I'm thinking about that. Um, Option to add custom alternatives instead of just selecting from drop down. Okay, so that's another thing. So you should, at some point, if AI is messing up enough, you should just manually take control and replace workouts with alternatives or manually like typing out a workout. Especially because AI can get it in its own head and start to hallucinate based off of its prior hallucinations. Like when AI messes up, it loves to get on a roll and keep messing up in the same way. Like it gets really stuck on the information that it hallucinates and it keeps thinking over and over it's true. And if a personal trainer doesn't understand that, they might get in the loop of trying to revise a workout over and over and over again, thinking that finally AI is going to fix itself when it actually might just get worse and worse and more stuck in its ways. If there's like a specific workout you told it not to do that it incorporated, it's going to like keep incorporating it even when you keep telling it to revise. Like there would be a risk of that. The other reason that I don't want to be able to revise a single workout, like a single day over and over and over again, is because that could rack up an AI bill for me. Like if this is my product that I'm letting users use with my own AI API key or credits or whatever, and they just pay per workout, they could theoretically, with one workout, charge me $1,000 in my AI bill. But if I guarantee that there's only a certain number of calls that can be made to the AI, because there's no way to infinitely loop, like you revise the workout once, then you have to go on to the next day, and then you can only have 7 days at a maximum, then I can guarantee a certain maximum, basically, of how much I could be charged in AI tokens for a single workout. Especially if another thing I'll probably need to do. Oh, this is another thing, is set a limit for the amount of text in a feedback. Limit amount of text for feedback. And maybe I could even implement this tonight, but that way, if I can limit that, then there is a calculable maximum number of tokens that could possibly be spent to generate a single week's worth of workouts. And so then I can charge for generating single workout or single weeks based on that and not have a possibility of a personal trainer charging me an infinite amount. So that's my long spiel for why I'm doing that this way. So I don't want to be able to revise a workout infinitely. So the only way you can possibly type in this text box right here, at least for now, is if the last action, basically the last AI response was a generated workout form. All right, so let me do this. So revision disabled. Then in here, um, yes. So what I'm going to do is revision disabled. Actually, I'm going to change this to revision enabled. That will just make it easier. No, because it has, hold on. Let's just do this. Okay. Then I need a React fragment there because I'm going to have all three of these elements at the top level within this fragment. All right. Okay, so now after a workout is revised, these things should not be there anymore. Because would it be? It would be the case where revision disabled. So if not revision disabled, so if the revision is enabled, then show these. Okay, that's good. The other thing that I didn't do yet is I didn't incorporate the generating UI. I need to do that. I'm not using that yet. That's a big mistake, or just a little. I don't know why I said it's a big mistake. It's a little miss here. I need to incorporate this. So, how do I do that in the workout form? Because I might have had the div. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So then here I'm saying, um, actually, I'm just going to copy this. I will literally just copy this and paste it. Okay. And then I'll replace everything there with this. It's pissed at me because I need to do yet another React framing here. It's a little bit complicated code here. It's all good. Yeah, I'll just leave it like that. And then make this more readable. And then I can tab this in as well. Okay. Yeah, so now the generating UI will actually replace whatever is selected there so that you can't just click that button again. Okay, so that is good. So now that will make it so that if you decide to revise the workout with feedback, it will still it'll generate the workout with the feedback, and then you won't have the option to provide any more feedback or have it revise again another time without feedback because both of the things are disabled. Um, yeah, like this button will be disabled or it just won't be there. And then, um, yeah, and then this text won't be here, and then the prompt form will also be disabled. So that is solid. Okay. One other thing I have to consider. Um, theoretically, okay, one thing I wanted to mention quick, I just want to remind myself of this here. Um, there is it'd be pretty easy for me to add a maximum number of steps in this graph. Like I could track in the state here the number of steps. And if that goes over a specific maximum, then I would just end the execution. That would be probably another good safeguard to add. So let me add that here. Add max steps safeguard in runnable. I think that would be very good. Yeah, yeah. Because I just have to make sure like there's absolutely no way that you could kind of like hack this graph and execute it infinitely to rack up a massive AI bill. The problem is, so in my code here, I have a let me go up to where so I have a recursion limit, but like theoretically, someone could still run the code from the front end and change this. Like they could execute their own code to change the recursion limit. So I need some sort of thing that's safe in the back that would detect that and yeah, stop that from happening. Problem is all the state can be set manually just through the inputs here. So I'd have to think about that as well. One thing I wish there was a way to have some sort of state in the graph that like would be guaranteed that it couldn't be set by the input into the graph. Maybe there is a way. I'm getting really in the weeds here. I probably don't need to bother with this kind of thing right now. That's why I have it on my list to do later. Because this would not help my Nvidia submission. At least I don't think. Maybe they do look at security of things, but like overall, this is really secure. Like it'd be super hard to do anything. But it might be good just to have some sort of like ultra safe, like there's a max limit that is untouchable that would make it so that like no matter what, you could only go through the graph like 20 nodes or 25 nodes, whatever it is, like the maximum that you would need if you are trying to generate a 7-day workout. Yeah, it's a little uncomfortable having all that power of the recursion limit in the front end. Um, hmm. Yeah, I'll think about that later because that's definitely not worth my time. But it's good that I'm thinking about that a little bit, and then I have that in my notes because that'll just make it like ultra secure. I've done a lot for security already, and another thing that I'm going to have is in this entry point, I'm going to, based on the user ID, tie them to like the number of like tokens they have or the number of workouts that they can generate, and actually like decrement that or whatever. And so when I turn this into an actual product, then I'll be implementing that kind of thing. For now, that's not super important. And that doesn't really leverage NVIDIA or LangChain technologies anyway, because that would just be stuff in a database managing things that doesn't even have to do with AI. So I don't want to focus on that right now. That's a lot of work anyway. But I will get to that eventually. Like that'll be something that I'll do. I don't know if I'm going to keep streaming like after like every single day after I submit this for the NVIDIA competition, but I'll definitely be streaming it sometimes for sure, like every week because this is dope. Okay, so what do I got now? So at this point, I have implemented this piece right here, where I'm only allowing for the input if I have just generated a workout, not if I have just revised a workout, because that'll prevent the loop that I was just talking about. Like for the most part, obviously, like I was just talking about security and stuff, but for the most part, that'll prevent the loop. And then the other thing I need to do now, this is the downside of keeping the input outside of the workout revisor form. Having it still in here means I have to think about how I can invoke this continue generating workout function from here. That's actually going to be tough. Hold on, yeah, I got to think about this. Because the problem is this form component has access to all the data here that I have. So like when I select alternatives and stuff, all of that is stored in this component in the form state. When I'm in this component, I don't have access to that. So I don't actually know how I'm going to allow the user to supply input here and have that trigger a revision. Because it's going to be possible for a user. Well, hold on. Actually, might not be the case. Well, hold on. Let me think about this. I was thinking it might be possible for a user to select alternatives and give free-form text for a revision. But that isn't actually the case because, like I said before, the AI, when it decides to revise, it can override the alternatives that the personal trainer selects. And so it's not necessarily, it really isn't useful for the personal trainer to select those alternatives. So maybe it is enough to say that, like, hey, if you're going to give free form feedback for the workout, don't select alternatives. Just give the feedback, and then you can select the alternatives on the revision and then continue the next day. I think I will set it up that way. That makes the most sense to me. And also, that means that I can keep my code the simplest because now in the prompt form, I can call the continue generating workout without having to worry about getting the state of the form somehow. I don't even know how I would do that without having this actually be within my form component. I think that is good enough. I just might have to think about the user experience of how I'd like communicate that. Like, let me go back here to this workout. Um, oh, that's another thing I didn't think of. I kind of want to have the form disabled unless it is the latest. Yeah, hold on a second. Um, that's another thing, isn't it? Because that would just be kind of a weird user experience if like you could actually keep generating workouts through like clicking buttons on old forms. Like I want this to kind of be locked in. It's like this is your history. Um, yeah. Let me handle that first. I really want to handle that first because I think that'll be a simple-ish thing. Because in my actions here, um, I just have the index. And so I can give the index to the workout reviser and say, hey, you're disabled if your index is not the latest message index. The only thing is I'd also have to do this in the UI state as well. How would I do that? Shoot. That would be in workout reviser. I'd do the index here, and that'd be based on the number of messages from I guess I could just use this because now I'm messing between the AI state and the UI state. I don't know if that is feasible. Uh, let's see. Hmm. Is there a get UI state function that I can actually call in here? Get mutable AI state. Is there get mutable UI state? No. How about get UI state? No. What would be the best way to do this? I guess I could. So while the UI state is dominating a component, like if the component is from the UI state and not just the UI state from the AI state, that means that I haven't refreshed the page yet. And so I actually have the power to, in here, disable it. Like right on the on submit, right? I can disable it. Um, because generating UI would never be. Yes. Yes, I can do that. Okay. So actually my original idea would work. Okay, let me do this. So index, workout revisor, message, or let's call it index, or I'll put this after chat ID. I think that makes the most sense. So index is equal to index, and then the no, this workout revisor is the only one that needs that. So index is equal to index. Boom. Then I go to workout revisor. I actually add this index, which is going to be of type number. And then everything is going to be disabled if the index is not equivalent to the messages length minus one. Yes, so const um, form disabled is equal to index not equal to messages dot length minus one. I think this is good because even if yeah, so there'd be one message and the index would be yeah, okay, I think this is good. And so then what I will do is every single one of these is going to be disabled. The form is disabled. And then that'll be the same thing with all of the buttons as well. Disabled is equal to form disabled. Um, revision disabled, not revision disabled, and not form disabled. Then we'll display these. So, okay, I believe this is good now. Well, actually, hold on. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to only display these if the form is not disabled. Otherwise, I can actually just not display this at all. I think this might be better. It'll look cleaner. It'll make the chat history less bloated as well when I'm not displaying the any of the buttons when you can't use them anyway. So I think this actually will look nice. And then I got an error in my actions now. Yeah, that's because this needs an index. So for this index, um, okay, let me do something else here. So I'm gonna say that the form is disabled if the index is less than the messages dot length minus one. Because I don't, I never want something that's directly from the UI state to be disabled based on the index. Because if it's in the UI state, that means that it's the generating UI is still going to be there. Like that won't go away, and so then none of this will be there. So I can just set the index to like 1000 and be chilling. Let me see if this works actually. Um, this, wait, hold on. That actually should have worked already on this right here. That would be a problem. Let me try this. Oh no, we're good. Yeah, perfect. This is actually perfect. Because now the buttons aren't there, which is fine because you can't change anything anyway. So this is just showing you what it was before. I mean, it's a little sad that like everything's all like you can't touch this, but it makes sense. Like I don't want you to be able to change this. This is just a history of what was generated. This is nice. I like this. Another thing I was thinking of is it'd be nice if when it generated the workout, it wouldn't just shove itself at the bottom, but it actually scroll up to like right here. That would be kind of dope. I'm gonna add that to my list. Honestly, this would be something that maybe improve right away. I'm gonna add this as number one because maybe I could actually get to some of these tomorrow if I'm really quick. But yeah, we'll see. So number one is with when new form, scroll to top of form, not just bottom of chat. This would be really nice looking because when you get shoved to the bottom here, you're presented with these options right away of like, hey, do you want to continue the next day or revise the workout without actually have seen everything? Like maybe it makes more sense to be brought here, so it forces you to take a look at everything because that's how you'd want to do it if you're really being um, meticulous with this and like taking full advantage of it. And then you go to the bottom and like along the way you select alternatives if you want, and then you can continue the next day. Have it going like this, you then have to scroll back up. That's a little weird. Unless maybe I could have like an option, like a button here where it like brings you to the top of the form. That actually could be because like just like yeah, like this. You can go to the bottom by clicking on this button. I can make it so there's one where you can go to the top of the form. I don't know where I'd put that exactly, but that actually could be dope. I'll think about that. That's not super important right now. Because right now what I need to do is what was I doing this entire time anyway? Um, oh no, yeah, it's okay. Because now I need to actually get back to making the inputs work for the revision. I was procrastinating that by, well, not really procrastinating. I mean, this is important to take care of this to make it so that like you can't just like go back and like edit things in the past. That's a bad user experience because then the user thinks they're accomplishing something that they're really not. Like if they think that they're selecting alternatives and actually doing something here, or clicking go to next workout here when it's not even the latest card, then that's just they're doing nothing, but they think they are, and then that's just a bad user experience. So this makes it really, really clear that this is just a history of what has happened and not like you can go and change this again. So I like this. I think that is good. Now I need to make it so that I can actually submit a user message here. So I was calling submit user message before. That is not a thing anymore. So what do I need to do? I need to basically copy, I need to copy all of this. Um, 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 um. It's kind of unfortunate because I basically need to duplicate this entire function. Hmm. The other thing I need to consider, um, like how is there like a loading? Because like when I select something on the form, I have like that streamable UI that I update. But in this case, I'm actually submitting a chat message, and so I need to do something different here. Like let me go to their example they have and see what that looks like. Hey. Okay. Um, Let me look at their code. Back. Initial is spinner message. Okay, so that's how they do it. So it's through the Stream UI component. So there's nothing I could really copy because I'm not using the Stream UI. Okay, okay. Um, I think what I need to do. Mm, I would honestly need to like put a bot message out right away, but make it just be the spinner message and say like generating workout because I can't do the streamable UI in the same way. Oops, I dropped my headphones again. Okay, so first of all, let me take this function and copy it over, and then I'll take the parts that I need, which is these things mostly. Okay, so let me do this. Um, so prompt form, when it is submitted, yeah, I need to replace all of this like that. And then the input is going to be the user input is going to be the value. So the display will just be user message with the value like this. Let me fix this up a little bit. Okay, so that is good. And then let me think about this. Continue generating workout. When what do I return here? So continue generating workout. I return the system message dot value. System message is also a streamable UI. Got it. Got it. Okay. Um, that is good. I can use that because if system message is also a streamable UI, that means that I can set it to that clocking, saying like, "Hey, I'm generating a workout with your feedback." Okay. Okay. All right. So I start with this. Continue generating workout. I will import, or I'll add this instead of submit user message. So now that is found, and then the chat ID is just the ID. That is good. The user feedback is just going to be the value. And then the final workouts is actually going to be undefined. The reason for that is I am not incorporating any alternatives or anything. I don't even have access to that form in this place. So I need to just pass in undefined because what I'm going to do in the actions then is I'm going to say if it is undefined, then I'll just set current workouts to be the whatever the workouts were in the last message in the state. Last message dot content dot state. Um, yes. Yes. Okay, like that. So it's set to current workout if it is defined, but if it is undefined, then I'll just go to the last workout based on the last message. And I know that's always going to be defined in the last message. Because the only time I'm ever actually submitting or running this function is going to be once I have at least generated the first workout. And so I know that current workout is always going to exist when I call this function in the last message. Because the last message is going to be what even displayed the form in the first place that allowed me to select alternatives and then, or supply feedback and then run with that, run this function. So I think that is good. Okay. Okay. Um, Now what I need to do, damn, it's already 9 o'clock. Holy cow. All right. Now what I need to do is I need to make that little clocking thing, but only if the current workout is undefined. So what I'm going to do, actually, maybe I don't even have to do that. Create streamable UI. I just want like a little spinner. Like basically just like this, generating workout for next day or revising workout. Um, Let me try this actually. I'm going to try copying this div and then just using that. Oh yeah, let me just fix up the indentation a little bit here so it doesn't look weird. This might actually work well. So these are copies of each other now. So what we see in the form is going to be the exact same as what we see in the little loading message, but um, I think that might be good user experience anyway, just because then you're seeing like right where you click the button, it's now changed, and then also like it's showing like in the next message, like, hey, there's about to be a new message here. It's currently just loading. So that actually might be good. And then I set the messages, yeah, to the response.new message. And then yeah, user feedback is user feedback. Okay, I think this is good. Let me just go back to the code and make sure in their version of prompt form there wasn't anything else that they did after they got the response back from the AI function. So AI chatbot components. I'm probably gonna have to stand up again pretty soon here. Prompt form, and then yeah. So no, they didn't. So they set the messages and they call submit user message. The only thing they do after is the set messages call, which I let me go back to my code already have right here. So I didn't do anything else. So I think this is good. The only thing I can do is give it a shot. Let me make sure this is right though. Set messages, because I might need to add the, yeah, I need to add the stage. I almost forgot about that. That'll be important to make sure that things are disabled when they should be, because otherwise the stage would still be generated workout after I submit a message, so I'd still be able to like click submit again. So that'd be poor, definitely. Yeah, user message, and then let me go back to action to make sure that's actually what I called it. Yes, that is what I called it. No typos there, like with the three S's in the user message before. That was freaking silly. And then let me go back and make sure I'm setting that here as well in the yes, so the stage. Yep. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, it's good. Okay. Dope. Dope. I think we are good to give it a shot. So I know that I already crossed the make continue with the next day button work. That's already good to go. Now I specifically need to test two things. I need to test telling it to revise without my input and telling it to revise with my input. And if I can get it to work to revise with my input, then I know that I'm in tip-top shape. The other one would probably work as well. So I'm gonna just go with that. I think I deleted in here where it printed the user feedback. I want that still. I want that for a little bit still at least, so I can make sure that the what I type in here there's actually going to be considered in the feedback. And I'm gonna kind of like type something weird as well, so that I'll really notice that it is successfully incorporating the feedback in the workout too. So let me do that. I'm going to restart my Langserve endpoint. Make sure things are looking good on the front end here. They look good. Let me go back. I will clear out my tabs a little bit here because I got a lot of those things sorted out already. My Langsmith is probably popping the heck off. I don't really need that right now either. Just kidding. Yeah, okay, so could I just yeah, I'm going to delete this workout. Or no, maybe I delete this workout. Yeah, delete this workout because I have another like better example here. But I'm going to start from scratch with a new one. So refresh the page, then I will generate a new workout and provide some feedback. So right now this is disabled, which is totally expected. Then after I generate a workout, it should not be disabled immediately because at this point, after like the following step is going to be I generated a workout and now I should be able to provide free-form feedback and or select alternatives. Well, I guess the alternatives would be considered, but I should be able to provide free-form feedback or select alternatives and then click just continue with the next day. So let's see if this works. It should go pretty quick here. There we go. Okay, so the workout is generated and okay, that's not good. There's a problem here. It is disabled still. You can see here that I can't continue, I can't revise either. So this is disabled and I can't revise. And so what that is telling me is if I go back to my state here, the only reason that this would be the case, if the form is disabled, then I wouldn't be able to even see the continue with next day button. So I know the case is that revision is disabled. And that's telling me that messages.length is less than one, or the state is not generated workout. So I actually I want to console.log this state because I want to see if there's a typo or if I'm fundamentally dealing with the different. Okay, it is undefined. Is it because I have to do dot content? Oh, what the hell? What? It works just really not in the way that I thought it would. What the hell is this? Why is it an array of characters? It's baffling. Stage is a string. Wait, stage dot stage. Huh. It's an object. It came in as an object. That's very weird. Oh my gosh. So I spread the string and put it as an object. That is freaking genius. Let's go. Wow. What the hell? Okay. Yeah, that is definitely my bad. That is scuffed. It's still gonna stay as that though. I just need to regenerate a new workout. Okay, that's silly. That is just so silly. Unfortunately, this is kind of what I was expecting. Just grinding the heck out of this is I'll get to the point where I will make some silly mistakes. I definitely think that even though pulling an all-nighter is tempting to like give myself the most amount of hours, I think I might start just messing things up. Because if I get tired enough and lost in the weeds enough where I hit a wall and it takes me 3 hours of work for through something that would take me a half hour if I had good sleep, and I do that a couple of times, then I might as well have just slept. I'll be in a much better state. I'll retain more, and it would just be a lot healthier, and I would have less risk of just like crashing and not being able to finish. So I'm definitely planning on going to bed at least by 11, because if I end the stream at 11 o'clock, I'll still get decent sleep, and this stream would be exactly 12 hours, which would be kind of cool. That was kind of what I was hoping for. Like I was telling people yesterday, telling my friends yesterday, that I am planning on streaming for 12 hours today, and then I would actually hit that, which would be cool because that's kind of like keeping true to my word. So, okay. We still got an issue here. So the stage is generated a workout, so it's actually correct now, but I'm still not able to click on anything. What are these errors here? I'm going to check that these aren't a big deal quickly. Um, should have a unique key prop. Where is this from? Workout forum, chat list. Um, Form provider. Because this is actually my code at workout forum. Can I click on this to see? I shouldn't really bother with this right now. No. Let me look at that quickly, and then I need to deal with the actual error. Workout form. Where's a list? Where's my list that is referring to? Wait, what? Oops, wrong thing. Let me look at this again. Workout form. Chat list. Form provider. Elements in the list should have a unique key prop. Form provider. Is it this? There's no list in here. I'm not mapping over anything. I will probably just need to ignore that error because I don't even know what the problem would be. There's not a single call to map, and that's typically where I need to have keys on my JSX if I'm producing JSX elements out of a map. I'm gonna ignore that for now. Okay, so back to the main issue at hand. I'm getting somewhere because it is saying generated workout now, but for some reason everything is still disabled. So let's take a look. Um, okay, yeah, it's because this is supposed to be stage. That's it. That's literally it. That's another typo. Yeah, they're starting to creep into my code now. These silly typos. Oh, this is good. And then if I click a new chat, it still should be disabled. Okay, yeah, so that's working. So because before, like, it was gonna be disabled no matter what. So I needed to make sure that if I fix it, it would still be disabled when it should be. So let me go back to this workout, and now I can type freeform text. That is beautiful. Okay, see if this works. Alternatives are still working. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so I could say revise without feedback. Okay, so let me include some silly feedback here. What's something that I could do that would be like really obvious? Maybe just calling out a specific workout could be good. Um, I will say make sure to include bench press in the strength portion. I can make it that simple. And then right when I click submit, make sure to include, yep, revising workout. Okay. I mean that looked pretty good. It was a little choppy, but it looked pretty good. It's revising the workout now. And the user feedback, it was successful. I got an error in the front end. Okay, so there's something to fix here. But this is looking good. And the feedback in the post processor was what I typed. So that is amazing. Okay. So it looks like it's going to be stuck forever because of the front end error. I called dot done on a UI stream that is already closed. Okay. So I assume if I do a search for dot done, I'm going to see multiple instances of this in my function that should not be there. So let's take a look. Generating workout dot done. Generating workout. Yeah, okay, that's my problem. So I just need to um, generate workout dot update. That's my problem. That's all. Okay, I think it's just that because then I have a dot done for the AI state, a dot done for the system message, and a dot done for the generating workout. So that's good. Okay. I'll save that and then I'll just restart it all. Um, I'll restart my lang serve endpoint too, just to be safe. Should be good. Okay. And then this chat is scuffed, so I will delete it. It was all good. Everything else was looking good, and it incorporated the feedback. Like if it gets there in the post processing step, I know that it's good because then and every if that wasn't good, then everything I did with my test Python client wouldn't have worked either. Um, so that's a really good sign. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to just give it the exact same inputs, and then I'm going to give it the exact same suggestion that I had before as well, to include the bench press, and then see if that actually goes through. But it's looking really, really promising because I saw it print out the user feedback there. And so that's good. Then after that, I'll just do a quick test of doing the revision without the feedback and make sure that's all good to go as well. So I'll say include the bench press in the strength portion. Okay. All right. Yeah. That's not really choppy. It, actually, that was perfect. It was like just a little surprising me because there's a lot happening at once, but like that was actually really good. So it's revising the workout. Um, and okay. Yeah. Wow. Let's go. It worked. It's day one because it is a revision, and it incorporated the bench press, and the alternatives look great as well. Let's freaking go. That's awesome. That is so awesome. Um, wow. Include the bench press in the strength portion. Okay. Wow. Amazing. So now I'll just test out, continue with the next day. Continue. Okay. Okay. And this is day two. Boom. I have my infinite loop. Well, not infinite, but I will loop till the last day now. This is amazing. The thing I need to wait for now, or that I need to watch out for, is if the done is set to true, then I need to not allow to continue and just print out all the workouts. This is amazing. Let's freaking go. I'm exhausted right now, but like at the same time, I'm psyched out of my mind. So I'm just in this weird mental state where like I'm not expressing my excitement a lot, but I am just bubbling up on the inside right now. Because this is all working perfectly. Okay. Yeah, one issue here. If I think about this for a sec. I need to disable these. So if this is from the UI state, you can see because the system message is still here. Work for the next day generated. Well, first of all, that's actually um, botched. That's a typo. Work for the workout for the next day generated. Okay, so I fixed that. What I need to do is if generating UI, I actually need to um, Form disabled if index is less than message.length minus one or generating UI. So in this case, I also need to disable all the inputs here. Yeah, or not. Okay, that'll fix that. So now that should disable these guys. Yep, yep. Okay, perfect. Now the last thing I need to test here is that I can revise without feedback. So let me click this. Revise the workout without any feedback. Revising workout, incorporating feedback. Make sure that printed out successfully. Yep, user feedback is nothing. And that is exactly what I wanted. Before, this was a big problem, but now this is freaking perfect. So let's go. All right. Boom. Revise the workout without any feedback. Workout for day 2. And then I can just continue the next day. Wow. Awesome. That is amazing. This is working so great. That is next on my number 4. Yep. I have nothing else to do there. The very last thing I have is that I like really need to do tonight is a number 5 right here. At the end of generating the workout, spit out a form with all the alternatives still available to select with every day. So this will be a brand new component, but a lot of it will be similar to what I already have for the workout revisor form. Instead of just displaying all the inputs for a single day, I need to display it for all days at once. So it's going to be this massive output, but I think that is okay. There's one other thing that I want to do though, because like all of the things that are in my improve later list, I really don't need to have done for tomorrow. Like security and making sure that I'm not screwed with people overusing AI within generating workouts, handling errors for things that probably won't happen anyway, TypeScript stuff, like all that I don't really need. But number 1 right here, this is like actually kind of bugging me. Whenever I generate a workout, it's just like really hard to tell, like, hey, this was just generated. Then I have to scroll all the way back up. Like it kind of looks bad. I would rather it spit it out and then like bring me here. Like right, give me my, oh shoot. Like scroll me like right here, like this. I think that would look better. The problem is I don't know how to do that. So I might actually spend a bit of time doing that before I move on to number 5 here. So I'm making good progress. I have like 2 hours still tonight, a little bit less than 2 hours, and I don't think this will take 2 hours. And if I take care of this, that would make this whole chat experience very smooth. Things are like a little bit choppy with the way that there's like a bit of a delay after I type a message and when it starts processing. But even like in the Vercel demo, there's a delay. Like I type test and it's like 3 seconds later it starts the clocking, like the spinner for the AI response. And so I think that's actually outside of my control. Yeah, because overall it's pretty quick to like disable the form and update this saying that like, hey, this is update or revising the workout or whatever, and then like spitting out the user feedback and having the clocking. So I think it's pretty good. So I'm gonna take a look at. I think it's actually in the. Oh wait, why is the page error now? What is your problem? Oh, I don't use this anyway. Okay, there we go. I do not want stupid TypeScript errors and stuff, import errors. Okay. Use scroll anchor. Where is scroll to bottom? Chat panel. Scroll to bottom. Um, when there is a new chat message, where does that actually scroll to the bottom? That's my question. Button scroll to bottom. It's weird. I don't need all this stuff in here. I'll clean this out a little bit. Button scroll to bottom. So then, because that is this button right here. But when I enter in a new chat message, where does that actually scroll to the bottom? Is it here? When I submit a message? I don't think so. I guess what I can take a look at is the use scroll anchor. This is within libhooks. Yeah, okay. And then I want to see where this is referenced. It is just referenced in chat.tsx. That is strange. Okay. Well, huh. Let's see. Might be through this use of like this whole thing when it observes intersection observer. Um, messages ref. Messages ref. Okay. It is here. So I am scroll to bottom. Okay. That makes sense. This function right here is what scrolls to the bottom when a new message is posted. Because I have an idea. I can make it so that I think GPT might be able to help a lot with this because I don't know how I code it exactly. But because what is at bottom represents is it's saying that like I'm supposed to be at the bottom, but is the bottom visible? If I'm supposed to be at the bottom, but the bottom is not visible, then I scroll to the bottom. What I could say is if I am supposed to be at the bottom, but I am not at the bottom, i.e., a new message was added, I could look to see if there is a H2 element, like where I have the titles for my forms. I could say, is there a new H2 element that is below where I currently am? And then I could scroll to the top of that. That might be a tall order, but potentially GPT could help me do this in like 5 minutes, potentially. Um, block end. I don't know the difference between block start and block. All right. I'm gonna just kind of explain what I just did to the camera to or not the, I'm not like camera's not on right now, but to the microphone. I'm gonna explain that to GPT and see if it can help me out. So I'm gonna just paste the code for this entire use scroll anchor hook, and I'm gonna paste it into GPT. I'm just gonna remove this boy, and then so I want to keep the history as clean as I can. I've been spamming this. I share it with some team members, so it's kind of unfortunate that I'm just spamming this here. Okay, so this is my React hook for scroll that allows for scrolling to the bottom of a chat panel and also handles automatically scrolling to the bottom of the chat when a new message is sent. This is this automatic scrolling, just in case GPT doesn't pick it up for whatever reason, this automatic scrolling is done with the use effect hook that triggers when is at bottom and is visible changes. I want to make a change that I really need your help with. I'm going to spend a bit of time prompting this here because I really think it could help me. That would be dope. I want to make a change that I really need your help with since you are a JavaScript, HTML, JavaScript, React, and HTML expert. Want to make it so when is visible changes to false, to I want to make it so when there is a new chat message, i.e., is visible changes to false, but is at bottom is still true. I don't want to just always scroll right to the bottom. Oh, I'm sorry. I should make this bigger as well. Um, Let me do this. Okay, now it'll be easier to see. Okay, so I don't want to just always scroll right to the bottom of the chat. Instead, I want to see, and actually let me look at which element the title of my forms are. So the workout reviser title is an H3 element. Okay, that's good because that's pretty distinct. I don't think there's any other H3s I have in my code. I want to see if there is an H3 element um, that is not at the top of the chat. If that is the case, I want to scroll down, but not all the way down. I want to scroll until I see the H3 element at the top of the chat. Give me the updated JS code to do this. This is a really tall order. I would be so happy and impressed if it could help me with this. Let's give it a shot. Um, oh, that's weird. It kind of pasted weird. I hope that's okay. To modify your hook to scroll the first H3 element when a new message arrives and is not already at the top of the chat, you can add a logic to find and scroll the H3 element if it exists. Here's the updated code. Okay, well, this is promising. Let me zoom out a little bit here. That was kind of too big. I couldn't see it what I need to see. Okay. Okay. We will see. Well, let me look at this logic here. I need to vet this a little bit. So, find the H3 that's not the first child. Okay. And then block start. So this is good. Block start versus block end. That's what I'm looking for because I want it to be at the top and at the bottom. Um, this I don't quite. Scroll ref.current.query selector. I don't know if that is good. I don't quite understand why it's selecting H3 not first child. That might not be right. But hold on, let's see. So, um, everything else is kind of the same. Um, okay, yeah, no, it's not quite what we're looking for. Not quite what I am looking for. I want to scroll until the H3 element is until the very last H3 element is at the top, but only if the last H3 element isn't already um, at the top or higher. This is a little weird. Otherwise, if the new chat doesn't have an H3, just scroll all the way to the bottom. This is gonna be really hard. But only if the last H3 element isn't already at the top or higher. And if the latest chat message doesn't, shoot. Okay, I accidentally hit enter early. But I see you want to ensure the last HTML element is at the top if it isn't already, or scroll to the bottom if there's no new HTML element in the new message. Here's how you can achieve that. Okay, detect if a new message is added, check if there's an H3 element, scroll the last H3 to the bottom otherwise. Okay, so now it fully understands what I'm looking for. Let's just see if the code is actually good now. Um, so yeah, if Yeah, so scroll the bottom if the elements is empty. Otherwise, um, hmm, my camera's off, so yeah. All right. Yeah, so um this might actually work now. I also have to try it. So if I can get this to work, that'd be amazing. I'm gonna give this a shot. I think it understands what I'm looking for. Okay, so it finds all H3 functions within the chat panel. If there are H3 elements, check the position of the last one relative to the scroll container. If it is not at the top or higher, it scrolls to make the last H3 element visible at the top. If there are no H3 elements, the default is scrolling to the bottom. Okay, okay. I think it's right, actually. This is insane. I could not have coded this myself. Let me tell you that much. Because yeah, this this is a lot of fancy stuff. Okay, so no errors in the code when I paste it. That is amazing. Um, okay. What am I doing? All right, let me go back here. Oh man, I want this to work so bad. That would be amazing. Let me go back to my UI. First of all, I will delete this workout. Or actually, I'll just keep these because both these are pretty dope. Or no, I'll let me delete this one because this one is the latest one is actually like working. This is awesome. Uh, yeah, that's awesome. Okay, so new chat. Let me refresh just to be safe here because I don't want to just like spend the AI credits a bunch for no reason. So I might as well be really safe. I'll restart the endpoint as well. So we're just going from scratch here. Okay. So I will just add my usual inputs in. Might as well keep it quick because I'm testing something that I don't really care about what it outputs. I literally just care about the performance of the UI here. So generate workout. I'm not even going to look at my terminals now because I know that stuff is working. I just want to watch the UI really closely to see what happens when the workout is generated and see how it scrolls. Or if I get an error, or if it doesn't scroll at all. There could be things that go wrong, and I just want to watch for that. Okay. It decided not to scroll at all. Is there an error that caused that, or is the code from GPT just not good? These errors I have seen, these are the ones that are already there. They like came with the template. It's kind of silly. Like if I go to here, or not, maybe not. I guess I've done stuff, but anyway, so that didn't work, fortunately. But now let me try a new thing. I'm going to do some front rack lunges, do some alternatives, do a little bit of other testing just while I can, and then I'll say continue with next day. Continue the workout for the next day. Let's see what happens. I'll give it one more chance to scroll correctly. Otherwise, I'll ask it to review itself and correct itself and see if maybe it would after one more shot. Um, no, I believe it didn't scroll at all. It decided not to scroll again. Okay, so yeah, that didn't work. Question is why. I don't know. This is like really convoluted, so it'd be hard for me to even it'd be hard for me to even judge this. It might need to understand the rest of the JSX to even get this correct. That might be my fault not giving it enough, and I don't even know what I'd need to give it. So I might need to. Here's another thing I could try. I don't know why it turned this into a use callback. Like, can't this just be a simple function? Because one thing I could do is I could have it always scroll to the last H3 element instead of doing all this logic checks. I'm gonna try that quick. I want to see if I could get this to work. That'd be dope. All right. Right, because this is an H3, isn't it? That's an H3. These are not H3s. Right. These are H2s. These are H3s. Okay, and am I actually selecting? Yeah, I'm selecting the last H3. All right, so that should be good. I'm gonna delete this workout. Then I'm gonna refresh the page. I'm gonna restart my lang serve endpoint. All right, generate. Let's see this. So maybe there's something else wrong in the code besides its detection of if it needs to scroll down to get to the last H3. Because if this still doesn't work, it might be something with it like trying to make that scroll function a yeah, it's trying to make it use callback, and that's kind of weird. Like that might be the problem. Um, it's like literally, what if I take this code and then I just go back to the original file? Wait, why does it still say it's edited? I thought I went back to the OG file. Shoot. Is this, it says it's edited. How? Oh, no, now it doesn't. Okay. Okay, so it's not edited, right? Yeah, I have not edited this file now. Bum. Well, what if I did this? Actually, this might be my problem, is it was using the wrong selector. What's recdoc? Uh, Okay, actually, this might be it. Comment this out this code for a sec. And then also what I'm gonna do, I'm getting a little worried about this. I'm just gonna switch it to use grok because I am just using a lot of Nvidia credits. So helpers using Nvidia. Okay. I'm doing this off my monitor because it's dealing with my .env file. Okay. So I've changed that to use grok. It's also a nice little test. I haven't used grok in a while now for like a week, so make sure that's all still working fine and dandy. My prompts. I guess I didn't really have changed the prompts or anything, so it should be fine. I've just changed the graph and the agents, but not the actual LM outputs. Those should all be the same. So anyway, going back here, hit all H3s. Else uh, H3 present, but just going to bottom. I'm gonna do some logging here and going to last H3. No H3 element found. Okay, there we go. So this will give me some more visibility as well. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so that is good to go. And then I'm going to go back to my front end, delete this workout, refresh the page. I really want this to work. I'm getting a little sidetracked again, but this would just be so good. Like it would just look so much better if I could get this. So I think it's worth it. Boom, 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 boom. All right, generating workout. We got our endpoint going, and it is using grok. Okay, so it decided to scroll all the way to the bottom, and the reason for that is if I look at the output here, wow, this is, let me go here. Hello? Why is it still showing the errors when I filter? Hmm, there's not a single user message. What? It's totally busted. Um, okay. Is this really? Huh. Um, H3 present, but just going to bottom. Yeah, I guess I can test quickly just using this, but yeah, it's not working. Why is that? Well, let me just try this. Boom. I just want to go to the H3, like, come on. Yeah, that's what I want. And then can I do like up a little bit? Scroll into view. How can I make this go a bit above the element, not just right? So it is at the top. I think I just need to change the. Oh man, it's giving me the whole freaking code. Um, um, the one thing I could do is I could add padding instead. Actually, I'm gonna do that. Padding top 5. So it's gonna look a little weird. But then when I do this, I can even do padding top 2. Just a little something, something. So when I click this, then okay, it worked well. I just need to this whole logic wasn't working at determining like is the last H3 below me or not. I don't know why. Because otherwise this is working solid. The problem is I just can't guarantee that. Yeah, like the newest message isn't always going to have an H3 that needs to be scrolled to. That's just the nature of it. So I need that to be conditional. Let me go back to GPT and tell it. It never scrolls to or no, I'm gonna console log some things here. Console.log rectangle and then scroll rectangle. Because maybe I can kind of do some analysis myself to get this fixed. I don't need to rely on AI here. I think I might actually be able to do this better. And then let me get rid of these console logs just to clean things up a little bit. Okay, so if I click this, okay, so when I am way above, this is what it prints. What is it? Which one is first? The last H3 is first. So the Y was much greater. And then when I'm down here and I click go up, I assume okay. What does this tell me? This is interesting. Because in both cases, the Y of the last H3 is greater than going up here. I am I don't or no, maybe I need to go off of height. Bottom height, height. No. I need to go off of top. XY. Sure on this one. It seems to be this is weird. Like what if it's like right here? What's the difference? It should be like really small, right? But it's not. Damn. Well, I guess I can go off of top maybe. Or wait, no. That's the same. Bottom? One of these these are like so different than each other. Like I'm just like a tiny bit of difference. And it's like this massive change between the X and or the Y of the both. Y is only 101 and then here it's negative 583. So that's not flying. Hmm. Make the Y like 0. I don't know what the hell it's telling me. Maybe if the Y is negative, or no, if it's positive. It seems like if it's positive, I need to scroll down. I just wish there was like a more surefire way of saying like, yes, this the last message was indeed with an H3. Because if I'm like right here and I scroll down, The y is negative, but if it's positive, I think I'm gonna go off of that. I'm just gonna take this leap of faith here. See if this works. Yeah, let's do it. Um, Problem is I actually needed this function, not the other one. Okay. Boom. So I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna say if rec.y is greater than 0, otherwise, just do that. I think this is good. And then for this function, I want to do the same thing I did before. I just want the old code, so I'm gonna actually go back to the this here, lib hooks, use scroll anchor. I'm gonna make sure I just have the same old code copied here. Scroll to bottom. Yeah, that's pretty simple. Yeah. Okay. Did I call scroll to bottom anywhere else? One, two, five. No. Okay. This might actually work now. I mean, I could actually try this. Why? Why not make this smooth? That's what I'm curious about. Behavior smooth. I actually kind of like that idea. Let me try this. I'm going to copy all of this code here. I'm going to replace it here and just give this a shot and see how this works. So like if I'm down here, I scroll to the bottom. If I'm up here, ooh, yeah. No, this is good. This is really good. I think this is exactly what I need. Aha. Okay, let's go. So now I'll try generating a workout and seeing what happens. Restart my Langserve endpoint. Okay, so I'm gonna get this done by 10, and then I'll have an hour to work on um just getting that last workout thing outputted, which is good. And I can test that pretty easily by just having it generate 2 workouts for a week, so I don't have to like go through it 5 times. So that should be good. Okay, refresh the page. And by the way, I was using Grok for this and it worked great. So that is also phenomenal. Okay. Yeah, it's just good that I can use different AI models. Like that was one of the things that got me excited about this when I was first getting it developed, just with the back end. I was like, ooh, I got different models for this and it's working perfectly. So, okay, generating workout, turning best exercise for clients. So now it should spit out. Okay, damn, it did not scroll. I think that's just because of the system message that kind of messed it up. So I'm gonna try one thing here. I'm gonna try to add in some feedback and I'll say include the bench press in the strength portion. Okay, yep, so it scrolled to the bottom. That's good. That's also good. And then let's see what happens when it revises the workout here. It did not scroll. And then when I click this, oh wait, it's all jacked now. Hmm. I thought I really had that actually. I was like, let's go. Um, Hmm. That's so weird. Because when I copy this code over to here, it works. Watch. I'll click this. No, now nothing's working. Hold on. Did I do something wrong? Oh, yeah. I copied the one too many things. So let me copy this. Oh, now it's going to the bottom. Hold on. Um, console.log rect. All right. All right. So I did get it wrong. I was too optimistic there with. All right. So if I click on this, it is negative. If I click on this, it is positive. Oh wait, no, no, that is correct. That is actually right. So what the frick is the difference? It works here, but it doesn't work here. I'm just gonna console log the. I'm gonna console log this and see. Generate another workout. Hold on. I need to undo these things quick. And then another thing I want to do in the actions here is I don't want that system message anymore. That's just bugging me. It needs to be this. It's been too long. State.day, state.current workout. Everything can remain the same. Okay, that's good. That'll fix that little hiccup there. That was just kind of jank. Okay, and so shoot, I thought I was gonna be able to fix this by 10, but I might need to drop it and come back to it. It's just weird because it was definitely working for this little guy right here. It's like freaking wonderful. And then for generating the workout it is abysmal. So let's try this again. Delete this guy. Refresh the page. I'll clear my output on the right hand side as well, which is always helpful. Okay, so it was positive. That's why it scrolled to here, right? So if I am positive, let me go back to my hook here. If it is greater than 0, then you scroll to the last H3 element. So I'm going to generate a workout and see what it says it is. Oh, okay. So it worked, but then it refreshed the router. That's my problem. Okay, because what happens now if I um, revise without feedback? Like I just want to see what it prints out here. Oh no, that worked. So we're good. Literally the only problem is it refreshed the router and that screwed it. Another thing that was kind of weird that I didn't like, I refresh and delete this workout. For some reason, it triggered it right when I filled out everything instead of when I click generate workout. Watch this. I wonder if this is going to do the same thing. Oh no, it's probably because it just propagated. Like, Okay, never mind, never mind. We're good. We're good. It clicked through the select here, which is why it selected mail and then also immediately clicked generate workout. But I think that only happens when I'm in the developer view like this. So that's not actually a problem. Okay, so we're almost there. The only question then is how can I refresh the router and not have that screw things up? Did it work that way before? Hold on. Let me try something because I want to set this code back to how it was before. Um, oh wait, that might be why it doesn't scroll smoothly. Let me try something. I'm going to try two things here. I'm going to generate two workouts, try two things. First, I'm going to try making it not smooth and see if that works. Because that might be freaking it when it is scrolling smooth and then immediately refreshing the router. So let me try that. That'll be my first test. Then my second test will be setting it back to the old way where it always scrolls to the bottom. Ah, yep, that worked. Okay, that makes sense. So I don't want to refresh the router right away. I suppose I could add a bit of a delay. So in here, when I refresh the router, can I just do a use, I'll just use like a set timeout. All right, come on, I need the thing to help me. Shoot, set timeout. No, because sometimes there can be the, um, yeah, there we go. That's what I was looking for. And I can just refresh after like a second. This will probably look fine. I'll even do it after. Yeah, let's try this. Let's try it for 1 second. This whole thing's kind of jank. I'm surprised that they'd have something like this in a really powerful template. Like everything else is amazing, but the way it handles like that initial refresh there just to add the thing to the chat, I'm really not a fan of. Because it leads to weird behavior like this, where you have to snap it, otherwise, when you're scrolling in the middle of scrolling smoothly, it like cuts off and doesn't work. That's probably why they did it that way. It seems a little lazy. But hey, at least that's good. I'm not the only one that has, little bits of shortcuts and code to make things work. So let's try this. So it'll scroll smoothly and then refresh the router after a second. Um, hmm, that's weird. Because it refreshed the router and that still didn't work. Huh. But for some reason, right, okay, no, that's good. But for some reason, when I make it snap, it works fine. Come on. Let me try this one more time, because now I'm doubting myself here, like gaslighting myself. Another thing I could do is I could say like if there's only two H3s, then snap immediately. Otherwise, um, do the smooth scroll. That's so weird, but I think that might be a good workaround. So let's try this out. Okay. Okay. Let's try this out. So it's snapping immediately now, and it's also refreshing the router immediately. Yeah, and sure enough, that worked. Okay. So I'm gonna do something here. I'm gonna say if the number of H3s is two, then snap immediately. Otherwise, scroll nicely to the bottom. Okay, so I'm gonna say like this. I think that's simple. This is good. And I'll just do this for all of them. I don't know, it doesn't really matter. But this should be good. So it'll snap for the first one, which is kind of unfortunate. Like man, I don't know why it has to snap for the first one. Like it's too bad. But then for all the other ones, it'll be smooth, so it'll be a good experience. I guess it's the best I can do right now because I don't that router refresh just messes. Well, actually, okay, let me make sure this works. And then another thing I could do is what if the length of the H3s is less than 2 or is 2? What if I scroll smoothly and then snap? And then I wait a second again before I refresh the router. Let's see. So I'm going to revise without feedback and then see if this scrolls smoothly. It does. So that looks good. That actually is awesome. So let me try this idea. Um, freaking hell, we'll see. Um, so in this case, I'm gonna actually always make it smooth. Then in this case, if h3 elements dot length is less than 2, scroll and view. Then I'm going to refresh the router. Come on. Set timeout. See if this works. This is like so weird. But if I can get this to work, that'd be amazing. And my Langster endpoint is like waiting on a lot, but I mean it's working. Like it's constantly stalled on all these other requests that are not finishing. But hey, it's not crashing anything and my computer's running fine, so that's a good sign that it can scale as well. Okay, so now it should scroll smoothly, but then snap, but it'll like already be in place. But then when the router refreshes, it should. Um, I need to set timeout here as well. This one will be 500 milliseconds. Ah, this is weird, but I think I'm getting there. Delete this bad boy. I think Grok is quick for just the first workout. For some reason, it like slows down, I think, because of rate limits or something, compared to using NVIDIA NIMs with Llama 3. But using Grok with Llama 3, that first workout is quick, and then it like cuts itself and takes forever after, or at least longer, not forever. So this should, yep. Um, yep. Okay. It was choppy. It worked, but it was just really choppy. So what if I do 250? Let me try this. Man, it's already 10:10. I need to speed this up a little bit. Worst case scenario, I'll just make it so that it cuts in the first one. That's okay, Because having it be smooth for the rest of it is well worth it compared to what I had before. Like it's still a huge dub. Okay, yeah, so that doesn't work. So yeah, I'm going to undo my code and then say that length is greater than 2. Otherwise, undefined. Okay, we'll do it this way. I'll just run another test quick. So it's a little choppy at first, but oh well. Generating snaps immediately. But we got the workout for day 1. And then we can scroll to the bottom as well. So we still got that option. And then if I revise without feedback, you can see here the feedback is empty. That is looking good. And then, yep, scrolls nicely. And then continue with the next day. Continue the workout for the next day. Showing your workout for next day. See if this is smooth as well. There we go. That is really nice. Okay, so that's a dub. So I can actually say that I did this as one of my things now. So I'm going to add this here. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then put an X here. Boom, and then this change this order. I could be doing this much more efficiently in some sort of list outside of Notepad, but I I don't Notepad just quick sometimes, and I like doing that. So yeah, the last thing I have here is this right here. So I'm gonna take a quick break. I guess I'm gonna try to nail through this in like a half hour. Um, well, no, because I got like an hour left to stream almost. So I'm gonna take a quick like 5 minute break, 10 minute break, come back and try to nail through this quickly. Because basically what I need to do is when the state is set to done at any point, let me go back to my actions here. Done is set to false initially. If at any point it is ever updated to true, because I update the state based on everything that goes through from the streaming of the laying serve endpoint. If ever done is true, I need to actually create a different component that is needing all the forms. Actually, I do it in here. It'd be all of the workouts together. Just there would be no other buttons with it. So I'll need a new component for that. So basically, what I would do is um, at this point, after here, I would say, is the state done? If it is, then I don't do this component. I would instead do the workout finished component. I guess that's what I'll call it. And then I would have to change that in here to workout finished, and that would be a separate component as well. And then at that point, there'd be no way to continue with the chat. There would also be no, you can't put in any input anymore. So it'd be done, done. So that is what I'm going to do when I'm back. So I'll be back in a bit. All right, I am back. I just finished push-ups, so I probably should have waited a sec before I resume the stream because I am out of breath, just blasting through max reps. Um, all right, so I am very, very tired. Half hour left of this stream before I have reached 12 hours of streaming today because I'm going to win this competition. All right, so let's take this back here. I'm not BRB anymore. I am back. So I thought of a couple things to add to my improve later list while I was taking a break. Because I'm not thinking about much else while I'm just in the grind of this. Um, One thing that I wanted to add as an improvement at some point is to make it so that um, ability to generate entire week without providing any feedback. So basically, you could click some button. I can even kind of show what this would look like. So here, instead of clicking generate workouts, it could say like, I don't know, generate workouts all the way through or something like that. I don't know what I'd call it exactly. Um, but that could be dope. Oh man, this is so dark. Yeah, this looks terrible. Yeah, it's rough when I have the light in the back and then no sunlight because it's dark out now. It just I look so dark. But yeah, what are you gonna do? I don't have a ring light on me right now. It's downstairs. Otherwise, I could try that. But anyway, just half hour left of this stream, and um, let's see. Yeah, no one's watching anyway, so who cares? Like I said, I'm doing the streaming just to document stuff. Document it, practice the rubber ducking method a bit, and just to gain the skills of streaming and have that kind of like added pressure to push me through this. So anyway, that's the one improvement that I wanted to add. The other thing is I want to clean up this UI a little bit in the future so that it's more concise. Because this looks really good, don't get me wrong. The problem is it's just so much. Like every time it generates a workout or a revision, and then especially at the end, like I might have time to get to tonight, half hour to do it. When it generates or like spits out every single workout for every day, like man, that is going to be a wall of text of just a bunch of workouts. And so I might want to make it so that like there are drop downs for the days. So add drop downs for the days slash workout sections in any form that displays workouts. So that's another thing. Another thing that I want to add, let me see if I got this in my list already. Um, yeah, okay, so here, I'm gonna actually add this as number 5. So let me order the list here and I'll say what I'm thinking about adding. So the option to add custom alternatives instead of just selecting from the drop down. So there would be an option here. This is what I already have in the list, but this will get into what I'm going to add. So you can select this and it'll give you an alternative that the AI has suggested as an alternative. That's really helpful because then even if you don't like the workout that it suggested, you still don't necessarily have to expend the bandwidth to think of an alternative yourself because the alternatives it gives might be good enough. For some weird reason, you might not like leg raises, your client doesn't, and so then you're like, oh, arm circles, I'll just do that instead. So that's good. Or maybe you think that like with the strength portion here, it makes sense to have more arm warm up, something like that. That's good. But maybe you do want a custom alternative where you want to actually like go here and like click a plus button or something and then type out something else for a warm up alternative. That's what I have here as number 4 for my list. And number 5 though is similar, where you want some more customization for the workouts here. And what I was thinking about doing is actually making it so that every single exercise that it puts on a form here, I would use regex to pick out any numbers. I'd actually turn those into separate inputs. And so it'd be like arm circles, 1 as an input, set of 15 as an input, reps. And so I could actually customize this by modifying any number here. Like let's say I want to change this to 2 sets of 10, or I want to change the dumbbell row to 5 sets of 6. Like if I want my client to like push the weight a little bit more on this one and have more sets with rest in between, less reps, something like that. And so without having to fully make a custom alternative where I have to type out dumbbell row, 5 sets of 10 or 6 reps, I could actually make it so that these would just be input fields. Um, so that's an idea I've actually had for a while, but I just kind of forgot about that as I was getting into the weeds of getting this thing developed. That would be a really dope thing to have at some point. So I'll just kind of I really remember this from my thought of like using regex. So I'm gonna just type that so I remember what I mean. Use regex to turn any numbers in the workouts generated into fields to customize set slash reps slash time, because some things like the bike or running or whatever in the warm-ups and cool down like that, that's a time based. And so like 5 minutes, like the 5 would be an input here, and like for the hamstring stretch, the 3 and the 30, 3 sets, 30 seconds, both the 3 and the 30 would be inputs, that kind of thing. So that'd be another really cool improvement. I have a massive list of everything that I want to change. Like all of this stuff would take a long, long time. And there's so many other things on top of that that I want to add. Like another thing that I want to add, I'll even add this to the list now, just so I have it, is ability to chat, or I'll just say chat with AI as you are revising workouts to ask questions about workouts or get suggestions for other alternatives. So that like in the middle of in the middle of generating a workout, like let's say I get this workout right here and I'm like, um, I don't know. Like let's say I don't know what a hinge. Okay, this is actually kind of dumb. I don't know why it says hinge. Like this is something you definitely do a alternative for. I don't know what hinge movements is. Anyway, let's say you don't know what trap bar deadlifts are. You could like ask it like, "Hey, what are trap bar deadlifts?" Or you could say like, I don't quite like this workout. Give me an alternative to X. So like maybe none of these are good, but you don't really want to think of one yourself. So you're like, give me an alternative to this. Like that's the kind of thing where I'm thinking like it'd be cool to be able to like actually talk to the AI throughout this process, so that your history would not just be like filling out these forms and like the little auto things here, or like your feedback that you give, but also like chats as you're trying to understand things and stuff. Because then maybe the AI could even learn like from you, or learn what kind of things that you ask about, and like tailor the experience to you. Like I could take this so far with the amount of experience I could, the good experience I could give to the people using this. So yeah, I could. There's so many more things I could add to this list as well if I just want to dream big. Like this is all the stuff, not even dreaming that big. Of like the things that I could definitely know I want to add at some point. Like this one is probably the one that's dreaming the biggest, is being able to chat with the AI as I'm revising. But even that's not dreaming super big, because I've been implementing things in a way to make sure that that's possible. Like the whole ordeal of like continuing to leverage the tools in the same way that you would actually use the tools with like a function calling and GPT, like having all that same object setup and stuff. Like that's all so that when I come to that point, I can implement that more easily and have it work with like all the custom stuff I've developed, because it's all kind of structured the same way. So that's what I got going on there with things that I am dreaming about. So anyway, let's get back to number 6 right here. So I might not have time to do this tonight. Let's see, how long do I got until I hit the 12-hour point? Yeah, because I've just been talking a little bit. So I got like 26 minutes here. So the first thing I need to do for this is I need to create a component specifically to display all of the workouts for the entire week. So day 1, each section, day 2, each section, and so on. And so I'm going to create another form here, copy, and then paste. And this one I'm just going to call it workout final, and then rename this to workout final. And I'm going to There's a couple of things that I can get rid of. This is always going to be editable. So I actually don't need the index here. That's just like a simplification that I can take care of because form disabled is never going to be true. Revision disabled is also never going to be true. I'm never going to have to be generating a UI in this either. So I can get rid of these. I also am never going to have an action from this because at this point it's just going to be the final list that you can select alternatives if you want, but there's not going to be any submission of the actual form. And so I can even get rid of the onSubmit function and everything there. Um, yeah, so this is good. On form update state, I also do not care about this, and I don't care about these. So I'm going to do a little bit of cleanup at first, and then I'm going to have to really grind out the adding of like every single day. And I'm just going to use placeholders for now. Keep it simple. And then the select, I am going to um, let's see. How did I do it before? On value change field dot. I'm just going to do it this way. This is nice and simple. Okay, and then for this part right here, I don't need any of this at all. So I'm going to delete this entire thing. That is nice and simple. So then I can also delete this. I don't need this either. And then for messages, I don't need that as well. And then for the chat ID, I also don't need that. So I'm just cleaning up a ton of stuff here just because I can. Um, boom, boom. No, there's not going to be any buttons in here either. These are all cleared. Chat ID is no longer in the props, so I can take that from the type of the props. That is really dope. And then as tuple, I guess I need these things because what I'm going to need to do is workouts is going to be an array. So that's going to be a little bit different. So the workout keys is going to be objects.keys of workouts 0 because now it's going to be a list of workouts. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this right here and I'm going to bring this back in because I'm going to use a placeholder. So I'm going to paste this in right here. Oh shoot, I did not copy it. How did I not copy it? Okay, there we go. Boom, boom. Workouts is equal to an array of objects. So it's going to be this. Okay. And I want to actually duplicate that. So I'm going to ask GPT quick, because I don't remember exactly how to do this in JS, how to duplicate array in JS. So the first element is repeated twice. Because I'll just use the same thing twice. Um, um, I guess that makes sense. So I'll say workout and then const workouts is equal to I mean this is just kind of dumb and obvious. I thought there was like a neat way to do it, but I don't know what I'm thinking. I'm really at my wit's end here almost, but I'm gonna get through this component. It's gonna be dope. So I'm gonna say um so the workout output schema. Actually, this is gonna be different depending. Hold on. Because the schema is gonna be based on every single workout now. Yeah, I might use GPT to help me with this one here. Workout key. What's it saying here? Um, that's not helpful. Okay. I'm I don't want to have to frick with Zod, but I'm gonna have to frick with Zod, and that's just gonna be the way it is. Well, let me try something here. I'm gonna ask GPT to help me out. I'm gonna see what it can pull out of its ass for me. Because I'm gonna just give it this entire component. I'm gonna say I want workout to be an array of workouts now, where each one can have a different amount of things in the warm-up, balance, portion, strength, and all that. And I will tell it to listen to me and make a good slot schema. So let's do this. Brand new here. So I'm gonna say this is a JSX component that uses Zod and React forms along with ShadCN to create a form that allows for editing of workouts. Right now, it accepts a single workout, which consists of a warm up, balance plus core, strength, and cool down portions. Edit this form, and the entire Zod schema, really everything, will need to be tweaked so that this component accepts an array of workouts instead of just one workout and displays all of those in the form, just like with one workout as shown, but instead it is a list of workouts. Okay, boom. I'm spending my time with this prompt here because I think AI, or I think GPT will really be able to help me. It helped me decently with the all the scroll stuff to make that UX better too, and I spent some time on the prompting for that as well. So I'm gonna really just try my best here, especially because like while I'm tired, this is gonna be even more helpful. Okay. Modify, I'm just making sure it understands the prompt correctly. To modify the component to accept an array of workouts instead of a single workout, we need to make several adjustments to handle multiple workouts properly. Here's how you can tweak the form in the Zod schema to accommodate an array of workouts. Okay. Um, okay. Okay. Seems decent, honestly. Because I looped through. Okay. I'm gonna run with this. I think this is actually really good. I mean, I didn't look super hard, but I think this is nice. Shoot, it's not gonna work with TypeScript though, is it? It's gonna be a freaking B with that, definitely. Shucks. Okay, well, first of all, do I have types imported? I'm trying to remember what I have as far as types. I just have the workout type. Okay, there's a lot of errors here. Form provider, what's your problem? I don't know why it said form provider. Okay. Um, yeah, it already thinks it's doing this, making this work for TypeScript, which is unfortunate. Make this work for TypeScript. So I don't know how much it's going to be able to help, but I'm gonna try to see. Usually, like with a bit of self-reflection, it'll help at least. So let me see if I can get this to work. I don't know why the heck it went with form provider instead of form either. Let's give this a shot. Um, bot card. Wait, does it start with a bot card? Yes. I don't know why that looked off for me. And then form is right, right? Like that's what I had for the other element. But yes, so form instead of form provider. Okay, so I'll just change it again. I'm not sure why it hallucinated that, but I don't know. It's fine. Type annotations, import statements, casting as use as to cast. Okay, so it's probably what I need to do in a couple places. So hopefully that is promising. So let me here place everything up to this point, and then change this to a form. Okay, so there are less errors actually, so this is good. There are just a couple left. Cannot find name Zod schema. Okay. I just want this one error to go away. Okay. And then there is a type. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. So I need to delete these. Why is it? Hold on. Wasn't there one other, if I go back. Oh yeah, I don't need the day either. That's why it got rid of that. Okay, so let me go back here. I'm going to delete these things. I'm just going to say that workout is of type. I I probably should get more into the habit of like making the types for the props actually like its separate interface. But I don't know. I just always kind of been in the habit of like defining it here like this, and that works for me. So yeah, let me delete this. See if this works. So workouts. Boom. Workouts is equal to workouts. That's okay. Because I want to actually. Let me try something here. I don't know. I want to use a placeholder here. I'm not going to actually pass in the workouts. All right. So then in my chat list, this initial display, instead of being the workout form, it's going to be workout final. Boop. All right. And then I don't need a chat ID. Workouts. It'll just be an empty array. All right. Nice. So we'll see how this works. So I'm going to go back to my UI, create a new chat. Nice. Oh, wow. Okay. I think I already got it. Damn. Let's go. Wow. Okay. So I just need to touch this up a little bit and like we're rocking and rolling. This is amazing. Okay. So the first thing I need to do is change the title here. So I'm going to say final workouts. Final workouts. Here is your final workouts generated for the week. Feel free to still select alternatives. Okay, so I think that is a good way to put it. Here are your final workouts. Final workouts. Why is this not centered? Text center. I want to center this as well. That is bugging me. Somehow I must have like exactly given the length of text where it looked like it was centered when it wasn't. So I'm going to say text center and this one, and then this one as well. Oh yeah, this one doesn't actually have a subtitle. So anyway, here are your final workouts. Feel free to still select alternatives. So workouts for day one, workouts for day two. That is okay. What I want to do though, is I want to make this primary color text, add some margin to the top, and then make them centered as well. And then I can kind of make this look a little nicer here because that class list is getting long. Um, yeah, that looks better. I need more margin on the top though here. And then Yeah, remove that because there's already enough on that first one, but then for this one, there needs to be like a lot more. Um, yeah, that's decent. I might even do like 10. 'Cause I want there to be very clear separation between the days. For some reason, though, these are mashed now, which I don't appreciate. Why is that the case? Because if I change this back to like MT2, are they still mashed? They are still mashed. And if I go here, like none of them are mashed. Mashing. What is that? Why is that? I assume. Yeah, actually, why did that happen? Did any of the classes change? I wonder. Form item MT5. Let's add a little bit more margin. Does that help it? It's all these titles that are mashed. MT3. Oh, it's not updating at all. Oh, it's because I'm in the workout revisor. Duh. Okay, so if I go back here, um, MT4. Give some more space here. Yeah, okay, that looks better now. I'm not really sure why I had to do that for this form and not the other form, but this looks good now. The only other thing I want to do is add the dumbbell icon next to workout for day. So dumbbell, icon dumbbell, and then like this, and then I'll add some spaces in NBSP with the ampersand, can't forget that, and then I'll try 2 to start, see how that looks. Um, like this, justify center, and then class name. Well, can I change the size? No, I can't. Class name equals MT2. Boom. Make these on different lines because it's just getting bloated. Oops. All right, that's too much. Let's change that to a 1. That's still too much. Okay. So I'm going to do custom then. Style is equal to margin top 5 pixels. I just need this to be aligned with the tag. I could make the size different, but I don't know how to do that without actually changing the styling of like all the icons everywhere. That's still too much. Holy cow, this is freaking tiny little edits. Okay, workout for day 1. There we go. This is good. And then I'm gonna try. I don't know why I'm wasting so much time, little time with these things, but um, it's worth it, I guess. Like just making it look dope. It's good. Yeah, there we go. Workout for day 1. Workout for day 2. All the nice little icons there to make it pretty. I'm looking at my stream and I'm so dark that is insane. Okay, anyway, let's go. So here are your final workouts. Feel free to still select alternatives. Okay, that is good. I'm going to roll with that. So now what I'm going to do is first I'm going to make this display the form. Workouts final, get rid of that. I'm going to try to move quick here. How much time do I have? I have 6 more minutes. I mean, I can go a little bit over. I just want to at least make it a 12 hours and not go too much longer. Let's see if I can get through this quickly here. So, workouts. Boom. Copy this entire bad boy again. Actually, I'm going to delete this because I already have the reference in this workout revisor here. So I don't need that here. So this here. Okay. So now what I want to do In my actions, there's going to be a new tool type. It is going to be um, what am I doing? So if tool type is equal to final workouts,